Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for Friday's LukeJ62895. Today, Luke Chippers and Bill Mooney will be talking about their topics, playing video games, and many more fun. And now it's now time to present to you all Friday's LukeJ62895 with their hosts, Luke Chippers and Billy Mooney.
Thank you, David Thousand. Hello, people. Sujar speaking. Welcome to Friday's LukeJ62895 episode number 336. And join me in this episode via my Apple Watch. It's Remix Palm, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey everybody, and great to be here. First time on season 9.
We got...
Hello,
Oh,
peeps.
yep. We got a buttload of dev topics. Not one, not two, but 5 dev topics. I was originally going to have like 6, but I'm going to do 5 today. And one of them is a very special one that I'm going to read. And the other ones have to do with Pantera topics that are very controversial. And the other ones have to do with, let's just say, topics that I have to go over to discuss. The what I've watched Disney Plus topic, the games, notes, and Josh topics. Before we begin, I have to go in to have Remix do his own topic before we get our dev topics. Remix, go ahead and do your own Apple topic before we actually begin our topics for today.
Alright. Let me turn down the phone
Okay?
so we don't have any feedback. And obviously I can hear myself on the phone. I'll probably have to put it somewhere.
Okay?
Because I can hear myself from the Apple Watch.
Well, yeah.
So anyway, am I up first or what's going on?
I was wanting you to come first before you actually begin this.
Okay.
I have to close this tab out before we begin.
Okay, so what are we going to talk about? The Mac Mini or?
Mac Mini, before we actually begin the dev topics, the actual, and I'll go second just because,
Okay, sounds good. Well, yeah, the Mac Mini, if you guys didn't know, they kind of updated it, and it's already available. It's already out. And, yeah, so we have the Mac Mini with the M1, and now we have the M2 chip, which is, I believe the M2 is the ultimate game changer. I know Luke would agree on that.
yeah, exactly.
So why do I think the M2 is a game changer? Well, in my eyes, the M2 it's just a beast for what it can do. Luke has the M1 version, and he loves his.
Yes.
The M2, much more faster than the M1, and and I think the M2 is a game changer. So, here are my thoughts about why the M2 is a game changer. Well, first of all, its speed and performance, which you don't get on the Intel version, sadly.
Yeah.
Intel, I don't know. Well, I've heard their new chips are pretty good, but like I said, they're nowhere comes close to Apple's silicon chips. Because I have an Intel Mac Mini and I can't even update it anymore, so my Mac Mini's kind of obsolete. Behind at best.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, for productivity work, like if you're using PowerPoint, which I am a heavy PowerPoint user, yeah, PowerPoint is fantastic on the Mac. Now, obviously, it doesn't provide the features that you get on Windows, but hey, parallels desktop and a legit license key to Windows 11, then you can have PowerPoint on Windows, one on the Mac, and you get all the features you want.
Mm-hmm.
So, no crying about that.
No crying, no.
So yeah, so obviously the M2, I think why it's the ultimate game changer because, again, the speed, the performance, for video editing, if you do a lot of video editing, you like to create a lot of things, be a content creator, yeah, it's a game changer. And obviously for PowerPoint, for productivity, like I do PowerPoint and I use it all the time on Windows 10, I think that to me is the killer app when it comes to productivity because PowerPoint really saved not only me but also saved Wheel One from its demise, and that being a special book and a special that's going to be taking place to honor the 20th anniversary of Wheel One.
Wow.
So be on the lookout.
Be on the lookout for it, folks.
Because it's also going to be in a book where I get to talk about PowerPoint and why we switched from Movie Maker and why it saved us in the end. Because had it not been for PowerPoint, I wouldn't be here talking to you about it on today's episode. But yeah, PowerPoint is a killer app, and it's the most used program. And I said I'm a heavy PowerPoint user. That's why I have a PC with Windows 10. But Macs, the M2 chip, especially the Mac Mini, perfect for that. PowerPoint, Word, Excel, get stuff done on those M2 Mac Minis. And video editing, like I said, because Luke does a lot of that.
Yeah.
Speed flow.
Yeah, which I do free action videos, things like that.
Arcade stuff. Yeah, so and for $599 yeah, I know PS3, I'm talking to you. $599 yeah, it's a great starting price. I think the iPads, especially the iPad 10, stupid expensive. But for $599 you can't beat it with the M2, 8 gigabytes of memory, 2 USB 4 ports, and 2 USB-A. I think for $600 you get a plastic machine that has an M2 chip, and you can do everything, almost everything you can do on a Mac Mini.
It's good.
And especially productivity. Because I do a lot of productivity.
Exactly.
Because Luke is a content creator, and I take this very seriously when it comes to Wheel One. I do this very seriously. Because we are not no kiddie network. This is real as it gets.
Exactly.
We're not no baby company. This is professional as it gets, and that's why especially when you want to create something on Photoshop, create awesome photos, make logos and stuff, and you gotta have the computer that has enough speed, just to do it, create logos, Photoshop. But I use GIMP. And to me, I think GIMP is the best alternative to Photoshop. But if you can afford the Creative Cloud, Photoshop PC, more power to you.
Yes.
But for me, GIMP works fine, and I use that together with PowerPoint to create logos. And like I said, these are not logos, made by a 3-year-old. No, this is professional, semi-professional quality logos.
Yes.
I do it because I love to create them. I love to create logos. I know it didn't make sense, but I love to create logos that really stand out. Because like I said, this is not no kiddie stuff. This is the real thing.
This is a real thing, people. Make reality sense.
So don't think that I do it for fun. No, because I do it, because I create logos for Wheel 1 because it's very important. And, given that detail, because this is our 20th anniversary. We can't hide this kitty image.
Yeah.
We have to go big, go home, and outthink everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And creating logos is something I've been doing.
Mm-hmm.
I even did one for Luke, for LJPCBM, 50th anniversary.
Yeah, and that was last year in 2022.
And me creating FWL Season 9, my swan song, if
Yeah.
you will. Which has more views on DeviantArt than Season 8.
Yeah, more views in Season 8, yeah.
So I consider the logo for Season 9 much more successful than Season 8.
Yes.
Because I took the time and wanted to make sure that this was a very special logo and to be my swan song, if you will.
And the reason why we're going to make it special for Season...
Deliver on that high note because, creating logos is what I do, especially, and you can do the same thing with the Mac Mini. I know I'm getting ahead of myself, but yeah, Mac Mini, you can do a lot of great things, create, play, and,
Mm-hmm.
be social at the same time.
Yes.
And that to me is why I think DM2 is the ultimate game changer and why you should get a Mac Mini right now for $600 because
Yeah.
Best Buy is selling them right now and pretty soon Amazon will.
Amazon.
I would consider, get DM2 Mac Mini. Will not be disappointed.
You won't be disappointed, folks, until me getting an M2 Pro.
With Microsoft 365.
Yes.
And the Mac Mini go for combination. And you can run Windows 11 when you get parallels. So to me, DM2 is the ultimate game changer for what everybody needs a computer for.
Mm-hmm.
For home, to, create. Because, we like to create. I like to create a lot of things. Luke does too.
Mm-hmm.
And together, PowerPoint, I mean, PowerPoint is pretty much all I need to stay afloat with Wheel 1 because if it wasn't for PowerPoint, we wouldn't be here right now and we wouldn't be celebrating the 20th anniversary.
And wouldn't be here
Like
to...
I said, this is a big milestone for us, so...
Yeah, exactly.
So, again, 20 years of incredible, I mean...
Wow.
I really want to go back to 2003 because this is when it all began.
Yeah, same here with me, with the company first started.
Being Porsche 34. I mean, this was fun.
Mm-hmm.
Especially in my teenage years. But I'm not talking about me. Let's, because like I said, this is Luke's show. But
This is my show.
yeah, so the M2 is the ultimate game changer, and that's pretty much all I gotta say. So Luke, what do you think about the Mac Mini M2?
Well, it was amazing. Though I prefer the M2 Pro. And to be honest with you, Remix, as I said before, like last episode, I said I was so in shock to get an M2 Pro. It has like 4 USB-C plugins. I was like very excited, like, holy crap, what is this? So I had to get this in anyway. So I was like, wow, do I really want to get this? I'm like, sure, why not? Just buy it and just get this anyway. But the M2, it was awesome as well. I love both of these Pros, M2 chip Pros,
Yeah, I mean, I know you like the high-end stuff more than you do. But, at an entry-based level, I mean, you can't find, like I said, Intel can't even come close to it.
No.
That's what the M2 is. Because, again, it blows away Intel.
Both way Intel, period. And my Intel Mac Mini says goodbye, because I already have my Intel Mac Mini not running anymore.
Again,
Yeah.
At least you have a keyboard, mouse, and a display.
Yeah, which I have a keyboard and mouse.
Otherwise,
Right.
yeah, I mean, the high-end stuff is awesome.
It was awesome.
You know, if you're willing to spend all that much and to really, push the boundaries of what your Mac Mini can do,
Yeah,
to be
it could be.
best content creator.
Mhm.
But like I said, for productivity, I think the M2 is perfect
Mhm.
with the M2.
Yeah.
Especially, Apple Keynote, Apple, the
Pages,
on Apple,
numbers.
even Microsoft Office, which I'm a heavy PowerPoint user. But yeah, there's a lot of things, it's just based on people's preference, whether they want
Yes.
the high-end stuff or they just want the M3, M2. It just really depends, if you really want to take content creation seriously
Yes.
and not care about the whole productivity thing, because again, productivity has been around ever since, the Apple II and the VisiCalc and all of that.
Yeah, ever since the late 70s.
Came on the Macintosh, it was huge, and then when it came to Windows, it really took off.
It already took off. To me,
And now, Office 2021 and me having 365, I think it's the best thing that Microsoft has ever done. And despite of them having 10,000 layoffs, laying off 10,000,
which I talked about last week.
but I still think it's still a healthy margin for 365 and
Yeah.
for Microsoft Office. So,
Mhm.
but yeah, I mean, if you're serious about content creation, yeah, go with the more expensive Macs and whatnot, with the M2 Max and the M2 Pro, because that's
Yeah.
serious video content creation.
Yeah, because at that time frame, I'll have to deal with you right there. Mhm. Yeah.
And I think that was a very good topic, to go by.
Yes.
And if I have any more, I'll let you guys know. But I think Luke has some death topics he wants to go over, because there's been, some passings, including the one from Sesame Street that we'll be talking about. We'll be talking about the news hour and stuff.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, 2023 hasn't been a great year.
Yeah, it's never been a great year for Dabs. At all.
Especially, and by the way, just want to say, we want to, I mean, it's with a heavy heart to say that we lost somebody who's been on YouTube
Yes.
all this time. Because like I said, we lost Zach Bennington, on March, and now we lost this person, Brain Dead.
Which I'll have to talk about in a few moments.
And it's Michael Tiller.
Yes.
So, we want to say, thoughts and prayers, rest in peace.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear the loss of Michael Tiller.
Yeah, I'm praying for Michael Tiller in this difficult time.
Tiller 2006 on YouTube.
Yeah.
Sad.
It was sad. Saw in 3 different YouTubers before Billy and you did. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, just devastating.
Yeah. It was just first the Price is Right. The Price is Right. Fan 2023. This is former known as the game show fan game shows. Then Chuck, I can't pronounce his last name, and Eric Lima, Shenanigans in 1977. This is before Billy and you did, and I was like deeply in shock. Well, I'll talk about Michael Tiller in a few moments. Right now, I have a dev topic.
Way to start off 2023. I mean,
Wow.
we lost big ones.
Yeah, a lot of big ones this year. Yeah. I mean, it's shocking to me. One in 2020, which I lost inspiration. and
So that's in the DM2 topic.
yes.
But anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and do the show and see what you got.
Anyway, thank you, Remix. His name is Lloyd Marsasat, better known as Lloyd Newton Marsasat Jr. He was best known as an American experimental phytologist with a career in education, communications, and I can't pronounce philology. I pronounce this word. Sorry. Excuse me. Anyway, philology. Okay. He was one of the founders of the Children's Television Workshop, now known as Sesame Workshop. The organization that created children's television show Sesame Street was more than created with Joe Kenneth Cooney. He was born in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, the son of Jesse Watson and Lloyd Newton Marsasat. Shortly afterward, the family moved to Yonkers, New York, to escape the hardships brought about by the Dust Bowl and the Depression. After the Great Depression, the family moved to Yonkers, New York, and then to Los Angeles, where Marsasat met Julian Gons, a middle school classmate who would later introduce him to Joe Kenneth Cooney, the co-founder of Children's Television Workshop. Marsasat assumed he was head of the life of Asimov like his father, professor of UCLA. It was broadly believed that being a professor was the best job in the world, he said. Marsasat attended Albany College and received his BA in psychology in 1951. Originally, he wanted to be a chimist. I pronounce it. Excuse me. Yeah. It was dedicated to the episode to Michael Taylor, who died this week at the age of 35. So tragic, so sad, lost of words. Yeah, I have to agree. Yeah. Yeah, him and Jim Larry, yes. Okay. 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 But after taking his financing course in his junior year, he realized he wanted to study experimental psychology, something like that. He became Albany College trustee. He was chairman of the board from 1975 to 1981. He did graduate work in psychology to work for 2 years in UCLA. Okay. He already met an assistant professor named Ivory Mossman, where he was described as a very important, very versatile in psychology. Marsasat became Mossman's research assistant, and together they co-authored 6 papers and studies. Inspired by Mossman, whose areas have been human learning and creative human thinking. Marsasat attended at Yale in 1953 for 3 years and earned a PhD in experimental psychology. Now he met an appearance with Carl I. Hovland, like that, a leading psychologist who founded the Yale Combinations and Attitude Change program. In later years, Marsasat were credited that its parachment was sparkling his interest in communications, okay? At Yale, Marsasat wrote the dissertation, The Role of the Implant Practice in Learning, the species which used 3 activities, including long distance, dart, throwing, and examples, explore whether or not is it possible to improve performance and by thinking it over. Marsasat concluded that in the instance of dart throwing, it is not possible. But in the instance of two-handed coordination tasks, it is possible. Today, this dissertation is cited an important early contribution to sports psychology. In 1956, Marsasat landed a teaching job to the School of Education in the University of California, Berkeley, okay? but he was having doubts about academic life. Okay? It lacks mystery and excitement, he thought, and he was unimpressed by seriousness and Stewart. Okay? He joined the Social Science Research Council in New York. As a staff member in 1958 until 1959. While there, he met Herbert A. Simon and Alan Newell. Simon and Newell, both faculty members of the Carnegie Institute of Technology, now Carnegie Mellon. Okay, are credited with laying much of this groundwork for the emerging field of college psychology, which became Morrison's lifelong psychology passion. The basic spherical moments on the models on the computer simulations on their thought process. The college years, which features as follows. Morrison first encountered the Carnegie Corporation, a philanthropic foundation focused on education, while he was at the Social Science Research Council. Morrison joined Carnegie as an executive assistant for Gardner in 1959, later becoming vice president of Carnegie Corporation, New York. As of the Carnegie Foundation, he assistant of teaching. He stayed with the corporation for 10 years. One of the main competitions of the Carnegie during those years was the creation of the National Assessment of Educational Process, NAEP for short. NAEP was the only nationally representative and continuing assessment of what American students know of and could do in various subject areas. While the corporation, Morrison development, especially in early education, and also become engaged in projects concerning human creativity. He becomes creatively aware of educational disadvantages, of poor and mentally children who wanted to find a way to better their access to preschool learning. Under his direction, the foundation supported 6 experiments to test children's responses to teaching methods. Morrison claimed, however, that there was a big discrepancy, have announced it, between the way we were doing and what we were trying to accomplish in, reducing the educational gap. Morrison was frustrated because experience was effective. They reached only a few hundred distinguished students. In December 1965, as Morrison's then 3-year-old daughter, Sarah, watched the test patterns as she was waiting for the cartoon to start one Sunday morning, her father noticed something. It struck me that it was something fascinating to Sarah about television, he said. Sarah Morrison has memorized entire responding on TV jingles. Michael Davis writing his book, Street Gang, The Complete History of Sesame Street, which I talked about during book reviews, and I gave it an extra rating of, I'm not going to talk about, you'll have to find out in book reviews, in the supercut video, you bring yourselves. Be welcome for it on my main channel, later time. Anyway, it's not too far from the stretch to say that Sarah's mastery of jingles led to a central hypothesis of the great experiment that we know as Sesame Street. If television could successfully teach the words and music to advertisements, could it teach children more succinct, sedative material to co-opt the very elements that made us so effective? In February 1966, at the dinner party at the Cooley's Gravity Park apartment, she and Morrison talked about his work with early education. Morrison said he asked Cooley, "Do you think television could be used to teach young children?" And she said, "I don't know, but I'd like to talk about it. Television seemed like the ideal platform using Carnegie's Foundation goals to reach children. Okay? Using their own knowledge of people of television and Morisset's knowledge of people in educating and psychology, Cooney spent 3 months in interviewing and preparing a report. Practical use of television in preschool education. It suggested that advertising techniques could teach letters and numbers via the initial formula. Sorry about that, everyone. My eyes are bothering me. But anyway, for a new preschool entertaining educational television program appearing to both kids and parents. Morrison and Cooney approached Harold Doc Hull, U.S. Commissioner of Education, to put $4 million in their Have Start money for a children's television workshop. Within Carney, Morrison secured another $1 million. The Ford Foundation, with other sources, donated $3 million. Had Morrison been any less effective in lining up federal support? Lee D. Midgay writes in this book, Big Bird Beyond, which I'll talk about in book review some other time. Cooney's reportedly likely would have become just another lifelong forget and found ideas. Sesame Street. On November 10th, 1969, Sesame Street starring Jim Henson's Muppets debuted. Lloyd underplays his role in the development of Sesame Street, said John Gardner, former president of Carnegie Corporation, New York. But people who saw the beginnings of Sesame Street agree that he played a serious scientific contributing role as a member of the very small group. As of 2008, the series has received 118 Academy Awards, more than any other television series, as it estimated 77 million Americans watch the series as children. In addition to Sesame Street, at least 17 immigrations locally produced videos of the show are seen in countries around the world. Sesame Workshop other shows have included The Electric Company and Piggy Dinky Doo. The Markey Foundation years. The year Sesame Street hit the airwaves, with Morissette as chairman of the board of Children's Television Workshop, he joined the John and Mary Markle Foundation as president. Okay? He invented the foundation's program and communications and information technology, replacing the foundation's previous focus on medicine. He in his first year, based on his own path-breaking role as one of the founders of Children's Television Workshop, the foundation supported Children's Television Workshop in developing sound research methods to undergird its bold and naturally important new programs I can't pronounce this word. Sorry. In his final professional essay, Philanthropy and Venture Capital published its 1977 annual report. Morissette wrote, in September of 1969, when I became president of the Markle Foundation, I began to hear questions from friends and charlatans such as, okay, so you're a foundation president. What do you do giving away money? Well, since I did not really believe that giving away money was what we are about, I struggled with my annoyance at the question and even more not having a ready answer. Excuse me. The nagging question is, so what do you do? Led to my frustrating combinations and blank looks upon excuse me. Initial metaphor that solves most questions. I said there were most like a venture capital company that instead of finishing with profit we measure ourselves by social benefits. Margot Annual Report from 1997. The years it was not since 1969, he wrote, has been a voyage of discovery to see if the monosphere venture capital for social benefit. Really, it's the best description of what the Marco Foundation has been trying to do. Nixon's enemies list. In 1971, Nixon's enemy list was complied, and Lloyd and Morissette was number 200. Wow. Though it would have been Morissette Sr., who was singled out as one of Nixon's political opponents. Neither of the Morissettes played an actual active role in politics. He and his wife, for the former Mary Pierce, my dad, has 2 daughters. He died of natural causes in his San Diego home on January 15th, 2023. He was 93 years old. Later activities assessment workshop from 1970 to 2023 members and boards of trustees. Chairman from 1970 to 2020. Public Agenda Foundation, member of the board, 1998 to his death. And Tuscalls Incorporated, member and board of directors, 1994 to his death. Mummers is also a board member of RAM, a research institute dealing with dominant public policy and national security issues, okay? For 30 years. And chairman of the board for 9 years, from 1986 to 1995. He continues as a advisory trustee. I'm going to read the honors and awards. My next topic has to do with, his name is Sal Perro, okay? Born at Sal M. Perro, okay? He was best known as, he was an American actor who was the president of the Rocky Horror Picture Show fan club, a position he held from 1977 until his death. He was a part of the original Waverly Fear audience, for which he was a unique audience participation elements, and much of the film's cult following were born. Born June 6, 1950, following had become a worldwide phenomenon. Perro appeared himself as in the film Fame, as well as a number of documentaries. Excuse me. He had a non-speaking, unnamed cameo, and as a man in the payphone in Rocky Horror's possible sequel, Shock Treatment. He also cameoed in the photographer 2016 television remake, The Rocky Horror Picture Show. As an actor, he performed in both film and television. Perro wrote 2 books about the Rocky Horror cult following, Creatures of Night and Creatures of Night 2. Perro also played competitive chess and Scrabble. He was most known for in the Glory Grove, New York area community. He was a manager of Ice Palace and Grove Hotel for 23 years, as well as executive producer of the Misfire Island pageant, Mr. Fire Island Lever, and the Miss Grove Hotel contest. He died on January 21st, 2023. He was 32 years old. My next topic has to do with Lance Kerwin. If you watch this video, it's for you, buddy. But anyway, born as Lance Michael Kerwin, okay? He was an American actor known primarily as for the roles in television and film during his childhood teenage years in the 1970s, okay? He played re-roles in the TV series James and 15, okay? And made for television films in Longest Runner and Silent Lot. He was born in, he was raised in, Lake Honest, California, born November 6, 1960, Newport Beach, California. His father was an acting coach who brought home scripts for his son to read. His mother was also a performer and later a talent agent. He was the youngest of 5 brothers. His brother Sean was in stand-in, you know. In the 1970s, Cohen appeared in a number of made-for-TV movies and series. He was said former teacher, critic, and British Film Institute governor John Holtzman, probably America's leading boy actor in the late 70s, and has some lad with graduate both Sandberg as an actor. His serious acting roles often portrayed distinguished characters facing different challenges, such as in The Loneliest Wonder, The Boy Who Drank Too Much, and Children of Divorce. Okay? In 1985, he co-starred in The Snow Queen, a retelling of Hans Christian Andersen's classic tale in an episode of Shelley Duvall's children's television series, Fairy Tale Fear, alongside Marissa Gilbert, Lee Remick, and Lauren Hudson. His personal life and death came when he had a daughter, Savannah Page, with Kristen Lonsdale, and 4 children with his wife, Yovan Cohen. He gave up his acting in the mid-90s, but returned to screen in 2022 for The Wind and Calling, filmed in Hawaii. In July 2010, he was reported that Cohen was working in a pasture in the Carvey Chapel in Kapaa, Hawaii, and the program leader in the U-Turn for Christ, a drug and alcohol violation organization. The report also said that Cohen and his wife, Yovan, pleaded guilty for falsely documents for 12 state medical incidents for Hawaii, after not agreeing to report its ownership of 3 properties of the mainland. Cohen sentenced to 5 years probation and 300 hours of community services. He's publicly apologized. He died in San Carmen, California, January 24th, 2023. He was 62 years old. My next step topic, and this is serious, okay? And Remix talked to me about this. And if you watch this, Michael, I think this is for you. I think it's for Chuck Doggone, for you guys out there, game show fans out there. This is for Michael, okay? If Remix watches now, and he's been a guest for me in this time, this next one is going to be Michael Tiller, ladies and gentlemen. Now, he's been on his YouTube since the very beginning, and he's been a game show fan on YouTube since 2006, and it's been YouTube career since 2007. One of the most greatest YouTube stars of all time. Unfortunately for us, he passed away peacefully at the age of 35. So, let's take a look at some posts from earlier. I'm not going to show you all the posts from earlier. I'm going to just go ahead and read some posts from scroll down some, and not going to show you the videos, okay? This topic has to do with, it's from Game Show Flashback. Seen here says, I traded with Michael Tiller long ago. He and Ryan Ringerman, along with my cable provider, dropping Game Show Network. I now regret trying to get GSM back, help and inspire me to get every tape into tape and DVD trade. His Game Show template projects also inspired me to create Digimon game shows, which I'm a huge fan of Digimon, and I'm a huge fan of game shows. Rest in peace, Michael Tiller. Game show template. Now, this is for you, James Williamson. This is for you. Anyway, this one I have read, and this is for Chuck Dongon. Anyway, remember GS template founder Michael Tiller passed away earlier this evening, said 19 hours ago. At the who are way too young in the age of 35. Thanks to all the enjoyment and entertainment you helped me bring YouTube to and everyone else. Hashtag rest in peace, Michael. This next one has to do with this it's by Jason Kelly. Okay, rest in peace, Michael Tiller of Game Show Temple. You will most certainly be missed, but know you this, your legacy is going to live on with all the people who love your content on YouTube and everyone else. Keep smiling, be kind, sir. And always keep it old school, baby. Jason Kelly, 14 hours ago. This next one, I just heard from Eric Lima. It says this. A good friend of mine who the game show fandom community has passed away today, 21 hours ago. Said this. Rest in peace, Michael Tiller. You'll all be missed by, and thank you for your contributions to the game show fandom community. Also, thank you for uploading those episodes of Bullseye. I especially enjoyed those. Rest in peace, buddy. And, oh man. I can't read this, but anyway. Today's the 27th. Okay. Upon further review of Michael Tiller's association regarding Benjamin Mason's extremely quick response time at Chi, Ben Mason confessed that he has a Jerry calendar for this year. And it's confirmed an exact same calendar as I have. With that said, Ben Mason's hurriedly disqualified from the Jebathon. Now, according to the rules of the tournament, Ben is allowed to challenge my ruling to be having this suggestion to be turned over to our jury of Antino Gray, Carla Sennett, Jerry DePoe, Scott Hunter, and Kevin Wheeler. Ben, do you challenge this by Kyle Wheeler? And here the comment says this. I don't know what has happened, but that's just me. But, meanwhile, one day ago, I don't know what happens next, but, okay, that's a lot from here, and this is Killer, Michael Tiller. He was a good guy, represents in Atlanta, Georgia. Now, that scene here is from, that was taped in Atlanta, and it was one of his last projects he was in before he died. And boy, Jason Kelly, if you're watching this episode of that video right now, you'll be in a good treat. Okay, hang on. Still there, just mute on the phone. Yeah. 3 hour call on cricket, by the way. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah. And for Jason, for Zach Renner, recipes, Matt Tiller. 1987 to 2023. Kenneth Williams Jr. said this. A good game show friend of mine, Michael Tiller, career of the game show template, became a member of Game Show Heavens, up there with David Dowds and all the heavyweight game show personal. Here he is showing off my prize, one of his Blog Talk radio games. I'll treasure it forever, said Kevin Williams Jr. And Nancy Martin, which this will be the last one. My friend Michael Tiller has just passed away. He was a huge game show fan, and I'm lucky to have done a couple of game show trays with him, and watch his YouTube channel with him, doing some game show projects. And I've visited the Game Show Temple many times as well. Rest in peace, buddy. Now, I'm going to miss him very much. And to say this, I'm going to miss Michael very much. And I haven't been meeting him, but I'm going to miss him. So, rest in peace, buddy. We do have a cricket where I live. Cricket wire from Atlanta. Okay, that's good enough, but yeah, it's so exciting, I know. Okay, my last step topic has to do with Jim Lair, and I'm gonna go ahead and just go ahead, just move on, and then we'll do a moment's silence reflection, okay? Jim Lehrer is named James Charles Lehrer. He was an American journalist, novelist, screenwriter, and playwright. Lehrer was an executive editor and news anchor at the PBS NewsHour on PBS and was known for his role as a debate monitor during the U.S. presidential elections campaigns. Okay? Yes. Game show Temple. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Monitoring 12 presidential debates between 1988 to 2012. He authored a number of fiction and non-fiction books that drew upon his experience as a newsman, upon his interest in history and politics. James Charles Lehrer was born May 19th, 1944 in Chicago, Kansas, okay? His mother, Louis Catherine Chaplin, was a teacher at bank clerk, and his father, Harry Frederick Lehrer, was a bus station manager. His maternal grandparents were German immigrants. His maternal grandfather was J.B. Chaplin, okay? A prominent Church of a Nazarene figure. James' older brother, Fred, who was a Baptist minister, okay? He attended school in Wichita Middle School in Beaumont, Texas, and graduated from Thomas Jefferson High School in San Antonio, where he was a sports editor for the Jefferson Declaration. Okay? He graduated with his associate degree from Victoria College and bachelor degree from journalism from the Missouri School of Journalism in the University of Missouri in 1936. Okay? After graduating from college, Lehrer followed his father and older brother's footsteps and joined the United States Marine Corps, serving for 3 years and a infantry officer in the late 50s. He traveled in service and travels with helping him look beyond himself and feel the connection to the world that he would not have otherwise experienced. In 1959, Lehrer began his long-time career as a journalist with the Dallas Morning News in Texas. Later, he worked as a reporter for the Dallas Times-Herald, where he covered the assassination of John F. Kennedy in 1963. Hey Mitch, how you doing, buddy? He was a political columnist from there for several years. And in 1968, he became the city's editor, okay? Lehrer became his television career KRA in Dallas, Texas, okay? Executive director of the Public Affairs and on-air host, and editor for the nightly news program. I'm good, since by Mitchell Hill. Well, I'm glad you're doing good, Mitchell, because I'm getting ready to wrap up these dev topics, and I got more topics coming away, and pretty soon I gotta do other things like that, and I got Game 7's coming away, and things like it's gonna be more than just unlike the episode 374. But it's just more different than that. But that's just me. But anyway. Anyhow. Okay. In 1972, he moved to PBS in Washington, D.C. to become a public affairs coroner, okay? And a member of the Journalism Authority Board, okay? And a fellow at the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, CPB for short. He worked as a correspondent for the National Public Affairs Center for Television, or IMPACT for short, when he met Robert McNeil. In 1973, they covered the Senate Watergate hearings, and the variation of Watergate tapes broadcast live on PBS. Coverage of hearings were later led to and be inspiration of what we expect to become the McNeil-Lehrer Report. Okay? Lehrer covered the House Majority Jury's impeachment inquiries of President Richard Nixon, okay? In October 1975, Lehrer became the Washington correspondent of the Robert McNeil Report on 13 WNET, New York. 2 months later, on December 1st, 1975, he was promoted to co-anchor. The program was recordedly renamed the McNeil-Lehrer Report. In September 1983, Larry McNeil relaunched the show as the McNeil-Lehrer NewsHour, which was renamed the NewsHour Jim Lehrer, following McNeil's departure in 1995, the year I was born. Okay? The program was renamed the PBS NewsHour in 2009, the day I was 14. Anyway, in order to maintain ambiguity, Larry chose not to vote. I agree with that. But anyway, Larry underwent heart value surgery in April 2008, while allowing Ray Suarez, Gwen Ethel, and Judy Wardrobe to anchor in their stead until Larry's return on June 26, 2008. He recovered from a mild heart attack in 1983 when he was 49 years old. Wow. Larry stepped down as anchor of the PBS NewsHour on June 6, 2011, but continued to moderate the Friday news analyst segments and to be involved in the show's production company, McNeil-Lehrer Productions. Larry received special awards and honors during his career in journalism, including several Emmys, the George Peabody Broadcast Award, and William Allen White Foundation Award for Journalistic Merit. Okay? And the University of Missouri School of Journalism's Medal of Honor. Okay? In 2004, he was awarded an honorary Doctor of Journalism degree by McDaniel College. Okay? Passion debate moderator, and then we'll get to personal life and death. But anyway, Larry was involved in several projects related to U.S. presidential debates, including the debate on Destiny documentaries in 2000 and 2008, which, excuse me. Feature experts with exclusive interviews with many of our presidential and vice presidential candidates since 1976. Nicknamed the Dean of Moderators by journalist Burr Shaw. Okay? Larry moderated 12 presidential debates between 1988 until 2012. In 2016, Larry served as an on-board on the Commission of Presidential Debates, CBPD for short. But anyway, the last debate that Larry moderated was the first general election debate of the 2012 election. Okay? He had originally sworn off moderating debates after 2008. However, CPB persevered, and he accepted as he was interested in the new format. The debate he was held at the University of Denver and covered the democratic policy issues. Okay, Larry's performance as moderator, and it was frequently allowed the candidates to exceed the given time limits. Okay, received mixed reviews, while it received criticism for this limited enforcement of time and rules and open-ended questions. Okay, his approach also received praise for letting the candidates have some control of the debates in their own terms. Okay, personal life. For 6 decades until his death, Larry was married to Kate Lehrer, who was also a novelist. They had 3 daughters and 6 grandchildren. His father was a bus driver who briefly operated by a bus company. Larry was an avid I can't pronounce that, sorry, a hobbyist and a collector of bus memorabilia, including depot signs, driver caps, and antique boy buses. As a college student in the 1950s, he worked in the Trailblaze ticket agent in Bridgewater, Texas. Okay. He also was a supporter of the Pacific Bus Museum in Williams, California, and it was a museum of bus transportation in Hershey, Pennsylvania. There was a Pacific writer offered novels. There were several plays, screenplays, and 3 personal memoirs. His book, Top Down, was a novel based on events surrounding the Kennedy assassination. His last play, Bell, was produced by the National Geographic Society as part of the 125th anniversary celebration. On January 23rd, 2020, Larry died from a heart attack in his home in Washington, D.C. He was 85 years old. Now we're going to do the moment of silence reflection regards to these 5 depth topics that I mentioned earlier. Right now. Thank you. Rest in peace to these 5 people. And to answer your question, Mike Mitchell, it's a brain thing that's going on when this happened. And remix. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's muted, but anyway. Okay, let's move on to my next topic, which is Pantera's concert in Berlin is canceled, okay? Pantera's concert in Austria with their spray, okay, has been canceled following an outcry over singer Philip Anselmo's previous racist remarks. Wow. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Mitchell, yeah. Michael Taylor died with a brain thing, yeah. Yeah, it was heartbreaking, you know, and yeah, it was like, I was just so curious, and I talked about this in FWO this week, and I was like, wow. I wanted to talk about it, and I saw it from 3 people before Billy and Remix did. It was so shocking, you know. Yeah, I don't know what to do, you know, just have a little time on this. You know, I like, wow. Just don't know what to do next. You know, it's just, Jesus, I just like to point things out, you know, just what happens between his death and everything, and point things out, and just follow to know about this, Mitchell, and don't know what to do next. I mean, I called him my Apple Watch before I had to call Remix back, you know. Just follow things out, because I'm in a 3-hour call with Remix and his cricket phone, you know. Yeah, he was brain dead, yeah. I have to agree with Remix at this point, yeah. Yeah, can I continue? I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, it's... Yeah. Yeah, he's here. Anyway, I gotta switch over things because he's here. Okay, come on. Thank you. Anyway. Anyway, where are we? Oh yes, there are 4 bands featuring Pantera surviving members, Samuel and Rex Brown bass, along with guitarist Zach Wild, Ozzy Osbourne Black Label Society, and drummer Charlie Band-Aid as Anthrax was scheduled to appear at Gasmore's in Vienna on May 31st as part of their spring-summer 2023 European tour. However, earlier today, Wednesday, January 25th, Prominers, Rogers Music and Blind Over Matters Music released a statement on social media stated that the show was scrapped. All tickets were returned whenever they purchased. The Prominers wrote, "Thank you for your understanding." Wow. Rogers Music and Blind Over Matter Music did not offer the explanation for the cancellation, but the majority of the fans commented on the performer's Facebook page, most that the move was made for the same reason. Pantera's appearance on at Rock am Ring and Rock Island Park festivals in Germany were called off earlier this week, which I will explain now a little bit. Anyway, most of the backlash was led on the German concert cancellation steam from that fact the Asamo made the Nazi-style salute when performing the January 2016 Dime Bash event at the Lucky Strike Live in Hollywood in honor of the late Pantera guitarist Dimebag Darrell Abbott. He has also appeared to say white power, and he made gesture. But later claimed he was joking about drinking white wine backstage and was reacting to the audience members up front, who he says he was taunting him. Wow. The initial criticism regarded the fact that the Rock am Ring that takes place in Nuremberg, known the English form of Nuremberg, where Hitler's supporters had a series of mass Nazis party realities between 1943 and 1948. Wow. Calling for Rock am Ring and Rock am Park, organizers to cancel Pantera's appearance at festivals. The German Green Party said in Nuremberg City Council that Selma repeatedly and disability made Nazis gushers and yelled racist slogans. Wow. Reasons Rosnes, the spokesperson of the Greens against racism, the right-wing extremism at the former Nazi party precise. Okay. Yeah, I'm very excited for Wombats. Yeah, Wombats. Okay, makes sense. Wow. We're very excited for coming. It's coming this LGBT month. Okay, that makes sense. Anyway, where was I? Oh yes, or B, deliberately misused for the stage and reproduction of racist inhuman technology. Okay, the Green Party rep told Germany's Stern magazine that someone's apology with its white power outburst was not credible enough, and that hosting the band and the former Nazi Party rally grounds clearly exceeding the limits of what is bearable. We revealed that about the organizers' decision not to offend the band Pantera on a stage. The singer Bill Anselmo has repeatedly attracted attention of anti-Semitic, something like that, and racist incidents. Lawrence wrote in the statement on the Green Party's website. Therefore, performance was unimaginable for us, and especially the normal former Nazi Party rally grounds. In the days leading up to the rally concert cancellation, the Green Party in Vienna demanded that the performance had also be scrapped. Wow. Due to its national psychologist past, Vienna was also, in particular, that a special editorial responsibility to oppose that any form right-wing extremism. Okay. Elshman presents Yo. Actually, it's Elshman presents. Oh no, it's not happening. Yeah, I agree. Anyway, yeah. Anywho, moving on. Next. Excuse me. Anyway, moving on. Oh man, I can't resist. Anyway, due to its National Silk Party's past, Vienna was prepared and has a special historical responsibility to oppose any form of right-wing extremism. The appearance of Pantera is completely incompatible with this responsibility, they said in a statement. Wow. Wow. Therefore, this can only mean Venya. No stage to Hitler statue. Salute. Wow. No stage for Pantera. Wow. The request of APA Fonseria Music explained the statement on Tuesday, January 24th, where Corey expanded the possibility of canceling the show. Wow. Back in May 2019, Sid was asked by UK's Curling magazine that he feels the Dime Basher debate is something he had to move past. He responded, I feel that it was ridiculous. Mr. Bucket is banned. Oh my God! Remix. Oh man. So no, folks. Mr. Bucket show. Woohoo! God, remix, help me. Yeah, exactly. Moving on. Next. Oh man. Moving on. Next. Where am I? Yes. Oh man. Back in May 2019, someone was asked in the UK's Curry magazine if he feels the Dime Bash debate is something that he moved past. He responded, I feel like it's ridiculous. Man, what off-color joke, and boom. And like I'm literally Hitler, I'm not. I take each dimensional one at a time. In the way that is logical and dimensional what will. I have loved my heart over the years. I learned to take the first step with love. To put good faith first, okay? It's a no show! Okay, whatever. Okay. I get along with everybody. If there's a doubt in my political ratings, people should get it off their heads, okay? I'm raised among a dazzling cast of characters from the fear, wow. From the mental hospital, for all walks of life, all colors, creeds, and kinds. As it stirred up to me that anyone in this day and age that will judge anyone by the color of their skin, their heritage of the region, and I'm a harmless guy, I'm a reactionary and not a troublemaker. We hope you guys are enjoying the FWL for January 27th. Since it's January 27th, our number of today is... Oh boy, here we go. Here we go! Remix! You're a mess. Anyway, in the days following the Dime Bash incident, Machine Head's Rob Flynn, who played Patera songs with his somewhat event, released an 11-minute response video in which it denounced his son was a big bully. Wow. Song again. And in fact, Scott Ian was a Jewish released a statement on this official website saying that Philip's actions were vile and invited Samuel to make a donation to Simon Wessel Center. Former Pantera drummer Vinnie Paulus Abbott, who had spoken to his son since the band split in 2003. Qualified man, yes. Anyway, was dismissal, dismissed, when asked to for a comment on the singer's white power salute. I can't speak for him, they said in the 2016 interview. He's done a lot of things that tarnished the image of what Pantera was back then, and what it stood for is what it's all about. It's sad. In 2017, Samuel blasted false journalism in the male community for suggesting he was racist because of his actions at Dime Bash. In weeks after the Dime Bash, isn't it? Samuel's Down Project canceled a number of shows, including France Hell Fest, Dutch Festival, for Rocks, and UK's Download. The singer wrote an open letter to the Hellfest organizers. Hashtag 0527 mess. You mess. Anyway, in which he said it was not right time for Down to tour. He also revealed that he was suffering from a very knee injury and needed rehabilitation. Wow. Oh wow. Now, this is what said on Twitter. Said this. and I don't want to, and it speaks another language on German, okay? My Over Music said this on German. Germany said this on Wednesday. Pantera concert on May 31st, 2023. Eventual Jasmine will be cancelled. All tickets will be returned to be purchased. Thank you for understanding. Translated. I'll buy 27 pieces of $27,100.27. Jesus remix. Anyway. Oh man. And the Twitter on it says El Presidente, whatever you pronounce it. I can't speak Spanish. Sorry. Or German, whatever. From Hornsdorf, Austria, Germany. Anyway, says this. Austria, excuse me. Or whatever you pronounce it in language like that. But anyway, it says this. Pantera looking forward. Hashtag Vienna, Austria. And that's that for that topic. Now, for this last one of these controversial topics have to do with Pantera reunion concerts canceled at European festivals and a backlash. Now, God remix! I'm a fun mess. Exactly remix. Anyway, now, to be serious real quick, okay? It was sad, Pantera was there since the 80s, 90s, and 2000s. Because it hadn't been there since forever. And then Pantera, and then Fade Paul, and Dimebag Darrell, now Disease. When all of a sudden this crap happened. And it was just so sad to me. That's just me. Anyway. What am I? God help me out here, remix. Jesus. Anyway, oh man, I couldn't resist you. Anyway, where was I? Yes, Pantera reunion concerts canceled at European festivals amid backlash. Anyway, while the Pantera reunion tours continues to grow with the newly announced North American legs, which I saw on YouTube, an increasing number of European festivals have canceled appearances from the Reform metal band. 2 festivals in Germany and another in Austria, which I talked about on another topic, which I'll talk about replay about, have removed from the group from the lineups amid backlash over controversial actions by frontman Philip Somio, who recently revived the Pantera banner with original bassist Rex Brown alongside Zach Wild of Ozzy Osbourne Black Label Society and Charlie Band-Aid of Anthrax, okay? Now, I talked about this last topic. I'm going to talk about this topic, okay? Earlier this week, organizers of Rock in Ring and Rock Island Park announced that Pantera will no longer perform at the festivals, okay? Upset fans has pointed out to the 2016 incident of the Donny Bash concert held there in honor of the late founding Pantera guitarist Dimebag Darrell Abbott, where several given a Nazi-style salute while on stage. Wow. While doing so, the singer shouted "White Power." Wow. Blair claimed he was joking about drinking while white wine backstage. And the whole incident was a reaction to fans in the front row. We were taunting him. Band's front Pantera will not perform the Rock am Ring and Iron Park 2023 as announced. Festival organizers, while in the translated statement in the past few weeks, we have made instant discussions with artists, our partners, and you, and festivals like fans continue to deal with the criticism together and decided to remove the band from the program. Okay? Rock and Ring and Rock Island Park has since announced that Foo Fighters, which I'll talk about the next topic, okay? Will place Pantera in the lineups. This comes later as a flurry of festivals announcements, okay? Of Foo Fighters, which last month confirmed that the bands will continue touring in the wake of the drummers, Tyler Hawkins' death in March 2022. Okay. Now, on Wednesday, producer of Adventurous Austria's Jasmir revealed that Pantera has also been pulled from the lineup. No reason was given to cancellation, but the lead up to the Rock and Ring and Rock Island Park cancellations, the German Green Party pointed at the fact that Rock Island Ring has held in Nuremberg, known in English as Nuremberg, something like that, where Adolf Hitler, the Nazi Party, held rallies between 1933 and 1938. Wow. Party spokeswoman, Razzie, wasn't it? Someone like that said the former Nazi Party premise were being purposely reused for the staging and reproduction of racist and inhuman ideology. The Green Party in Venezuela made similar calls in the lead up to Wednesday's cancellation. Due to its national security pass, Venezuela in particular a special national responsibility to oppose any form of right-wing extremism, as I said before in the last topic. Anyway, the appearance of Pantera is completely incompatible with responsibility. The party said in the statement, therefore it was only convenient for Slovenia. No station for Hitler salute, no station for Pantera. In the years since Dimebag incident, and Samuel's remorse was wavered, okay? Immediately followed the Beckel happy now, said he promised no apologies for me. And he said he's held steadfast to the white inside joke. Wow, not even funny. Anyway, a week later he posted a video apology stating 1,000% apologetic to anyone who took offense to what I said. But you should have taken offense to what I said, and I'm so sorry. I hope you just, man, give me another chance to give me another chance. Anyway, in October that year, he told Dominic that apology is there, and no, you won't get another chance to one of those ever again. By September 2017, he was blasting false journalism in the male community, okay? But suggesting he was racist because of the incident. In May 2019, interviews with K. Curry, Samuel downplayed the entire controversy. I feel like it's ridiculous. A man-off color joke and boom. It's like I'm Larry Hitler, I'm not. Samuel said, take each individual one at a time. In the way that a logical individual will, I have lost my heart. Over the years, I learned to take the first step with love and to put good faith first. I get along with everybody. Is there any doubt about my political leanings? Wow. Okay. People should get it out of their heads. Okay, I was raised among some dazzling cast of characters from the fear, from the mental hospital, from all the walks of life, all colors, creeds, and kinds. Okay, it deserves to me that anybody in the day and age what judge anyone by the color of the skin, the heritage, the religion. I'm a harmless guy, a reactionary, not a troublemaker. This is repeated during the last topic. Anyway, Pantera is set to begin a North American tour on July 28th in Bellestown, Pennsylvania. Headline festivals throughout the summer, including Welcome to Rockville, Incarnation, Loud in Life, and more. That's it for that topic. Now let's move on to the next one, which is Foo Fighters replaced Pantera at 2 German festivals following controversy. Now, earlier today, November 3rd, it was revealed that Pantera will be performing at the 2023 edition of Rock am Ring and Rock Island Park, okay? Festivals in Germany next year, which is last year, that is. Anyway, Or actually this year, excuse me. But they are not the only act revealing their presentation. In fact, both festivals have announced a wealth of performance for the 2023 editions. Since atop of the billing alongside Pantera are acts such as Machine Gun Kelly, Dayton Austin, Tenuous D, Plus 7, KIZ, Until Sense, Youngburn, Papa Roach, Turnstile, something like that, Untet, and NOFX. The Pantera edition is big news, but they are first announced shows and the celebration lineup is playing in Europe. So far, the band has booked primary festival appearances in Mexico and South America this December. Wow. Join the top billed acts on the 2023 editions of the two festivals will be Arch Enemy, Avia, Bad Mom Z, J, something like that, Boy Bletch, Boy Says the Fire, Boy Buried Small, Carpenter Burt, something like that. I can't pronounce it, sorry. Charlotte Stands, Dead Sir, Played the Serve, Fever Free, French, something like that, I don't know. Giant Rooks, something like that. Hollywood Undead, Hot Wire Music, Gender, something like that. Juju, Ryan Sanderson, Maggie Lehrman, Mammoth, something like that. Mara Smooth, something like that. I can't pronounce this band's name, sorry. Motionless and White, None But Thieves, Nothing Nowhere, Nova Twins, Vince, Silverstein, the Chat, something like that, excuse me. Dosters, the Magaziner, something like that, I can't pronounce it, sorry. The Raven Age, Freeze Days, Grace, Touche and more, and VV, with many more expected to be revealed. The Rock and Ring and Raga and Park festivals annually share the same bills, with the acts travel between the two locations over the 3-day weekend. YM and Wing and we held in Nuremberg, Germany, while YM Park was set for Nuremberg, Germany, the same over the weekend of June 2nd and 4th. You can visit those YM Wing festivals website and more details in 2023 edition here, while IM Park festival will be found here. Now, here are the following. Minus Pantera. Okay? Now, Rise Against, we're basically have announced that these are going to be a lot of bands going on here. I'm not going to read all of them, so there you go. And, yeah, it's going to be a lot of bands, so, yeah. And then, that's all for that topic. Now, let's move on to the next one, which is Pantera's song featured in the That 90s show, Gym Scene, okay? And that in the 90s, nobody does aggressive by Pantera. So it makes sense that the band's music was a perfect fit for the workout scene in the new Netflix reboot, That's 90s show. The use of Cowboys from Hell is just one of those several hard rock music qualities lined up in the new Netflix series, which spawns a new generation of teens, including the four-man basements of growing friendships. Wow. To premise the update of That 70s show is Eric and Donna's daughter, Leah, coming from to spend the summer in 1995, the year I was born, in Point Place, Wisconsin. With her grandparents, making her new friends in the process of while some of the original cast members have cameos are scattered through the first season. Wow. And if you might expect, there's a mix of musical ties, reflecting the music of the 90s and tossing back the music in the 70s occasions as well. But in the case of Pantera's musical cameos with Cowboys from Hell, that comes in episode 9 of the first season, titled Dirty Double Booker. While when Jackie and Kessel's son, Jay, and her best friend, Nate, hit the gym for the pump-up, high-energy workout. The song actually played over the montage in the lifting and crunching. Cowboys from Hell is a giant evidence came from Pantera's 1990 major label debut album of the same name. Over rocky musical craze coming from the first season of the recording music from Endless Monster's Red Tape, and that was it. Cleb, Soul, Blind Melon, and the Mubs, so forth, Baylor. Well, there's also a Foghat Slow Ride song, it's my up in the 70s, and the previously reported in the industry theme song from the series updated with the new arrangement by Smashing Pumpkins, James Haya, and song by the former Donna's vocalist, Bryce Anderson. Okay? Check out the new Netflix series, That's 90s Show, and see all episodes here. And catch Pantera on tour this year and next in these states, and there for tickets and head for this location. And that's for that topic. And that'll be all the Pantera topics I'm going to read. Now let's move on to some bad news from Adult Swim. Okay? Adult Swim cut ties from Justin Roiland following domestic abuse charges. Rick and Morty is set to continue with Roiland's voice roles be recast, sources said. Okay? Adult Swim had to cut ties with Justin Roiland in the wake of the news that the Rick and Morty co-creator was charged with family dismay abuse in Orange County, California. Adult Swim has ended association with Justin Roiland, Adult Swim Cartoon Network. Boomerang Senior VP Communications Murray Moore said in the statement Tuesday, okay? Adult Swim distributes Rick and Morty, and hit adult animated comedy that the Roiland Korean executive produced, for which he voiced both the retired Rick and Morty as a Hollywood producer reborn on January 17th. Adult Swim is even halfway through the massive 30-episode orb of the show. One of the brand's most popular titles commissioned the channel in 2018. Sources said that Rick and Morty is set to continue, with Roland's voice roles to be recast. Though Roland was also always to be credited as co-career. Okay? Though co-career with Dan Harmon would not be long showrunner. Wow. The show is locked for the season 10. Okay? Roland is still several projects ongoing for Hulu, including as a co-creator of the streamer's Show's Opposites, of which he voices the main character. The show was renewed for the 5th season in October on the platform's Koala Man, which premiered on January 9th. Roland does voice work and also as executive producer. Roland still has an overall deal with the 20th television animation, which produced Solar Opposites and Koala Man. The Hollywood Reporter has reached out to Hulu 20th television animation for comment, okay? On January 12th, the NBC News that was the first report that Roland was charged with one count of battery with permanent injury, one count of false imprisonment by massive violence by District of Orange County based on imminent 2020 incident. Okay? With an unnamed James Doe, okay? That Roland was dating. Wow. Roland was pleaded not guilty and in 2020 released a $50,000 bond. Several perpetual hearings has also occurred, and Roland was expected to return to court on April 27. Statement earlier this month, Roland's attorney T. Edward Wellborn said the media coverage of the case that has been instructed. Wellborn added, to be clear, no is Justin incarnate, but we also have every expression that his matter is on course to be dismissed once the district comedy's office has completed its magical review of the evidence, okay? That's all for that topic. Now let's move on to 11 victims of Monterey Park mass shootings range in the age of 57 to 76 years old, coroner says. Now, this happened earlier this week. Now, if you look closely, this is tragic news. Okay. All 11 victims at the mass shooting in the dance studio of Lunar New Year in Monterey Park, California, were between the ages of 57 and 76. The LA County Coroner Medical Administrator's Office said in a statement. Wow. Okay. The victims, 5 men, 6 women, were all publicly identified on Tuesday, which is that week. Anyway, by the coroner's office, the female victims were named John Ju, 57, Arthur John, 62, Young Wee, 63, Mama Yan, 65, Yana Don Young, 67, and Danya Man Ling Tom, 70. The male victims were Wen Don Yu, 64, Valentino Marcos Abitario, 68, Ming Wei Ma, 72, Yuan Call, 72, and Cha Ling Cha, 76. Okay? Okay. As the vendors work to demonstrate a Maya community faces a long road to recovery, the city's mayor said. People are just in disbelief and shock, and are feeling very, very numb. Mayor Harry, told them to CNN on Monday night. The Saturday night shooting came. The city's major Asian community was major marking the Lunar New Year, transferring one of the most exposed days of the calendar into a tragedy. Wow. There's a lot of fear and action out there. People are fearful that some kind of situation where our joyous Lunar New Year celebration is turned upside down to a tragedy and fear. Revelation Julie Cool, who presents Marjorie Park, said Monday on the Candlelight Ritual of the Victims. California Governor Gavin Newsom was in a meeting with victims on the shooting on Monday, where he was pulled away to be briefed on another fateful mass shooting at Half Moon Bay. The second mass shooting was in 3 days. Tragedy upon tragedy, Newsom said in a tweet. Wow. Officers revealed new details Monday from the search in the home in the Monterey Park shooting with suspect. 72-year-old Ho Chan Chuan in Ames, about 8 miles east of Monterey Park. The tenants inspected a search warrant and found hundreds of rounds of ammunition, a 3.308 caliber rifle, various electronic devices, and evidence leading officials to believe he was manufacturing homemade firearms suspectors. Los Angeles County Sheriff Laura Luna said. Still, as the investigators probe the large cache of ammo they found, it remains unclear what motivated the Saturday night attack. As the Star Ballroom dance studio is later in the Blah Ballroom, the plan this was the day off was the week before, Lewis said in the news conference Monday. We don't know. We'll intend to find out. 3 people who knew Tron, including his ex-wife, told CNN that he's once become a familiar face with the Star Ballroom dance studio, where he gave his personal dance lessons, but it's not clear how often he would visit in recent years. In the fall, and authorities are still investigating whether he knew on the victims. There was certainly the appearance that he was targeted Los Angeles County District for the George Cashon told CNN. Clearly he knew where he was going. He was familiar with both of these locations. Mayor Lowe said Tuesday he hoped the dance hall can again become a safe place for community. Okay? It was a place for people who to suicides to learn how to dance. He said, we wanted to make sure that this dance hall continues to thrive and that people feel safe that they can suicide. This is gonna get even more worse. Okay. 42 rounds were fired inside the ballroom, sheriff said. Anyway. Sure, the Star Ballroom Dance Studio happened around 10:22 p.m. Saturday. The government fired 42 rounds of ammunition with a semi-automatic handgun and the dance hall before leaving the scene, according to Sheriff Luna. At least one person was shot and a vehicle outside the dance studio, and police believe Tron shot that person first. And he entered the dance studio and opened fire for the crowd of civilians, sheriff said. Military Park officers were in the studio within 3 to 4 minutes, arriving at the scene of the carnage, as people lay wounded and others were pouring out of the venue. Military Park Police Chief Scott Wise said. About 20 minutes after the shooting, suspect still armed. Show up in the second dance in nearby Amada there. A 26-year-old citizen charged him and wrested the gun away from him, saving countless other lives. Okay, he told CNN Anderson Cooper on Monday. I mean, seriously, I just wanted to had this rush a thought. Okay, and I'm wearing legs. Okay. I was able to come to the conclusion that I needed to do something. I needed to grab the gun. And I needed to save myself and people inside. Said, wow, sad, no. But anyway, the suspect flee. Sai called the police to the site, where investigators traced the firearm to Tron, according to law enforcement officer with knowledge of the case. The weapon was described as a 9mm, semi-automatic Mac-10 pistol with an extended large crossbarrel magazine. According to Luna, who had the assault weapon appears to have been modified. Okay, California's banned the use of large caliber magazines holding more than 10 rounds of ammunition. Less than a day later, Tron was found dead inside a white van about 30 miles away, from the SWAT team swarmed by the vehicle. The sheriff said he died following a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Okay. Investigators have also recovered a Norso 7.62 x 25 handgun. Okay, registered to the suspect inside the van. Muniz said. Okay, ballistic and forensic comparisons will need to be done on all the items. Okay, recovered the unsolicited shooter's home. As for these, also look at Tron's history. So far, the sheriff has said the suspect has a limited criminal history. Never arrested in 1990s for unlawful possession of a firearm. Suspect has bad temperament, Dancer said. Anyway, those we have met, the suspect said that he has a hot temper and difficult temperament. Allied fireman, dancer at the Wildlife Ballroom in Armera, said Tron had a very bad temperament, adding, people say he was a little bit of psycho in the scene. Wow. Very sharp movement, pushing a little bit, not being satisfied with certain, I don't know, improvements of whatever students he had, Brahman said. Adam Holt said he ran an apartment for Tron and he knew him for 20 years. Wow. They were failing out and haven't seen each other in about 8 or 9 years. And he said Tron was the name like Andy. Wow. his personality can be summed up in 2 words: distraught, he did not trust anyone, and hatred. He can hate people to death. Wow. He pushed it to the extreme. Hood said he hated whoever he thought was not nice to him. Wow. There were other dance instructors he did not like at both dance studios. Wow. Hood added Tron, but the instructors were not nice to him. He thought they spoke evil to him. Okay? They were baseless. He was always unhappy with the people in the studios. Always complaining about studio bosses and other instructors. Not about the students, but it's also in his mind. All of it, okay. Reputation, Joey Jewel said the gunman who killed 11 on Saturday night took them away from their families at a night that was supposed to be joyous on the New Year. 2 Chinese Americans were also among the victims. According to the Twilines, de facto diplomatic representative in Los Angeles, the top flight economics and consular office. At least one of those killed with a Chinese citizen, and one of those victims. A brother was a U.S. Citizen of Filipino descent. According to the country's communist of Los Angeles, April's son told CNN his father has hoped to retire in about a year to return to the Philippines. And he said his father spent his free time in the dance studio. He danced around this house, something like that. Filipino said to his father he loved that kind of stuff. Non-Sonoma, as my mind, loved to dance and spent many years at the dance studio, whom she was killed, according to the statement of her family. Non-dance instructor, Maxim Captain Chuck told CNN it was a delight to have her around. She'll always smile. Captain Chuck said, "I don't even think I'll ever see her with her smile, without her smile." Okay, even though the mask, I even seen her eyes smiling. She was the delight of the class and a party with her a class. At Monday's Vital, Lear described the shock and the loss being felt across the Marjorie Park community. This hit too close to home, okay? Said John Yan Chen, executive director of the Asian Pacific Community Fund. Okay. On Saturday, community members had been celebrating the New Year at the ballroom alongside dancing grandparents. Now some of them are no longer with us, she said. Many leaders praised the community for coming together in the wake of the tragedy. We will not let this murder defeat us. Former Saturday member Mike Eng said in the Vigal, "We'll move forward to more investigation and more love. Because the only thing that defeats hate is love." Exactly. Thank you. That is all for that topic. Now, let's move on to the next topic, which is Metallica, okay? Metallica announced worldwide 72 Seasons album with listening party and Fears, okay? Metallica very do things small, okay? And that goes with the plans to premiere of their new album, 72 Seasons as well. In fact, the band has team that trying to releasing the extend an open invite to their fans, Metallica fans including me, to listen to the album using Movie Fears sound system while playing the Fears around the world. The one-night only global listening party is set to take place on Thursday, April 13th. The new record spoiling out of the pumping surround sound systems over the cinematic audiences worldwide, and this is a normal album listen. This is an exclusive music video and exclusive commentary applying each song on the record. So you get the music you get the insight, and you get some very entertainment as well. Fans has already had a chance to hear the lead single "Lux Victoria," okay, as well as the recently released follow-up "Skimming Suicide." But this will be the first chance many fans to get to hear the full album, which is due for release online in stores on April 14th. So how you get the hands tickets in the special event? Well, tickets will go on sale beginning on Thursday, March 2nd, via the new Metallica Film website. You can currently visit the website and for updates and set the reminder in your calendar. This is a more opportunity for Metallica fans like me to be diverse to hear the new album. We are thrilled to be a part of the historical global moment. Connect the Metallica with their fans once again, like me, said camera Forge, okay? SCVP, something like that. Program content exploitations. Flagger of releasing, okay? You can also pre-order the new Metallica 32 Seasons album in this location, which I already have in my Amazon account, by the way. Get your tickets to see them on tour here, which I have plans to do that, by the way. You can also hear into the Maximum Metallica M32 experience in Los Angeles by checking it out and entering the contest here. Now, which I don't have as of yet, but I will as soon as possible. But anyway, that's all for that topic. Now let's move on to the next one, which is symptoms. We knew through 2025 we'll pass 800 episode mark, okay? The long-running animated comedy has been renewed by Fox for 2 more seasons as Family Guy and Fat Bob Burgers, okay? Oh my god, remix. Jesus. Anyway. Nope. The symptoms ain't going anywhere. Wow. Except into season 35 and 36. Fox announced on Thursday that it was renewed for forever running record breaking off, quote, animated comedy for 2 more seasons. The upcoming season 34 finale will serve as the 750th episode and factoring in a handful of initial installments already in reverse. Wow. The symptoms will pass the jaw-dropping 800 episode milestone with a 6th extension. Wow. The network has picked up the symptoms in the 2-season commercial since its renewal for season 27 to 28. While experiencing a ratings decline like most veteran network shows over the years, the symptoms continue to perform strong for the 18 to 49-year-old demo. In the series, not to the longest run comedy or longest run animated show. Oh my god, remix! Jesus. Help me! Anyway. You're a mess! Anyway. Series 9 the longest running comedy or longest run animated show. Wow. It's the longest running primetime scripted series in television history. The show claimed that title previously held by Gunsmoke with its 637th episode of 2018. And now will extend its record 800 episodes. And not even Symptoms could have preceded this. Executive producer Matt Shulman told Entertainment Weekly. It's new, which run for 2014, 2024, 2025 television series, allows Fox to return to the coordination of the Sunday animation block now. Disney's 2019 coordination of 21st Century Fox includes 20 television. The studios that produces Symptoms and the comedy that is focused on or growing its streamer Disney Plus, which is a vast and valuable Symptoms library where it now resides. The current seasons and episodes streams on Disney's own Hulu. Created by Matt Groening, okay? Launched in the series and shorts in 1987. The Tracy Ullman Show, okay? Symptoms became a weekly series in 1989. It had won 45 Emmy Awards and had been a big screen 2007 Symptoms movie, which grossed more than $430 million worldwide. The voice cast includes Dan Castelia, something that's his last name. Sorry, Julie Kavner, Bernie Smith, Nancy Cartwright, Harley Sawyer, and Hank Hasner. Sorry, I pronounced his last name. Then the season 34 guest star includes Anna Faris, Jane Gasmarek, Jay Paria, pronounce his last name, Megan Marley, Drew Barrymore, Aubrey Plaza, Miss McCarthy, Shimulu, and Natasha when I have pronounced his last name, sorry. Fox also announced 2 season renewals for other than 2 key Disney-owned shows for Sunday animation block, including Family Guy, which is picked up for season 22 and 23, while Bob Burgers extended through season 14-15. And that's all for that topic. My last topic for the day has to do with Splash Mountain. Now, sadly, it was closed last Monday. But the good news is Disney Splash Mountain closed now. Super fans are selling the water now. Jars and bags of what sellers claim is water from the popular Florida attractions are being offered to sell online. The odd farewell as it comes to Disney takes steps in the racist black story, okay? Sup, Luke? I just got back from my nap that I had today. You're fine, Josh, I just want to make sure. So, anyway, Splash Mountain has been one of the most popular attractions at Walt Disney World for 30 years, okay? When the log forming ride closed down for good on Sunday, instead of saying goodbye, some Disney fans, like me, found themselves wrestling for the deeply commercial question: how much can someone pay for the baggie of Splash Mountain water? Well, after many Yip fans lined up in the hours over the weekend in the park near Orlando, Florida, on the other hand, one last 5-story plunge down the mountain, eBay sellers began listing what they claimed to be small amounts of water, 950,000 gallons of water. Wow. The price ranges up to $8.50 to $25 for the plastic bag of Splash Mountain's water, branded on its thick black marker and hand draw water droplets and amulets, something else. One thing shows a reusable ball that possibly contained 10 ounces of the bride's last day, $799. $700.99. Another seller varies 4 ounces of water in a mason jar from $149.95. That is why it was running late. So you're fine, Josh. You're fine. Anyway. Okay. Poor fans coming to Disney take steps to erase the racist black story. Drawn from the 1946 musical film Song of the South, which remakes if you've seen this right now. Zippity doo dah, zippity yay. But anyway, which the comedy also has not made available in any form of more than 35 years. Anyway, when the ride reopens next year, Beer Rabbit and the other animatronics characters, when that film will be gone. Wow. Replaced by characters and themes in the 2009 Disney movie, The Prince and the Frog. It will be renamed Tina's Bio Adventure. A similar plan was placed in the Splash Mountain ride at Disneyland in Anaheim, California. Although it remains open for now, Omnia Rockquest 28, who has ridden Splash Mountain more than 200 times, said it was not going to at least be surprised when he saw the eBay listings. Okay. More on the Walt Disney Company. Return to office starting March 1st. The Walt Disney Company will require employees 27. Jesus! No, they removed the song from Disneyland. Yeah, it's, no. Yeah. The Disney community that can be very weird sometimes, said Mr. Valquestbury, 28 years old, who knows that he cannot take any notice after his Final note at Riot Disney Sunday night. Wow. I honestly don't know how else to put it there. Anyway, Disney announced the plans and changes in 2020 during COVID-19. During the National Radio's Justice the plot of the murder of George Floyd. Okay? Song in the South, which was set in Georgia, planning after the Civil War, mixed live-action filmmaking animation in the way, was a groundbreaking at the time, and it won an Oscar for the song Zippity Doo Dah. Okay? The creators of longevity of that film, based on the books by Joel Chandler Harris, a white folklorist who collected traditional African American tales and treasured them for the fictional Uncle Remus, romanticizing slavery and prominent racial stereotypes. Bob Iger, Disney Chief's executive said in 2020 that the movie will never appear on Disney Plus, the company's streaming platform, because it was just not appropriate in today's world. Well, I can figure this out, but we'll see what happens. Anyway, when the rides reopen the parks next year, visitors will encounter Princess Diana, Disney's first black princess, and Louis the alligator. They prepare the first ever Mardi Gras performance. The new content is exclusive, Disney said in 2020. It speaks to the discovery of the millions of people who visit our parks each year. Now, also, yeah, I heard about that, Josh, yeah. Yeah, I just don't know. Most important, yeah, I heard, yeah. I've heard from 5 people, yeah. Yeah, besides you, Josh. But anyway, in the meantime, it's buyer beware that times the fans of this ritual ride. Philip Hellscase, 42 of Fellsdale, Arkansas, saw a social media post about the eBay listings for Splash Mountain Water worn in. The described huge Disney fan, collector Mr. Hellfires took a plastic bag with the Splash Mountain logo for one of his visits to Disney World a few years back. The bags are handed up to the Keeps volunteers dry, filling the tap water and listed on the auction site for $25,000. Wow. Nearly 10,000 people viewed this listing for eBay before eBay took it down, Mr. Farr said. It was not meant to be a rude gesture, or even a rude gesture, okay? To Disney, I love Disney, he said, having ran Splash Mountain 20 times. It was something to make everybody's Monday brighter, okay? Despite the transparent nature of this pep prank, Mr. Hellfires said he still received 2 or 3 serious offers, asking him to verify that the water has come to Splash Mountain. Disney is magical for each of us in his own way, he said. That water may mean something to someone more than someone else, even as rarely to the same water they're going to get out of the water fountain. Bean Park Express on Twitter said this: My final splashdown in the Barrier Patch. I ran it up front 3 times today. It was some most wet I've gotten. Only Finn, haha. But so long, Beer Rabbit. I'm ready for Tanya. Well, sorry, Tanya. I'm gonna miss you so much, Splash Mountain. But anyway, a native of Central Florida who's now living in Tampa, Mr. Vasquez said that he grew up going to the park and that Splash Mountain was going to his first big kiss role. Wow. He even worked there in 2015 while he was in college. Even my trainer said that the sources what material was racist, he said. It's been an attraction that he was based on a film that negativity despite people of color be replaced by Disney's first African American princess. This move will go a long way for many Disney fans of color who have been looking for more representation in their parks. Okay? Yeah. He said even he expected the new ride will offer the same thrills, but he wanted to say goodbye to the original on closing day. And so on Sunday morning, Mr. Clockwise arrived 45 minutes before the 9 a.m. rope drop, when the park opens to the public. And then come join the what you describe as the Splash Mountain 5K, a throng of people riding up the far ride. Wow, makes sense. Some visitors spent 5 hours in line, standing shoulder to shoulder as far as the eye could see. According to Randall Senator, cheering section of fans chanted splash, splash, splash. When the logs made their signature drop, Disney staff members took the closing ride and were met with applause from adoring fans. Okay? There was some sadness, but there was just some sense of celebration in the air. Mr. Rockwell said he took their free rides on Sunday, including one with his mother. It was just a little sad that but it's just a lot of fun, he said. That's all for topics for today. Now, if there's anything else remix, let me know. Because I have Watch Disney Plus right now. And that is, of course, Super K's, season 1 episodes 2 to 4. And, of course, I got Barry Big House season 1 episodes 12, 14 to 17, and 19 through 21. That's all I got for Why Watch Disney Plus. And if he has any topics to talk about, I don't know yet. Let's see what happens. It's been a 4-hour call from Remix. Okay. It's good. Anyway, I think that's it. Okay. That's fine. But anyway, let's see. Let's play some Hangman right now. Okay. Well, makes sense to anybody, but, you know, that's just me. Oh, man. A lot has to do with game summons right now. But anyway. I got new games to play on OBMU. Be on lookout for it. Especially for Paris Production Group stuff. But anyway. So, hope you enjoyed that. But anyway. Categories places. I. No I. E. 1 E. A. O. U. Okay. Makes sense. I gotta turn up my TV a little bit so I can hear it. A little bit. Maybe not, but okay. Okay. See. Oh, I know what this is now. My mom's gonna get me for this. Houston, Texas. All about sports is the category. Called you via Discord. Your voice sounds a little robot, little pitch. Oh, I see. Oh, hang on. Well, I was. Hang on. One moment. Hold on. Yep, stand by. Call him Discord. I don't know what just happened, Remax. It's just me just been on the phone for 4 hours straight. Hello? Can you hear me? Okay. I don't know. Just... Okay. There, it's fixed. Can you hear me? Hello? Looks like Remix not answering me. Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna hang up, but I just don't know what to do. But anyway, I have to do this. It's ridiculous. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I was doing a bit of a robotic sound.
Sorry, you couldn't hear me.
But yeah, I mean, 4 hours of talk time.
Yeah, I quit Discord and suddenly feel like it's a difficult time. I just did one of Watch Disney Plus, all the topics. I was like, what the hell I did wrong? Excuse my language in the stream, but that's just me.
A Discord problem on my phone.
Yeah,
Being a pain.
it's a pain, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we had a 4-hour cricket call.
Yeah,
I just don't know why it sounds like a robotic choppiness. I mean, because I could hear you for about 3 hours and then it starts going choppy. I don't understand what's going on with that.
I don't know what's going on either.
I think it's just the phone is so super cheap.
Yeah,
And that's probably why it does that.
yeah.
The phone is so cheap. But like I said, when I get my internet, I won't be using the phone.
Yeah. I'm just gonna delete the mobile phone thing and on my Apple Watch as I'm talking through the contacts list.
Okay, well, I do apologize in advance.
Yeah, just sorry in advance for the past hour or two. Yeah,
Just my phone is sucky.
yeah. But anyway, show must go on. And Josh is on the chat while you were gone, you know. I heard about Michael Taylor's death already, Josh, if you're watching this. But anyway.
This phone is weird. I do apologize.
You're fine.
Like I said, it's a cheap phone.
Yeah, it's a cheap phone, yeah. My Apple Watch is expensive, yeah.
But luckily, I have Discord on PC on Windows.
Oh.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What's the best thing?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, you can. Hold on, Luke.
Wow. Cars is the category C.
It's not a problem.
Place is the category L.
It's probably because of the Wi-Fi sharing that's not working.
Wow. Somia! Wow.
That's probably the problem, Lucas, because I'm using the LTE 4G data.
Yeah. Yeah.
But when I get the cable bill paid, well, it will work.
Yeah, it worked just fine. Yeah.
And I have Discord on Windows. And this phone is making me mad.
Yeah, it's making you mad, at least. Yeah. It's not letting me load. Hang on. Let me try again. There we go. Blockbusters will go line. There we go. It's low right now.
Well,
It's not letting me load Pat Do games. Maybe not this week right now. It's gonna do deal or no deal right now at least.
and it's not working.
Microphone,
Microphone.
no. No. At least we try anyway. Next. Yeah, I just muted the advertisement so that way I won't get a strike from YouTube.
Yeah, it's just probably it's just the LG, the 4G thing.
Yeah, we'll be doing that, yeah.
Yeah, it's not letting me connect.
Yeah, I won't let you connect, no.
I don't know why, but it's just not working.
It's not working, no.
So I guess the phone. Well, like I said, once I get that cable bill paid, well, I'll be able to talk to you on the new microphone.
Yes, exactly.
And I'm gonna test out the mic too.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that I bought at Walmart for $34.99.
Yeah.
That's gonna sound excellent.
Once you said that, okay, I'm gonna pick the number. I have a range because it keeps ripping all the time. I'm gonna go ahead and pick my favorite number 20 at least.
Well, I'll be back.
Fun.
Nice one.
10,000. Okay.
Nice one.
$10. Good. Jesus. I should have picked 2. Oh well.
Excellent.
Wow.
Excellent. Deal or no deal? Oh, very brave. Time for the next round. Nice one.
Wow.
Excellent. Excellent.
Wow.
Deal or no deal? Oh, very brave. Time for the next round. Nice one. Nice one. Excellent. Deal or no
Good. $100. Real quick. And go and play. I'm gonna up this volume right now. It's a lot easier than expected. Come on. There we go. Right. We're gonna play money cards and do it anyway. Okay. Jack. $1,000 lower. $2,000 higher. Higher. $4,000 lower. Higher. Lower. Good. Super scratchy time. Anyway. 15. Strike 1. 13. 11. Bluebird. One more is 25,000. 12. 14. Okay. 7. Okay. 8. Oh, jeez. 9. 6. 10. Good. What's the last one in? Ooh, okay. Makes more sense. 1 and 4. Okay. Should I pick these numbers? But anyway. Danger color number. Oh well. Not bad at all. Home stretch time. I'm gonna pick number 3. Not bad. 1. It's gonna be blue. 7. It's a yellow. Okay. 8. Another yellow. Okay. Makes a lot of sense anyway. 2. Red. Okay. Number 9. Okay. Blue. 3. Net competition. 4. One more, it's $10,000. 10. One more, it's $25,000. 5. Oh boy, here we go. It's not bad. What was the numbers this time? 6 and 12. Not bad. Well, we have it this time, but here's a new way to play the game. Bonus Banana Challenge. And we got brand new. See the deals here? Here we go. This is brand new. I got it from Estee. So we got, and we're going to win $1 million, like $500,000 instead of the $1 million in the brand new way. So here goes nothing. One more, I'm out of here. I don't want to win with one actual prize. Oh well. That is good. You know what? I'm gonna keep it one prize. I'm out of here. You know, that's just me. I'm done with this. But anyway, I got some new games to play in OBMU, and we are done. So, what we're gonna do is play, the new game. We'll play Invitation for the NES. Watch this remix for you, and when you come back and everything, competition. But anyway. Okay. Makes a lot of sense anyway. The category is alphabet. I know what this is. I. Got it. Sesame Street is brought to you today by the letter I and the number blank. Anyway, man-made is a category. I know what this says. Stairs. Got it. Math. Okay. Got it. Sesame Street brought to you today by the letter I and the number circle. Got it. Pink puzzle, and the category is clothing. It's a suit. I don't know. Really, help my name, whatever. Oh well. I think I know this is glasses. Boots, whatever. Wow. Got it. If you watch this, Mom, don't call yourself a queen. Anyway. Level 2 time. Category is, for your puzzle is leisure. I know what this is. Book. Got it. Okay. Green. Puzzle in the category is miscellaneous. I know what this is. Snowman. Got it. Blue puzzle. Category is a food. No, this is candy. Snowman, snowman. God help me, remix. Okay. Pink puzzle in the category is natural. This is gonna be easy. Butterfly. Butterfly. Anyway. Should have said it earlier. But anyway, next. God. God, remix, help me. Anyway. With an I. Okay. Blue puzzle in the category is science, my least favorite category. UFO. I think I know what this is now. Got it. This was easy. Science and a blue puzzle. I mean, this is gonna be my second time doing what's what caught. We'll just see what happens. Green. Office. My remix is least favorite. I know what this is. I should have done it. Should have done it. But anyway. But they're not. What? What is wrong with you, remix? You're a mess. More than 70. Okay. Whatever. Office. Again. Say I know what this is. This is a TV. Should have done it again. So anyway. Try again. What am I done? Anyway. Tool. Okay. Keyhole. Got it. Fire points. Got it. What we call it? Yes. I call it. Nailed it. I have no idea what this says. Bears, what is that? What is this? Know what this is now. Hello? Wish upon a star. Well, spelled wrong, but anyway. Got it! What? Remix! You're joking me, right? That was the easy puzzle I've ever seen since 2011. Anyway, takeaway Destin shows. Space Invaders. Oh! 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 Thank you, Dan Shoes. And what? Stop! That is not what I was looking for. God! God! Help me. Anyway. Oh, Jesus. Anyway, let's see what the next one is to play on OBMU. We have here is do us to play. Okay, I have to think of what game I need to play. You know what? Yeah. Let's play some other games like Big Bird's Hide and Speak today. I haven't played that in a long time, you know. We're not gonna do some. We're not gonna do some. We're not gonna do the 6 mode, so let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, and that'll be it. Not the 5th and 6th. That'll be it. You know, that's just me. But anyway, let's do the first one today.
The Count. Elmo. Grover. Bert. Find Bert. Wow! You found Bert. Now find the Count. Yay! You found the Count. Now find Grover. Great! You found Grover. Now find Elmo. Oh boy! You found Elmo. You found them all. Bert, the Count, Grover, Elmo. Wow! Choose a game.
Okay.
Grover, Ernie, the Count, Elmo. Ready? Hide. Find Elmo.
had to be right here somewhere. Okay.
Great. You found Grover. Now find the count. Oh boy. You found the count. Now find Ernie. Wow! You found Ernie. You found them all. Elmo. Grover. The count.
Mm-hmm.
Ernie. Great.
Wow, I'm gonna skip this and move on.
Choose a game.
You know what, I'm gonna move on for this and just forget about it for right now. So I just play, instead of just play 3, 4, 5, and 6, I was gonna move on to another game and play Tetris for right now. This is my first time playing Tetris. If you watch this remix, get ready, because I haven't played Tetris before in my life, period. Mm-hmm. Oh well, game over for me. Let's try again. Oh. Game over. Let's try again. Game over. Oh well. You're supposed to rotate the blocks to get the power column. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Hang on. Well, that was no fun. Well, that wasn't fun at all. I mean, Remix watching this, I have no idea what to say. I have no idea. This is awful. I've got it out correct again. Wow, make a huge block out of it. By the way, this horizontal column is actually a wall. Oh, I see. Because this is not going well. Wow. Terrible. Yeah, I felt terrible with this game. Yeah, and the chat room says, Josh said, you need to play it right, you know? Well, it's game over for me.
Why don't you try doing it like level 5?
Well, that's good.
Because level 9 is too fast for you.
That's a good idea. If you watch this, Josh, I'm ready for level 5. Oh, come on, really? Okay.
You know, because when I played it the first time, I tried that and I played it. It's my favorite game on the NES. And the Game Boy one, too. The Game Boy version is electric. Love the Game Boy version.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, the Game Boy version is awesome. And it's level 5 pretty much to level 4. That's not good.
Okay, let's try this again.
I'm really good at Tetris too. You probably think I'm still a lot more.
Yeah, still.
But I like them both. I like both of them. You want to get my internet down to put it in the live stream? Be on YouTube or Twitch. And you get a straight line, you put it flat so you don't make a huge mess.
Yeah, huge mess like that. See?
But look at the PC comments. He has to practice. We all have to practice when we play something new.
Exactly.
Not to have to game over my life, so. When I get done with work, that way I usually play a video game because I enjoy it.
Whoa!
That's true. Yeah, there were no count. Yep. This is on the map where I told you about something. I did pretty well. All level 9. Yeah. I'll talk about it next time. But there's doable. Yeah, in the 3, that's my favorite song in the game. I love that song. Next in my level. That's why I picked that one in. Nice. I like that song. Reminds me of my grandmother. Love you, grandmother.
Well, this is ridiculous. Well, This is ridiculous.
Well, I saw you famous.
Huh?
And, I think it's not.
Okay. Well, at least I have one down. Let's try this one more time. If not, then I'll... Well, I did. Well, I did very good now. Exactly. Well, almost had the Tetris. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I thought I didn't win anything except for the 23 points. Except that I didn't get Tetris, except for the single. That was good. No.
and end up getting a good ending. But yeah, I mean, takes a lot of skill, takes a lot of effort.
Okay, that's good.
But in the end, I mean, you can really, like I said, it's gonna take time. I mean, it's not gonna happen overnight, but it is gonna take time.
No, yeah, it's not gonna happen overnight. No, but anyway, the next game, the last game, yeah. Go ahead, Remix.
Well, I'm just saying, you did good, and like I said, the Game Boy version, I mean, it's an iconic game on the Game Boy, too.
Mhm.
And I had that with the Game Boy, and I love that game.
Yeah, yeah. And this will be easy, and it'll be a preview for episode 8 of Superstar K. You want to do that, folks? We're gonna do it. Be lookout for it, folks. Anyway, my last game for this episode are Donkey Kong classics. I'm gonna play. The first one I'm gonna play is called Donkey Kong, the first Donkey Kong, and that'll be it for this episode. How do I do this? Okay. Not to be rude, but let's try this again.
Yeah, you jump over the barrels. Don't let the barrels hit you.
Okay, that is not how I do this, but okay.
And if that barrel hits the dumpster, then yeah, it's time to fight. And you'll be in big trouble.
Yeah. Yeah, science and yes, hang on. Just give me a moment.
Yeah, I know.
Just, I'm having trouble playing this game,
Yeah, it's just a new game. You have to learn.
Okay. Game over. It's easier for me to play Donkey Kong Jr. than this. Yeah, I think it's hard. It's one of the most
Yeah, it is.
yeah. I'm not good at this game. I'll have practice.
But hey, you did good in Tetris. That's all that counts.
I did good at Tetris. Yes.
It's not too, complex, and it's just.
I mean, I did very good at Mario Party, but not Donkey Kong.
Yeah.
just Donkey Kong Jr. is all I care about.
And like I said, folks, Luke Jeffers ain't no Billy Mitchell. Let's just put it out there.
No ABGN, none of the above.
Yeah, Billy Mitchell's the true Donkey Kong. Yeah, and Pac-Man.
Yeah, I mean, Dad was the one who got me the nod for the Miss Pac-Man. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's all the game segments I have for today. Now let's move on to the notes. Okay. Today's.
Oh, and DC Comics has number. Oh, and one more thing before you get the comics, I have notes.
Okay, remix.
And that is Supercutting has been renewed for the second season.
Okay.
I'm so happy about it.
Okay.
Because I actually wanted to talk about it on 375 and I fell asleep. But yeah, so just wanted to let you guys know the show on Disney Junior Supercutting. New episodes, by the way, on Friday. Getting renewed for the second season. And I'm so happy.
Wow, very excited stuff right there.
And it's produced by Sony Media, which is now owned by Sony Pictures.
Sony Pictures Television. Wow.
Yep, and it's my new favorite culture of 2023. 5 out of 5 and folks. Onto the nose.
Okay. Anyways, January 27, 2023, we got boxing video and bedtime stories, book reviews on very early special 7,000 YouTube special, weekend celebration 149th, and episode bedtime stories 284, and lunchtime on January 28th, January 29th with Saturday Superstar Arcade, bedtime stories lunchtime, and then January 30th, I have it originally planned for Eligible Reacts, but I have a research jokes in the works for that same day. I have to fix the schedule for Eligible Reacts, as well as plans for February 1st is the 3rd. Weekend Celebration episode 150. Same with February 2nd, same with that. And we'll be back for a brand new episode of FWL, episode number 337, which will be a brand new month with LGBM month, which is going to be a huge month for in celebration of 16 years of LJP some such qual. Anyway, while Luke is doing the notes, we got one topic this episode, and the topic is I'll be working on 3 brand new episodes of DC Comics Band 2004 Children's Television Workshop bloopers videos by February 15th, and that's the only topic of this episode. Thank you, Josh. That was this episode of FWO, episode number 376. Hope you enjoy it. Stay tuned for the next one, which is going to be it's going to be the first part of FWO episode number first part of Eligible Month, which is celebrating 16-year Remix Palm's 34th birthday. Excuse me. Till next time, Sue James and Bob Baby. Get more episodes, guys. Be so. Till out. See ya. This is a special edition of Friday's LukeJ62895, episode 337. By now, you heard the tragic events regarding to Colin LeGrand, who passed away on Sunday, January 29th at the age of 24. I've decided to make this 2-in-1 episode this week because because one was a tragic dedication episode, and two, I want to do this because it's maybe fun. Not fun, but anyway. But, however, if you have not saw my 13-minute long video back in last week, you know what I'm talking about. She was a deeply soul and LukeJS quote for the past nearly 4 years. Since 2017 when Colin LeGrand married Taylor in December when Vimeo was announced to shut down. And in the next 2 weeks. And it would surprise me at all when it saddens me, you know. And yeah. Billy won't be here this week, but it's an honor for me to make FWL for the next 2 episodes. But, however, because I want to focus on this tribute episode to Colin along with this one episode that was supposed to air last week, I decided to make this a dedication to Colin. So there you go. See what happens, okay? Anyway. If she was more than a friend, she was more family to me. So, and Taylor and Moen and everybody, like my mom and stepdad, you know. From 2017 to 2020, she was named co-executive producer and later known as assistant executive producers of LukeJS Corp. But, yeah. Then in 2020, she was no longer known as LukeJS Corp's name. And then 4 years later, she was tragically been gone at 24 years of age. For now, let's give you clips from the videos like you always seen. I was seeing some videos that you have seen the playlist created by me last week, and it was basically tragic, you know. I know it's a hard day on that 2 Sundays ago for all of us, but, however, this will not stop me doing FWL forever, you know. However, this is going to be big enough for any one of us. So, this episode, along with these 2 other videos I made, especially that Remix did on his stream, or sometime last Sunday, on the Wheel of Fortune stream announcement, and it's going to be a Wheel of Fortune stream coming up on his, Wheel of Fortune stream on Tiger Electronics game will be dedicated to Kyla, so be looking out for it. It's on twitch.tv/remixpumptv if you watch this remix for you, buddy. But anyway. Not only that, I have plans in the works for some things for some uploading time, not only for other things, but also for uploading time for my channel, just to get things prepared, but, you know. Anyway, Kyla was more of a soul, you know, and I told you about this twice, you know. When I did my 13-minute long video a week ago, but I just feel like, wow. I don't know what's going on, but, you know, that's just me. I know it's been a hard day for the company, but we'll explain more about Kyla right now, and then we'll wrap things up with a bang, because and then we'll share my old memories and things like that. And then, anyway, my favorite memories of Kala is that, yeah, thanks, Josh. Rest in peace, Kala Negram. Plus, I don't know who she died from. I mean, yeah, she passed away, Josh. Yeah, but anyway, yeah, because originally born Columbus, Georgia, yeah, which I heard about, yeah, earlier today, yeah. Yeah, it was last 2 Sundays ago when she died, yeah. Yeah, it's just freaking shocking, you know. Anyway, my favorite memories of Kala is just, I have so many memories of Kala. Here's one example from Dale's Kids Were Gone Part 1 back in 2018. Here it is. Well, gotta load this up here real quick. Just a lot of difficulties here. Okay, I'm trying to think here before it's loading up. And one of the things here is just I want to show you. Here it is. It is, but you either call it a lemur or something like that to me. Yeah, it's called like a crocodile or something. Mm-hmm.
I think this one is a Camino dragon.
Oh, okay, fine. I thought it was a crocodile for some strange reason. Whatever.
I think I might be wrong. I think that's a Komodo dragon or something. Is that what that is? It's a Komodo dragon. Sorry.
I didn't realize that.
See. It's really cool. But they can bite you like really.
Wow. I am so sorry that I misspoke it wrong.
And then there was another one.
Yeah. And you hear thunder light in the background. But anyway.
His legs were like yellow, and then the rest of the top of his fur had like a greenish tint. So he was like yellow and green. Yellow and green.
Wow.
See, you see what I'm saying? Look at his head. It looks like kind of green. His red.
His ears like
His ears pink, right?
pink, yeah. Yeah, what do you call that color? Sorry. Yeah.
Look, there was two. They were like friends. See, they were holding hands right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think they were like maybe best friends. Look,
They're birds.
that is not a bird. Look at what Luke just called a bird.
They just call it meerkat. But they have beaks. Now, at that time frame, as you saw in this video, I said meerkat, a bird. And it was part of our There Were Always Kids Were Gone Part 1. And another memory I had want to share it was from a remix stream hosted by him, and it was based on Heat Your Cake and Vincent Part 2 out of 2. And it was a 6 hour and 51 minute long stream. It was basically about him doing my birthday stream back in 2017. This was way before Taylor graduated from Marine Corps. And yeah. And then when Taylor got married in 2017, this was right before after the announcement saying Vimmy's about to announce the shutdown. I don't know what's going on, but that's just me. Anyway, then I don't know. The next part of my list was I have one more memory and I'll wrap things up, okay? And then which is basically about I'm just gonna say Elsa's quote on Kala with some in Puerto Rican faith, because she she and her family were Puerto Rican, by the way, and best known for that is just she was they're all been doing this, so very good on that. So if it's just me or they're just Kyle and her family were just doing some of their in Puerto Rican faves. That's just me. Coming up next, there will be a brand new episode of FWO that was supposed to air last week, along with some dev topics and other things like that. But first, and then we'll see what happens about bringing and other things like that. We'll just see what happens. Anyway, make sure you rest in peace. I'll see you for the next one, which is episode 378, the very first part of let's just say of LukeJ62895 Remix Palm 34. See ya.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for Friday's LukeJ62895. Today, Luke Jiffers and Billy Mooney will be talking about their topics, playing video games, and many more fun. And now it's now time to present to you all Friday's LukeJ62895 with their hosts, Luke Jiffers and Billy Mooney.
Thank you, David 3000. Hello, people. It's Lou Jerry speaking. Welcome to Friday's LukeJ62895 episode number 338. Now, thank you all for waiting patiently on what's going on in the past several hours ago, because and last week I haven't done much from the past episode 377 because I was just exhausted. So I canceled that episode last week. So I made do episode 377 as a tribute to Kyla. So thank you for your patience. So this week was all about this week until February 24th will be all about LukeJ62895 and Remix Part 34. And it'll be part 1 today. Billy Moon won't be here this week, but because he's going to SeaWorld on vacation. But we'll be back here next week at the same time. However, we got not 1, not 2, but 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 dev topics today. We got a buttload of topics to read. And then I got pretty much of what I've watched Disney Plus topics to read. So let's get started, shall we? So we got, of course, some let's say, some notes, Josh topics, and game stuff. Let's just see what happens. Let's do it now. So shall we? So we got for us. First one I got is Lisa Laurie, okay? Lisa Laurie was born Lisa Ann DeClain, to pronounce his last name. Anyway, was an American actress. She was best known for her work as a child actress from the age of 6, playing Wendy Adams on the 1964-1966 sitcom called The Addams Family. She was born on the Marshall Islands, how do you pronounce this city's name? Anyway, a United Nations Trust territory at that time frame, on February 16th, 1958. I pronounced this year wrong, but anyway, which had been advertised by the United States. Her parents, Judith Ann Callis and James P. Callis, I pronounced his last name, sorry, both served in the United States Navy and divorced shortly after her birth. She grew up in Hawaii and later moved to Los Angeles with her mother. She began modeling at the age of 3 and appeared in the episode Dr. Kildare, anyway, which aired in 1964. Her mother died of alcoholism in 1974 at the age of 34. She was best known for a role in portraying Wendy Adams in the sitcom At the Addams Family from 1964 to 1966. Okay? She was one of the longer surviving members of the show's main cast. She was later inspired the role for the TV movie Halloween with the new Addams Family, which aired in October 1977. In 1966, she joined the cast in the ABC sitcom The Pirates of the South of I'm having announced this word. Sorry. From 1980 to 1983, she played the character Cricket Montgomery on the CBS soap opera as Woe Turds. She also appeared in 3 B-rate slasher films, including Bloodthirsty in 1987, Ice in 1988, and Savage Harbor in 1987. Her personal life was she married Friedel Fromberg in 1933 when she was 15 and had a daughter. The marriage ended at a year later. Wow. Laurie married her second husband, actor Doug Stevenson, in 1981. He was a comic performer and another CBS publisher and grapple soap opera, Search for Them All. Laurie had a second daughter with Stevenson, and their marriage ended in 1983. In 1987, Laurie married adult film actor Jerry Butler. They met in the set in the 1987 adult film Tracy's Big Trick, which drawing work as a makeup artist and uncredited writer. Okay, in the nursing years of their marriage, she voiced dissatisfaction with Butler's continued involvement in pornography, and eventually Butler began secretly participating in. Oh wow, without knowledge. In an interview with Daylight NBC in the 1990s, Butler described himself as additional lifestyle, ashamed of his clandestine behavior and an affair in his marriage. The couple later appeared on the Sally Jesse Bravo show, again discussing the damage Butler's career and with causing their marriage. Butler and Lori divorced in '92, and which is also the year of he began to exit the hardcore industry. Wow. Eventually, by choice, gradually disappearing from the public eye for many years. Oh wow. Lori was married for the fourth time in 2003 to Graham Rich. The couple separated in 2008 and divorced in 2014. She had a stroke caused by smoking and hypertension and died at the Providence St. Joseph Medical Center in Burbank, California on January 28, 2023. She was 64 years old. My next topic has to do with Cindy Williams, the voice of Shirley, the portrayer of Shirley in originally Happy Days, now on Laverne and Shirley TV show. Wow. Born Cynthia James Williams. She was an American actress and producer best known for her role as Shirley Finley on the television series sitcoms Happy Days, 1975, 1979, and Laverne and Shirley, 1976 to 1982. She also appeared in American Gravity in 1973 and Conversation in 1974. She was born in Van Nuys, Los Angeles on August 22nd, 1947. The family moved in Dallas, where she was a year old, and returned to Los Angeles when she was 10 years old. She had a sister named Carol Ann. Anyway, Williams wrote and acted in the church during childhood and later acted in productions at Birmingham High School. She graduated in 1965. She later attended Los Angeles City College, where she majored in theater. After college, Williams began her professional career by landing natural commercials, which included Foster Grant, Sunglasses, and TWA, something like that. Excuse me. Her first roles in television, among others, were in Room 222, Nanny and the Professor, and Love American Style. Williams accompanied an actor friend from Los Angeles City College who needed a scenes partner for the audition to accept the Actors Studio West, but rarely attended to do the acting commitments. Williams picked up important film roles early in her career. George Clooney's Travels with My Aunt, 1982, as Laurie Anderson, Ron Howard's character, high school sweetheart, and George Lucas' American Cafe. Oh wow, 1983, she earned a BAFTA nomination as Best Supporting Actress. And Frances Ford Coppola's The Conversation, 1984, she auditioned along with thousands of others for Lucas' Star Wars the role as Princess Leia. Leia was undeterminedly played by the late Carrie Fisher, because Lucas wished to cast unknowns as American Gravity, something like that. Williams met the late Perry Marshall, first on a double date, then later on Francis Ford Coppola's Zoe 12 Company, excuse me. The company hired as a comedy writers because they wanted two women on the Paris Directive TV spoof by schedule, something like that. Sorry, okay. While the two were writing with Zoe Trope, Perry Marshall's brother Gary Marshall called to ask if they would like to make an appearance in the episode of Happy Days, a television series he produced. In 1975, Williams was cast as a fun-loving, burly bottle caper, Shirley Finley. In the episode of Happy Days, when Penny will play her best friend roommate, Laverne D. Fazio. The girls who were cast as sure thing dates of Richie and Fonzie, played by Harry Winkler. Okay? Their parents were provided, but so popular that Gary Marshall commissioned a spin-off series for the characters of Shirley Rivera. Williams continued her role on the very successful Robert and Shirley series from 1976 until 1982. At one point during its run, the series is the #1 rated show on television. Okay? Williams was praised in the portrayal of Shirley Friendly. Okay? She left the show after the second episode of the show's 8th season. And what would become its final season. After she became pregnant with her first child. Okay? The show writers producers were not emphatic with Williams becoming pregnant, as the character Shirley was not pregnant. Williams and her co-star, Perry Marshall, was also been feuding for quite some time on the set long before Williams became pregnant. Okay? They were culminate many years later. The sets and TV shows led to a short-lived Saturday morning cartoon series, Vern Shirley in the Army, in 1981 until 1982, created by William Hanna and Joseph Barbera. Well, with Hanna-Barbera, that is. In 1979, she was by Rose Laurie from American Gravity in the sequel, More American Gravity. In 1985, she stars in sci-fi comedy Euphoria, alongside Fred Ward and Harry Dean Stanton, something like that. I don't know. Movie which has already been completed in 1981. Excuse me. Anyway. In 1990, Williams starred in the own solo pilot episode for CBS that was adapted from the 1989 film Steel Magnum. I pronounced this word. Sorry. Williams was cast as Emlyn Iselin. I pronounced his last name. Sorry. The role that was originated by Sally Field in the film. Also in 1990, Williams returned to the series TV in the short-lived sitcom Normal Life. And as a couple of years later, reunited with former Vern and Shirley producers Thomas L. Miller and Robert Wyatt to start the family sitcom Began By from 1993 until 1994. She's guest starred on several television shows, including 2 episodes of 8 Simple Rules. Williams performed on stage national tours of Grease, Death Trap, and Moon over Buffalo, as well as regular productions of Nonsense. How do you pronounce this word? Okay. She reunited with her Vern Shirley co-star. Sorry about that, everyone. But anyway, Eddie Mika, in the November 2008 original production of Renee Taylor Joseph Bolger comedy play, It Had to Be You. She made her Broadway debut in the Daffy Mrs. Tongdale and the Dorothy Chatbomb at the Macro Spear on December 11, 2007, succeeding Joanne Worry in the role which was originated by Georgia Angel. She was reunited with Patty Marshall in the television series Supercut, which I saw in Entertainment Tonight, by the way, in the episode called #Simone Cat in 2013. In 2015, her memoir, Shirley I Just like that, recorded with Dave Zimmerman, was published. In the same year, Williams engaged to celebrity band Senator Simpson, Surrey, Visiting Angels. He married to Bill Huston of the musical trio Huston Brothers in 1982. They have 2 children, and the marriage ended in divorce in 2000. Williams was a Roman Catholic. After a brief illness, she died in Los Angeles on January 25th, 2023. She was 75 years old. Wow, she was in a lot, you know? That's just me. Anyway, my next step topic has to do with Georgie Allen Howard, okay? Best known as American screenwriter, producer, and best known for writing a screenplay for Remember the Titans in 2000. A Disney film that undefeated high school football team credited with Haley the racial divide in Alexandria, Virginia in 1971. He was born in Norfolk, Virginia on January 28th, 1952, but his family moved to around often, due to his stepfather's career in the Navy. Wow. Between the ages of 5 and 15. And his family moved 10 times, eventually settled I can't pronounce his name, Vallejo, California. He was a defensive lineman in his high school football team. After attending college at Princeton University, graduate degree in American history. Howard briefly worked at Merrill Lynch on Wall Street before moving to Los Angeles in his mid-20s before a writing career. Okay? Over the next few years, Howard worked as a freelance writer on a number of television shows, including being a short story editor, or for Where I Live, and working the 1990 short-lived Fox series True Colors. Howard wrote a stage play for Tellson's trilogy, which generated him awards. Tellson's trilogy weaves around together the three a combination of one-act plays that focus on three men in Los Angeles on Christmas Eve. Ali was then selected for assignments with the right original screenplay, the biographical film on boxer, the late Muhammad Ali. Let me see. Yeah. And yeah, tomorrow Black History Month. Yeah, he died in 2016. Yeah, I agree. Anyway, having finished the first drive and then moved back to his native Virginia, Howard discovered that the story was of the 1971 T.C. Williams Titans. Studio delays and revising to his first feature film, Alley, was not released until after this next script, Remember the Titans, in 2000. Remember the Titans was a spec script written by George Allen Howard, after he discovered that the unique story of an integrated high school football team in the town of Alexandria, Virginia, credited for the town's positive race relations, okay? He based the script on extensive research, excluding discussions with coaches Harmon Bowe and Bill Yost, okay? Initially, Howard gradually difficulty in getting the script produced. Eventually, Eventually, Jerry Bruckheimer agreed to produce the film. Yes. And yes, he did. He did a great job with it. He and the late Don Simpson did a great job doing Top Gun and Dangerous Minds and everything. But Jerry Bruckheimer was been known for doing National Treasure and Pirates of the Caribbean and so much more. But anyway, starring Denzel Washington who's been in Hollywood many times. But anyway, and Will Patton, okay? Remember the Titans became a box office hit, going over $100 million domestically, something like that. Anyway, after the release of Remember the Titans and Alley, Howard worked on a number of other projects. He was uncredited writer for Gory Road. Wow. Which I've seen many times. I've never seen the movie, no. Anyway, I've seen the movie Miracle in Fears, by the way. That's just me. Anyway, a sports drama released in 2006 that focused on Texas Western coach Don Haxons, leading the first all-black starting lineup for the college basketball team to the NCAA National Championship in 1966. In 2004, Howard worked on the script of the film project with Morgan Freeman based on the 761st Tank Battalion, something like that. First black armored unit with the sea combat in World War II. Also wrote the screenplay for called Factor X, which Ridley Scott was attacking to produce in 2006. In 2014, Howard completed the screenplay of the movie about the Soviet Ironwoman of the Great Pacific War called Night Witches, flanked by grandson Boris Yeltsin. He co-wrote and co-produced in 2019 Harriet Tubman biography film called Harriet, okay? For which he also received a story by credit. On November 12, 2019, Howard's Black Panther Party script, Power of the People, was acquired by Paramount Pictures, with George Tillman Jr. in talks to direct and Ben Affleck producing. He died from heart failure in Miami, Florida on January 27, 2023, one day shy of his 71st birthday. Oh, wow. My next step topic has to do with Annie Werstring, okay? Best known for she was an American actress, Best known for her television roles as Renee Walker in 24. If you watch this dead butt, this for you. But anyway, Julia Blaster in Bosch, okay? I pronounced his name, sorry. And Emma Whitmore in Timeless, as well as the voice and performance captured for Tess in the video game The Last of Us. She was born in St. Louis, Missouri on March 28, 1977. She attended Crossroads College Primary School in St. Louis, graduated in 1995, the year I was born. Wow. During her youth, she completed the Irish dance and belonged in the St. Louis Catholic step dancers group. She received a BFA in musical theater at Milton University, for which she graduated in 1999. Wow. She began her acting career with a guest appearance on the show Star Trek Enterprise, okay? Move on the guest starring role in such shows such as Angel, Charm, Cold Case, Cure Instinct, and Supernatural. From March to November of 2007, she played a recurring role Emily Joffe in the ABC soap opera General Hospital. She also worked in theater such as Victory Gardens, Marriott Lincolnshire in Utah Shakespearean Festival. She also played FBI super agent Renee Walker in 7 and 8 seasons of 24. After her 2-season stint at 24, she also guest starred in various shows such as CSI, NCIS, Retro and ISOs, Hawaii Five-0, By Proof, Dallas, Resolutions, Castles, some of that, Blue Buds, Vampire Diaries, and Touch. She also played the 2009 Taco Bell All-Star Legends and 30 softball game. Wow. December 2012, it was revealed that in the PlayStation 3 exclusive Black Plus video game, she was the voice and motion capture actor and the character called Tess. Okay? Her character was teased on Gub's Twitter account before she was finally revealed the story trailer shown on the Spike Video Game Awards on December 7, 2012. In 2014, she was a series regular in the first season of Amazon Prime crime show Bosch. In 2022, she played the Voyage Queen in the second season of Star Trek Picard, something like that. She was married actor and comedian Stephen Full at the Los Angeles home in September 2009. They had 3 sons together. She was diagnosed with cancer in mid-2020, though she kept her diagnosis private and continued that afterward. She died in Los Angeles on January 29, 2023. She was 45 years old. My next death topic has to do with George P. Wilbur. Born George Peter Wilbur, he was an American actor and professional stuntman. He was born in Connecticut on March 6, 1941, and served in the United States Navy, okay? After leaving the Navy, He worked as a wrangler in the ranch in Tucson, Arizona, where he worked an extra in the 1966 film El Dorado. Okay? And was recurred the stand-in performer for John Wayne. Wilbur was later moved to California, where he worked as an actress and stunt double. Okay? He also played Michael Myers in Halloween 4, The Return of Michael Myers, and Halloween, The Curse of Michael Myers. Wilbur also credited as stunt player in Halloween 5, The Revenge of Michael Myers, another Halloween sequel. Although not in the role of Michael Myers, an actor and stuntman, Don Stanks, played the role. Okay? His career as a stuntman lasted for 4 years, involving over 100 television and film projects, was a member of the Hollywood Stuntman Hall of Fame. Now, he's been, a lot of it goes with these following, so, in the list as follows. Up until Family Guy, and they'll give like Ground Zero, Texas, something like that, from 93 and 2021. He died February 1st, 2023. He was 81 years old. My next step topic has to do with Eugene Lee. Better known as Eugene Lee, he was a set designer, worked on film, theater, and television. He was a production designer for Saturday Night Live for 48 years, for the show's premiere of 1975 until his death. Lee became resident designer for the Trinity reportedly comedy in Providence, Rhode Island in 1967. He was born in Wisconsin on March 9th, 1939. He attended Bush Memorial High School and then the BFA, each were for the Goldman School of Drama and the Art Institute of Chicago, now at DePaul University, and the Carnegie Mellon University, and MFA from the Yale School of Drama, and 3 honorary PhDs. He won Tony Awards for Candidate, Sweetie Todd, and Wicked, okay? As well as a Drama Desk Award for Outstanding Set Design. Lee's other New York theater work included on Amazing Grace, Alice in Wonderland. I'm not sure what years this came out. Yeah, we're talking about. Yeah, that. No. But anyway, The Normal Heart, Agnes of God, Ragtime, Uncle Vanya, Ruby Shunline, Bounce, and a number. His film credits includes Columbia Hamlet, Huston's Mr. North, Mally's Banya on 42nd Street. His work in the musical culminated as a concert theater center at Brooklyn, and then on Broadway or Carnegie. Okay, how do you pronounce this word? Anyway, on great detail in Database No. 9's book. Carl says in The Edge, The Adventures of American Fear. The book is also described as work on the slave ship and other productions in the Chelsea. His personal life and death will be in a minute, but now we're going to talk about the honors. Lee was inducted in the American Theater Hall of Fame in 2006. Now with his personal life and death, okay? Lee lived in his privilege with his wife, Brooke. When they raised with their 2 sons. He was previously married with a fellow designer, Fran Lee, that later divorced. While working on Saturday Night Live, Lee could come in to New York City during the week and stay in the Yale Club. He died Providence on February 6, 2023. He was 83 years old. My next step topic has to do with Hugh Huston. Now, this will be very long, okay, to read in order to do this. But anyway, his government name is the same name. He was an American film director. He was among a generation of British directors who will be in their career making documentaries and television commercials before going on to do a success in films, okay? He directed the 1981 Academy Award and BAFTA Award for Best Picture, Cars of Fire, okay? Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that, everyone. But anyway. Okay, sorry about that. Anyway, a film ranked number 19 in the British Film Institute's list in the top 100 British films, okay? He continued to direct commercials while making films, okay? Which included the British Airways Space advertisement in 1989, making a collaboration with London-based advertising agency Staggy and Staggy. I haven't announced his name, sorry. He was born this address, see here in London, on the son and only child of Michael Donaldson Huston, and his second wife, Gary Mary Everson, on August 25th, 1946. Anyway, from just Ward 9 in Well Northeast Shropshire. Anyway, Michael's father was Ralph Charles Donaldson Huston. Anyway, and his great grandfather was Charles Donaldson Huston, a one-time quiet member of the Parliament from North Newcastle under the line Shropshire, England. Anyway, his personal encounters came from Scotland and Charmerland. Okay, anyway. He was sent to the boarding school in 1942 at the age of 6. And thereafter he was educated at Eton College, but he began his national service in the Dragon Guards from January 28, 1956. He was reaching the range of second regiment and remained as a level in the Army reverse of officers, okay? Reverse of officers, anyway. So he's discharged on January 68, 1960. Anyway. Excuse me. Anyway. His career began in the 60s, when in the 1960s, after 3 years of editing the documentaries and Paris, okay. He had a documentary film company with partners Robert Brownjohn and David Campbell. The company produced, among others, with the documentaries for A's for Apple, okay, which won the Screenwriters Gold Award, and Tours in the Hair, which won a nominated for a BAFTA's award, okay. Okay, the company emerged with much success in the 1960s, winning many awards and pioneering a new graphic style for documentaries and advertising films. He then began a career in advertising, okay? Producing and directing many television commercials. He worked alongside Alan Parker, Riley, and Tony Scott for Riley Scott Institute's RSA, something like that. The British film commercial production comedy followed in 1958. His first filming job was the second unit director on Parker's Midnight Express in 1978. Okay? Between 1973 and 1975, Hudson Road directed Fandango, something like that, arrived at the 300 kilometers height, something like that. I don't know. KM slash height, anyway. Something like that. I don't know. A documentary film about motor racing and seen through the eyes of John Manuel Fandango, how to pronounce it. Anyway, 5 times the world Formula 1 champion. From 1979 to 1980, he directed his first and most successful feature film, Cars of Fire, in 1981. The story of two British track runners. One is a dominant Christian, and the other is Miss Jaw. okay? In the run-up of 1924 Olympics Games, okay? The film was said to have revealed as a fade of British film industry and won 4 Academy Awards including Best Picture. And Austin earned a nomination for Best Director. His friend colleague Magua, something like that, created an Academy Award-winning score for this film. Wow. There's a copy of the New York Times wrote in 1981 that it's to the credit of both Mr. Huston and Mr. Whalen that the cause of the fire is similarly romantic and commercial lyrical and comic. Okay, it's an experimental film about some special people. How do you pronounce it? Sorry. Okay. In 2017, some 37 years after the show in 1981 Cannes Film Festival, it was shown at the large audience in the classic screen beach cinema to help support the bid for the 2024 Summer Olympic Games to be held in Paris. Wow. Huston had rejected numerous feature film offers before Carriage of Fire's success. Okay? His next production was Grace Stoker, Legend of Tarzan's Lord of Apes in 1984, which received 4 Oscar nominations and was Ralph Richardson's last screen appearance, for which he was nominated for 1984 Oscars and Best Supporting Actor. It was a success in the box office and with critics. In 1985, Huston directed Revelation, which, despite the American War of Independence, which was released before it was fully completed film. The film was critical and commercial failure at the box office, and earned Austin a Golden Raspberry Award nomination for Worst Director. Oh, man. Anyway, Huston's next feature film was Los Angeles in 1989, nominated for Grammy d'Or in the 1989 Cannes Film Festival. The film was an American-based drama starring Donald Sutherland and Ed Rocker and the Beastie Boys, and deal with disadvantaged youth in California. 1990's Award, okay? In 1999, Huston directed My Life So Far. Gene Carney wrote up it, okay? Let's say this. Hugh Huston's film, My Life So Far, is the life of Bill Sweat film, okay? Which covers the start of the boy's life during the first part of the 20th century, for the last baby's ball and his first cigar. Wow. Film which sadly is not known for what it should be, the validation of universal being which it was never in. There will always be men, women, old people, youngsters, horses, and dogs. Huston next directed I Dream of Africa in 2000, okay? Was the closing film of the Cannes Film Festivals from that year. In 2006, Huston was reported to be working together and the producers John Heyman on the external epic based on the life of the Egyptian Pharaoh. Okay, how to pronounce it? Sorry, and his wife. Him and his wife. Okay, whatever you pronounce these names. Sorry. The film centers about the tumultuous relationship. In 2008, Huston re-edited Revelation, given the film a narration by Al Pacino. Okay. The opposition film critic Philip French, writing about the new version, said this: Revelation was misunderstood and unjustly treated the first appearance 20 years ago. Wow. And it's seen again, the director's entirely revised version is now strikes me like a masterpiece. Reformed, beyond, and original. Huston's film should have taken place among the great movies about history and about individual citizens living in its time and dramatic social change. One helps us finally find the whole wide audience it deserves. Hudson co-produced Curious of Fire the 2012 stage adaptation of the same film titled the same name. The same production was his idea for the London Olympic year. Also in 2012, it was announced that Hudson was to direct Midnight Sun, a feature film that a child who tries to help a family of polar bears on the striking polar ice cap. Okay, he co-wrote the script as well. The script became The Journey Home. The directors Roger Spilesworthy and Bono. I can't pronounce this last. It starts with Q. Okay. In 26, plays in Hudson. Okay. In 2016, he staged his debut as opera director for quality as these words I cannot pronounce. Sorry. The second one with the opera was a sold-out audience. Okay. Stage design was created by the British artist Brian Clark. Okay. In 2016, that same year anyway, 2016 anyway. Hudson directed the period drama Altamara, about the discovery of the famous Spanish cave paintings. Okay, the film stars Astoria Bonderas, who's been known for Zorro and Shrek as Puss in Boots. Anyway, and Rupert Everett. Anyway, the New York Times gave the film a glowing review, released in 2 United States cities. The film was distributed by Netflix in the United States and Canada, and Sky in the United Kingdom. The Spanish release was very successful. Wow. Now, advertisement says this, okay? In 1988, Hasn't been delivered a 2-minute advert for British Rail, okay? A parody of the post office film unit's 25-minute documentary, Night Mall, okay? Made in 1936, okay? Post W.H. Holland had written verses speculated to fit the original 1936 film footage, which showed the enormous scale of the BR daily operation in the Scottish business, okay? The only secrets of Hudson's British Rail features the northbound traveling post office with Aaron's original verse, okay? Narrated by Sir Tom Connery, okay? Some may other claim advertisements created by Hudson include the 1989 British Airways space advertisements, seen in 8 countries around the world and running for almost a decade. The 1989 Flat Strata Fraggle advert, and the Branson Hedges swimming pool and Savage advertisements. In 2007, he created the Silverjet advertisement, a direct parody of his own 1989 British Airways advertisement, but he also created the Courage Best Grudge advertisement, and the airplane advertisement, okay? Hudson also directed Kuna the Movie in 1987, a legend broadcast in the British Labour Party. Honors, okay? In 2003, Hudson was given a special Kennedy's Lions, okay? And honored the 50th anniversary of the Kennedy's Lions International Advertisement Festival. Award given only to directors who have won the Grand Prix more than once. Wow. Hudson won Grand Prix Kennedy's Lions Award from 1932's led by wow. Walking Behind, okay? In 1978, Chloe's, Leo Bombard's French Blessings adverts, okay? In August 2007, okay? August 2007, anyway. In Nimes, France. Okay, and I can't pronounce French. Sorry, a festival created by Gerard Depardieu and John Clyde Grady to showcase each year to work with one director, featuring the work of Hugh Hostin. Okay, showing 8 films over 5 days. The festival premiered Al Pacino narrated version of Revelation called Revelation Revisited. In October 2008, at the Dyer Festival of British Film, Hostin's work was honored, as a tribute to 5 of his films was shown, but with life so far open with the festival. Revelation Revisited the subject of the Q&A by the director. His first marriage was on August 12, 1977. Anyway, it was part painter Susan Michelle, born December 8th, 1946. The daughter of Alistair Michelle, have announced it, whom he had his son, born 1978. Anyway, in November of 2003, he married actress Mariam D. Abu. Currently lived in Daylight in 1987. He died at Charing Cross Hospital in London today after a short illness. He was only 86 years old. Well, last death topic was special news that I want to talk about from last Friday. It has to do with Lily, okay? I want to talk about this, okay? Ugh, why we gotta show this at advertisement? Jesus. Anyway, folks who pay tribute to beloved panda Lily at Mammoth Zoo, okay? It's been a long time since the panda has been there, but it was very sad to see that it's gone. One zoo visitor said. Now, millions of visitors are honoring beloved panda Lily, who passed away last week after almost 2 decades at the Mammoth Zoo. We are here on vacation. We are expecting to see 2 pandas. One of them is gone. How sad and sad, said Spencer Fryer, who was visiting the zoo from Texas. It's been a long time since the panda has been here. It's very sad to see it gone, he said. Mammoth Zoo announced on February 3rd, 2023, that the giant male panda Lily was found dead, is passed away at 25 years old. There was a pending medical investigation, but no cause of death has been determined, the zoo said. This is the first zoo and everything that we met with the panda, so that was interesting to see, said Jess Thomas. We came there a couple of weeks ago, and we watched him eat bamboo, and we watched him do silly stuff in his tongue. And he was so sweet and irritating. Lila was named, translated into Happy, was born July 18th, 1998. Oh, he was actually 24 according to news standards. ABC 24, what are you thinking? Anyway. He was brought to the Mammoth Zoo in 2003. Anyway, Lily was expected to return to China soon with female panda Yaya. The long agreement ended in the Chinese Association of Zoological Gardens. For now, the zoo of a giant panda Yaya is alone. She was so pretty, at least nice to see one panda, said Foster. Seems that she might be a little sad, probably lost a partner. I'm sure she's probably be pretty depressed. It's got to be very tough. How I feel for her, so for sure. But I expected a giant panda in the wild is about 15 years. Okay? But occasionally, they have lived as long as 38. Decades of combinations of effort in the wild and studying gradually save the giant panda for competition, increasing its population to fewer the 1,000 at one time to more than 1,800 the wild capacity. Lily was just 24 years old, not 25. But anyway, now we're going to do the moment of silence reflection regarding these 8 people right now. Thank you. Recipes these 7 of them are just people that I just mentioned, and one of them is an animal, the panda. But anyway, the next topic has to do with Ozzy Osbourne, okay? He has canceled all the shows and said his touring days are over, okay? Rock and roll star Ozzy Osbourne has canceled all of his shows for this year, and all he says was his time spent for touring days has come to an end, okay, according to NPR, okay? He said last week that his voice is fine, but due to the spinal injury they sustained 4 years ago, he's still potentially weak. His recovery has included 3 operations: steam treatment, cell treatment, physical therapy, and cybernetics, and I see as HIL for short. But anyway, by treatment, that's what it was. Anyway, he was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease in 2020. I'm honestly humbled for the way you are patiently held onto your tickets and all this time. With all good consent, some science, I've now come to the realization that I'm not very capable of doing my upcoming European UK tour days. I'm now going to deal with the child required, he wrote. But it's no loss for his fans. Osbourne said that his team is brainstorming ways to perform without having to travel so much. Those who have purchased tickets for the show can receive the real refund, Osbourne said. Wow. Osbourne's original member of the band Black Sabbath, and his successful solo career. Although earned him 3 Grammys and 4 Lifetime Achievement Awards, Black Sabbath is dubbed in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2006. He last toured in 2018. That's it for that topic. Now let's move on to this sad thing that's going on to Australia people. Anyway, Australia to remove British monarchy from the new banknotes. Anyway, this happened this week. This happened in Canberra, Australia. And Australia is removing the British monarchy from the banknotes. Anyway, the nation's central bank said Thursday that a new $5 bill would feature a Greenwich design rather than an image of King Charles III. Wow. But the king is still impressive to appear on coins that certainly bear the image on the late Queen Elizabeth II. Okay? The $5 bill was Australia's only remaining banknote to still feature the image of this monarch. Okay? It celebrates 70 years of the late Queen. Anyway. Okay. The bank said the decision followed consultation with the center-left Labour Party government, okay? With support with the discharge, okay? This change, excuse me. Parliament said that this move is politically motivated, okay? This British monarch remains Australia's head of state, okay? Although these days, this role was largely symbolic, okay? Like many former British colonies, Australia is debating which, what is that? Is what still should retain its continental ties to Britain. Wow. Australia's Reserve Bank has said that the new $5 bill will feature a design to replace the corporate the Queen. Wow. Who died last year. The bank said the move will honor the culture and history of the first Australians. Wow. The other side, the $5 banknote will continue to feature the Australian Parliament. The bank said in a statement. Treasurer Jim Chalmers said the change was the opportunity to strike a gold balance. The monarch will still be on the coins. The $5 notes will say more about her history and her heritage in our country. I'm going to see that as a good thing, he told reporters in Melbourne, Australia. Opposition leader Pierre Dunn's liking to move to changing the day of the National Day, Australia Day, okay? Makes sense. Anyway, I know the silent majority don't agree on what a lot of woke nonsense that goes on with, but we have to hear more than those people a lot, he told 2 Gigabyte Radio. Dunn said Prime Minister Anthony Albanese have announced it anyway. Was central the decision of King not to appear in the note. And they're urging him to own up to it. After taking office last year, Albanese started laying the groundwork of the Australian Republic by creating a new position of Instant Minister for the Republic. The whole end referring to the server commercial ties with Britain have not been enforced or provided with this government. The bank plans to consult with I can't pronounce that. Sorry. In the United groups is only the $5 note. A process that expects will take several years before the new note goes public. Wow. The current $5 bill will be issued until the new designs are introduced. It will remain legal, tender, and even after the new bill will goes into coronation. Okay, the face of King Charles I is expected to be seen on Australian coins later this year. $1 Australian is worth 31 cents in U.S. Currency. Okay, British currency begins translating the new monarch with the release of the 50 pence coins, okay, in December of this year. Anyway, it has Charles in the front, and the coin while the back commends its mother, okay. This week there were 208 million $5 notes in the combination worth Australian $1.04, okay? Billion, in billions, I'd say 1.14 billion. Wow, Australian dollars. Wow, makes more sense there. Makes sense there. Anyway, $734 million United States. Okay, according to the reverse bank in Australia. Okay, Australia's smallest nation's accounts for 10% of the more than 2 billion Australian banknotes consideration. Okay, opponents on that. Senators left Labor Day parties on that is seeking to make Australia a republic. Australian senators as head of state instead of a British monarch. Okay. After Labour won the elections in May last year, opponents appointed Matt Trussell, I pronounced his last name, sorry, as assistant minister of the Republic. Okay, he's said in June there were no charge in the Queen's lifetime. Yeah, I said December this year, huh? It's last year. Excuse me. Australians voted in 1999 before they proposed by the Labour government to retain the British monarch as Australia's head of state. When the Queen died, the government have already commanded the holding of the Friday Mama this year to acknowledge that this is huge people in the combination, something like that. The government has dismissed adding a Republic question to the coronation as a wanted distraction when it's a huge party. At one time, Queen Elizabeth II appeared to want at least 33 different currencies. More than every other monarch is an achievement noted by Guinness World Records. Perry constructed from Wilmington, New Zealand. So that was that topic. It was made by PBS NewsHour. My childhood home. Now let's move on to my next topic, which is very exciting for me. Exclusive for this topic by Giant Freaking Robot. Says this. Exclusive. Jim Carrey returned for The Grinch 2. Anyway, I know some of you may say we're not going to allow live action Dr. Seuss movies. Anyway, but it's a good thing that The Grinch will be on a sequel. That's a good thing. Anyway, Jim Carrey's returning to Universal Pictures for The Grinch 2, once again playing Dr. Seuss's most famous ill-tempered creation. According to our trusted and proud sources, Sonic Hedgehog actor is coming back to as a character after an absence of over 20 years, which shaped part of the course of the star. Although when exactly Jim Carrey might be stealing at this time in Grinch 2, and what size his heart will be well to, is currently uncertain. Okay? It continues to recent willingness to appear in sequels. Okay? While Jim Carrey might be returning for The Grinch 2, it will not be long ago that the actor made famously and dominant against appearing in a sequel to his movies. Wow. After Carrey filmed 1995's Ace Ventura 2 When Nature Calls, he swore making continuations of his films for many years, later stating that a final sequel is not function. Wow. Mercy, someone else said word, sorry. For the most part. And at least the two I've done, there were characters I enjoy doing. But I did find myself almost parodying myself at that point. It probably did not help the chance for Jim Carrey sequels that he rarely became one of the biggest box office draws in the 1990s. And after The Truman Show and The Man in the Moon, a critically acclaimed actor who could previously pass them up if he chooses how to. However, something seems to have changed for Jim Carrey in the last decade or so. Hence the development of The Grinch 2. In recent years, Jim Carrey is starring in the sequel of 1994's Dumb and Dumber, following a 2003 prequel that didn't involve him and Jamp Daniels. Okay, Sonic Hedgehog sequel has also announced what he would like to make a sequel of 2003's Spooks and Mighty. Start featuring Steve Carell's sequel. He again was not involved in. Such, Jim Carrey Grinch 2 feels almost available. Wow. The 2000 version of How the Grinch Stole Christmas was directed by Ron Howard, and reportedly an enormous and lengthy process for everyone involved. Wow. Would be hours of process needed driving Jim Carrey and his mega bars nearly insane. Wow, okay. However, the movie did also make $345 million in US dollars, and also the second highest grossing Christmas movie after Home Alone. For years until his heart overtaken by Benedict Cumberbatch's animated version of the story, which would be that kind of the box office growth. Jim Carrey The Grinch 2 will only matter of time, which, by the way, I'm not a huge fan of the part of the animated movie. It's just, the thing is, I thought the animated version will star Jim Carrey for some reason, but no, Jim Carrey will star at in the live action one. But okay, good enough. But that's just me. But anyway, while likely like that Jim Carrey will be returning to the Grinch 2 for the new Christmas story, possibly involving the Grinch and now defend Christmas and some of their threat to some of the return to the tables. Okay. And it's not having to be like that. The original 1966 animated How the Grinch Stole Christmas, followed by, well, we remember 1977 ABC's animated special Halloween is Grinch Night, in which it dominates of Whoville are terrorized by the mountain-dwelling Mr. Opsa on the spookiest of nights. This is a Jim Carrey movie we would like to see. I like to see it in theaters, don't you? Even if it has to go through the makeup again. I have to agree with Jim Carrey at this point. Yeah! I love it. I'm going to be very excited about this. Yeah, very excited about Jim Carrey. Anyway, my next one, and speaking of sequels, has to do with Toy Story 5, Frozen 3, and Zootopia 2, announced by Disney's Bob Iger. And I love to see it happen. Anyway, before I begin, hang on. I don't know what's in the live chat, hang on. One moment. Okay, enough in the live chat. Anyway, Toy Story 5, Frozen 3, and Zootopia 2 were announced by the Walt Disney Company CEO Bob Iger. But when the fans expect more news on them? Question mark. Anyway, fans of Disney prepare for the return of some fan favorite franchises. The Walt Disney Company's CEO Bob Iger confirmed Toy Story 5, Frozen 2, and Zootopia 2 are in the works. Okay? Iger returned as Disney CEO following Bob's cabinet exit in November 2022. Since his return, he aimed for the return of the companies in pre-pandemic days. Wow. Not even Disney has been in mind the effects of the pandemic. And during Quebec's tenure from 2020 to 2022, Anyway, the company experienced several downturns. Unfortunately, this has resulted in layoffs for the company and several other problems. During the earnings, which are, by the way, I'll talk about this a little bit. But anyway, during his earnings call, Iger hit an attempt to regain the success and it will enjoy during his previous tenure, okay? Today, I'm so pleased to announce that we have sequels. Hang on, turn this up a little bit. Never mind. Anyway, okay. In the works from our animation studios. Oh, this is SpongeBob, by the way? Anyway. In the advertisement, anyway. Animation studios, anyway. But those are some of the most popular franchises, anyway. Toy Story, Frozen, and Zootopia, Iger said. We have more to share about these productions soon. But this is a great example of how we lean into our unit-rated brands and franchises, anyway. These three franchises has proven to seem Disney's most popular. The Toy Story brand has expanded to include spin-offs such as Lightyear. Frozen have enjoyed unprecedented popularity and always make its mark on the generation of adaptation animation fans like me. Zootopia, meanwhile, recently expanded its streaming with the launch of Zootopia Plus. Wow. Iger recently commented that Disney has no plans and requires more assistance. Wow. Started a profit towards building up the current sets. Likely Disney won't feel adventurous anytime soon, as announcing the sequels means that the studio will focus on more manageable franchises with generated returns. The very original films such as Strange World, which I thought it was not a failure, but okay, also points towards a more conservative area of Disney. And that film succeed, well, Disney might have been slightly more all over the more new IPs. Anyway. However, because that film serially underperformed in the box office, the likelihood is more original properties is diminished. Anyway, interestingly, Toy Story's inclusion in the States can mean new Pixar movie sequels on the table. It's already known that Inside Out 2 is scheduled for the June release of next year, but it possibly exits on the Pixar properties that gain new entries. The Incredible franchise, for example, is one which fans have been begging for more. Not only is that bad franchise proven reasonable, but there is plenty of more stories to tell in the universe. Hopefully Disney return basically that mean there won't be any originality. That's it for that topic. Anyway, when I saw this in Nintendo Switch, Nintendo's Direct video on LGBS special event. But anyway, I'm talking this next topic. Anyway, Disney World Solution Island gets release date for Washington's better known as Fairy Odd Gamer. This is for you. But anyway, Nintendo Switch exclusive multiplayer platformer Disney Solution Island gets an official release date for the latest Nintendo Direct. Nintendo Switch exclusive game Disney Solution Island follows the initial release for during date. During February 2023's Nintendo Direct, which I did talk about during LGBS reaction on earlier this week, there's a lot of major announcements, including new titles, new remasters, and conversion of various release dates of several games. One of them would be Disney Solution Island. Anyway, Disney Solution Island was first revealed during D23 2022. In the game, Mickey Mouse and his friends have landed in the mysterious island of Manifold. Anyway, to be able to save the island, this team might find 3 magical books. Okay, they have to protect the inhabitants, and it's called Hokons. Anyway, Disney Solution Island seems to be inspired by Rayman Legends in terms of books and gameplay. Okay. However, someone would say it also follows a similar art and style to Battle is Visible and Cuphead, just like in the book that I just read during Bedtime Stories episode. Anyway, with fans looking to describe the multiplayer platforming itch, similar to the titles mentioned, Disney Solution Island might be able to solve the problem. Anyway, according to Nintendo America's latest trailer, which I don't want to talk about on YouTube during copyright reasons, by the way, I did talk about those reacts, but special event, by the way. But not all of it. But anyway, move on. The official release date for Disney Solution Island, has been set, and it'll be coming out on July 28th, 2023. Some gameplay will also be shown in the video detailing some mechanics and showing off some cool abilities to the levels that we present in the game. Add more hype from the release. In the end of the video, it will also be slated for pre-orders will eventually begin today, February 8th, 2023. Be lookout for this, folks. Anyway, multiplayer being heavily focused on Switch game library and a Disney theme on one that plays similar to the Rayman Legends. To help you bring younger gamers in the fold, because it was a primary and accessory, okay? The hand-drawn graphics also had and a lot of charm, since it's very mistakes the older cartoon look. Wow. Plus having the option to play as Mickey Mouse, Minnie Mouse, Donald Duck, and Goofy, while gamers to play their favorite when doing the adventure. While no detail regarding online multiplayer was revealed, but most fans were probably hoped for their future will be available, so they can share the gaming experience with other users. Excuse me. Okay, anyway. Hopefully Disney Evolution Evolution Island, turns out to be better than developer Data Studios previously Battletoads. Anyway, with a promising combination of graphics, gameplay, animation, voice talents, and orchestrated ritual score. The game has also been potential to be a classic in the Nintendo Switch library. Plus, the Disney Evolution Island being exclusive of the system, non-owners will be partial console could become interested in investigating games such as these. Okay, which I'm not going to talk about on this topic. Anyway, Disney Evolution will release exclusive Nintendo Switch on July 28th, 2023. Be on lookout for it. But that's all for that topic. Now let's move on to the next one. And that is going to be The Late Late Show. If you watch this, Billy, talk about it right now. Anyway, canceled after almost 4 years on CBS. The Late Late Show, currently hosted by James Corden, has reportedly canceled after nearly 4 years of broadcasting. Sources told Entertainment Tonight and other outlets that CBS will be ending the show, and Corden's section and the end of the current season will be the last season. Corden announced that after 9 months ago, he estimated leaving the show to spend more time at home with his family. The network does, however, reportedly have something else in the works. According to Deadline, CBS will ruin the Comedy Central series at midnight to replace the current late night show. Okay? That series featuring Chris Hardwick ran from 2013 to 2017, and it's unclear that Hardwick will return for the reboot. The Late Late Show debuted in the year I was born, and featured hosts include Tom Snyder and Craig Coburn, and featuring Craig Ferguson. It takes the CBS television series C and Beverly Hills Boulevard in Los Angeles. And that's all for this topic. And let's move on to the next one, which is Pantera topic, okay? Shine down frontman waves on the recent Pantera concert cancellations. Looks back at the Dime Bash incident. Pantera music, I know this for a fact, has saved a lot of lives. Now, this is sad for me, but it's been racial for the singer of Pantera fans. Pantera, for all your guys at Pantera, and this is more, oh man, this is more sad to me, you know. Boy, we're lucky to say this. But anyway, I'm not gonna read the regards yet. Anyway, but I'm gonna just read. But I'm gonna read some of it. But that's just me. But anyway, I'm gonna read all of it. Never mind. But anyway, okay. In a new interview with Joshua Toomey in the Talk to Me podcast, Shinedown frontman Brent Smith discussed the recent Pantera concert cancellation in Germany and Austria that was scheduled to take place in this spring. Okay. Followed an outcry over Pantera vocalist Bill Samuel's previous racist remarks. Porters and famous Nazi salutes on stage. He delivered on stage back in 2016. Phil already had a history of making troubling racial statements, including several white pride speeches at various Pantera shows over 20 years earlier. In regards to concert Pantera cancellation, Smith has said, as translated by Barry Smith, Barrymouth said this. Okay. They were scheduled to do Germany, Can't Ring again, Rockheim Park, and they were going to outcry for it. Reality is that Phil, when it happened, so when that he addressed it to the best of his ability. Most people, I believe, he addressed it, believe that it was being secure or something like that. When I was watching what he said, I saw the video, and believe me, man, I'll be honest with you, I was somebody that, when I saw that video, the way I was presented, it was not good. It's not. The fact of the matter is, the way that I see things, that these types of things, that is how you're gonna grow. If there's a constant level of just giving no one an opportunity to say that they made a mistake. That they generously make a mistake. And with Phil, if you look at it, I think point blank. Wow, point blank. I don't know. It's just totally ridiculous. Anyway, in a lot of those interviews that he did, in a lot of those segments, he was like, "I'll never ever do anything to support like white severity or anything ever again." He made a lot of strong points that he said that what he's doing and his gesture was towards the white and wine and whereas a lot of people have called BS on it, that this and that and the other, but to go at it and to be in the strong-willed and see wants to go have a lot of backing from people and say that this man is not racist. This is not who he is. Wow. There's going to be a certain people because you also don't know how they were raised. Yeah. How they were brought up, how they were feel about it. That's why it's called society. Wow. And I think what I'll do is best to move past, especially in this country. Look in the United States, it's always going to be something that we're going to have to talk about. Wherever be at the place in America where we'll all be able to get past it. I think there was a fresh soul, something like that. I don't know. Inside of all of it, you don't want to forget it because you're doomed to repeat it. Wow. Oh man. Anyway, and I think what we'll all have to focus on in the society with all the walks and the life and that's in 2023 and beyond for all that time. It should not matter whether you're a man or woman, whether you're younger, whether you're older, color your skin, that's variant, something like that. We're all the same inside. Your religion, that's what totally up to you. What that will make you individual, that will make you human. It makes you who you are and what on your planet together. And I think in a lot of ways makes music and medicine. Yeah. I know a lot of people have been waiting for Pantera for a long, long time in defense of that music. Another thing that people should think about Pantera music, and I know that the fact that has saved a lot of lives. It has. And that is another thing that gets brought up. It was born out of the chaos. But it was had a message, and it was built in a straight and concerted event, something like that. I don't know. I go back to Pantera's World Display of Power days, and it was probably, in my opinion, definitely in the top 20 of the greatest albums ever recorded, in my personal opinion. Now, Pantera, who has last toured in 2001, and called it a day 2 years later, announced it was long way return in the summer of last year. Two of the surviving members, solely on bassist Rex Brown, accompanied by guitarist Zakk Wylde, okay, and of Ozzy Osbourne and Black Label Society, and drummer Charlie Band-Aid and Anthrax. The respective fill-ins were late Dimebag Darrell and Vinnie Paul. The new lineup performed in his first show together in Mexico last December. Despite his recent setbacks, the band's vows to continue their tour schedule throughout the spring and summer together will stop in North America, Europe, and Asia included. All the days can be found here. That's all. But that topic, I have no words to describe this topic, but believe me, it's Pantera can do whatever they want. Now let's move on to the next one, which is Saddens Me, because I'm a Disney Plus subscriber, and then over 2.4 million subscriber lost was not. Anyway, Disney Plus reports that its first subscriber loss of 2.4 million subscribers. Plans to lay off 7,000 employees. Anyway, Disney Plus. This is the first quarter with CEOs Bob Iger back in command. Isn't looking so good. Disney announcing Q4 1 2023 earnings today that reported a total of 161.8 million Disney Plus global subscribers and increasing of 2.4 million subs from 644.2 million in the previous quarter. That's the streamer's first subscriber loss since launching in 2019. The drop in Disney Plus subscribers was mainly driven by a decrease in Disney Plus Hotstar subscribers. The international streaming service available in India, parts of Southeast Asia, saw a decline of 3.8 million subs, down from 61.3 million subs in the previous quarter. On the semi-popular side, Disney Plus gained 200,000 divided subscribers in the US and Canada. Results put Disney Plus 2024 target into question. Disney Plus plans to reach 215 million to 245 million subs by 2024, which could see the streaming king Netflix, which with over 230 million global subs, lose its crowd. Wow. How it's looking that Netflix can relax at least for now. Notably, Iger announced during today's earnings call that Disney will no longer provide subscriber addition guidance. The same move that Netflix recently made. Subscriber loss comes on the heels of good companies increasing the subscription price. Disney Plus ad-free paid from $11 per month in addition to the new $7.99 ad support tier. For that reason, analysts was actually expected a large loss of 3 million subs. So today, news is not entirely bad from that perspective. Disney other streaming services, Hulu and ESPN Plus, have Disney Core getting over 800 million subs. 800,000 million subs, excuse me. And 600 million subs, 600,000 subs, excuse me, respectively. Hulu now has 48 million subs. And ESPN Plus had 24.9 million subs. Okay? Disney also reported that the increase in revenue in the core signed 23.51 billion. Okay, 23.51 billion $1,000 excuse me. Misspoke anyway. Hey bud, I'm in live chat on Discord. Oh, hang on, remix, stand by. No, I'm sorry, I didn't know what was going on. Oh man. Hi folks, coming up in 30 minutes, it's the new Rare 1 Radio Friday edition, 2 full hours. It's brand new for 2023. I am so sorry, Remix. I didn't know you were in the live chat and via my thing. I was in the live chat via my thing. I'm just like, oh my god, what is going on? Yeah, that's one of my top. Yeah, that cardio explosion topic will be one of my topics. I just go like it. But anyway, sorry I couldn't be here on time, but I'm so like I need to. Yeah, it was 4:27. All of a sudden, you just have to do with the chat room via my thing. So. That's just me. Anyway, moving on. Where was I? Oh yes, anyway. 23.51 billion dollars there. US dollars there. just barely being an expansion of $23.33 billion last quarter. Disney reported $20.15 billion in revenue. In addition, its operating loss among the direct-to-consumer segment narrowed, okay, losing $1.1 billion versus the $1.5 billion recorded for 2022, okay? Disney plans to save $5.5 billion in costs, including $3 billion in savings on contract, okay? It's part of our Disney effort, okay? Makes sense anyway. But anyway, moving on. Next, as part of Disney's effort to make its streaming business profitable, okay, I revealed that during today's earnings call that the company is planning to starting, okay, including job cuts. The layoffs will affect 7,000 employees. The company froze new hire in November. While this is necessary to address the challenges we're facing today, I have not made the decision lightly. Like I said during the call, okay? I have enormous respect and appreciation for the talents and dedication of our employees worldwide, and I'm mindful of the personal impact of these changes, okay? These are remembering to me that Disney may explore the sales of rights to film and TV series to the competitors, something like that. Demonstrate attempts, something like that, to combat streaming losses, okay? Makes sense. It's rumored turning out to be true. This will be a benefit change to insanity, since Disney is known for keeping much in this original programming exclusively on Disney Plus and Hulu, okay? Warner Bros. Discovery, WBD for short, was the most recent major media company to license its shows in order to gain revenue, something like that. WBD struck deal with Roku and Tubi, okay? To license 2,000 hours of movies and TV shows, including Westworld, which is pulled from HBO Max in December. Wow, okay. Makes sense. Anyway. Okay, okay, that's all for that topic. Now let's move on to the next one which we're going to read, and that is King of the Hill, okay? The revival ordered by Hulu, Mike Judge, Greg Daniels, and the original cast is set to return, okay? Hulu's laying out to welcome him, Matt, the Hill family. The streamer is reviving King of the Hill for 20th century television animation, with co-creators Mike Judge of Beavis and Butthead and Greg Daniels to return, as well as the beloved former cast. Judge will respire as well as Hank Hill, while Kathy Namaji, have announced it, will be back as his wife Peggy, Stephen Rowe as Bill, Pamela Hallinan as Bobby Hill, and Johnny Hardwick as Dale, and Laura Tom, who been part of this whole thing, as Mim, something like that. Anyway. The reboot has been in the works since the 2017 San Francisco Sketch Fest, where Judge Daniels reconnected with the cast and celebrated the 20th anniversary of the old Fox animated show. However, Brittany Murphy was in this, but she sadly passed away in 2009. Sal Patterson, one of the years and last year, OG was joined the production as executive producer and showrunner. 3 artists Michael Weinberg and Howard Clan and Barton Entertainment's Dustin Davis will show as serve as executive producers. We're also excited to welcome back Hank, Peggy, and Bobby to see what they have to say about the world we live in and continue the conversation that we began years ago, said Craig Erwig, president of ABC Entertainment. Who Disney brand television streaming originals in the statement. Okay. Shows have the perfect immigrants to meet the moment in animation at Hulu. We were so thankful to be having those conversations alongside this talented group. The show said visual hour in Texas, following the life of Hank Hill, a British sailor, propane accessories, his wife Peggy, local ball champ and inspiring teacher, and their 13-year-old son, Bobby, who defies any expectation his father had for their son. Hank friends, including commercial therapist Dale, military barber Bill, who I call it, is your boom buyer who portrayed by Judge, and along with Peggy Spread's Myth, and my childhood nanny Nancy, played by Ashley Gardner, Bobby Spread Connie, played by Tom, helped to Hales navigate a changing world. Yeah, man, I'm telling you, whatnot, man, something like that. That Daniel Greg, talking about OG, and then my Judge inspirations, man. The original show, Daniel Classic, got my kids, man, walking around talking about, that's my purse, I don't know you, feeling, blessed, man. I tell you what, feels so good. It's a great song. I don't care what no dang boy says at Paris and the public statement. Anyway, the anime Warrior series ran for 13 seasons from Fox from 1997 until 2010. It's a top anime performer on Hulu. Wow. I'm so lucky to have been part of the show. From the very beginning, it couldn't be more excited to visit Arlington, Texas. Once again with Mike, Greg, and Charmin, who together are bringing a whole new part of this to the original series, said Marky Pyro, Executive Vice President of 20th Television Animation. We all want to thank the fans with worldwide support because they helped make this happen. Okay? I can't wait to share the new animation through the lines of 2023 in America. In the worlds of our beloved Peggy Hill. Oh yeah. Anyway. This isn't the first Fox animated show that the streamer does up to further audiences. There's a Futurama revival in the works at Hulu as well, which I'll talk about next week. Right now, my next topic has to do with Foo Fighters. Now, they're coming out with a new album this next month, according to UK radio DJ. Okay, Chris Moyles, a host of Radio X, mentioned that he was very much looking forward to it, the record, before quickly moving the conversation elsewhere. A new Foo Fighters release might be in Arizona, according to Chris Moyles, DJ in the UK's Radio X, who ironically or incorrectly announced a new album in the Breakfast Show yesterday, which is last Tuesday, by the way. After playing Walk, a track of the Foo Fighters' 2011 album, Wasting Light, Moyle said constantly, I love that song so much. Foo Fighters and Walk, they got a new album coming out in March. Foo Fighters, which I'm very much looking forward to. The DJ embodied on that comment even further, but quickly turned his attention to Harry Styles' music. But it's very mentioned in Dave Grohl's front outfit was picked up in the UK-based Foo Fighters fan page. Wow. Posted a clip online shortly thereafter. Listen below, which I'm not going to do that, by the way. It's going to be very exciting, so see more, see here. And I'm not going to play it due to copyright reasons. New album being released next month, apparently. So, see here, I'm not going to play that due to copyright reasons. This is a 3 hour, it's some 118, 12, to around a 3 hour, it's a 3 hour, 3 minute, 1 second thing. Anyway, next, it was unclear that whether Moral's remarks were even correct. Wow. But sure they are. Such a way to take this form of either a live albums showcasing Foo Fighters' recent tribute concerts to their late drummer Taylor Hawkins, or a collection of brand new material. Given that there was less than a year since Hawkins passed away. We wager it's more than likely the former, if anything. Now, it is, however, possible that the band will gearing up to release the material recorded with Hawkins prior to his death. Terry Hawkins died unexpectedly in Colombia last year. Toxicology reports found a number of substances in his body at the time of his death. Months later, the band hosted 2 tribute shows into one of their bandmates. One in London's Wembley Stadium and one in LA's California. The 2 events played to host a performance by Wolfgang Van Halen, members of Queen, Rush, Soundgarden, and countless others. At the time of his writing, only the Wembley show had been broadcast. The 6-hour live stream could be viewed on YouTube, and the event is still available to watch at Paramount Plus. Post-shoot footage from the California show is yet to be made available, but given the mentioned event, we're sure the only matter of time before we can watch it back. So that was that topic, and let's move on to the next one, which is hazard with quake death. Now, sadly, it happened in Turkey, okay? And, Remix, if you're watching this, I have no idea what to say here, but this had to be the worst case in Turkey history. It was a country, not in Thanksgiving food. But anyway, it was an earthquake that tolls surpasses 22,000 amid struggle to get aid to quake's victims. Only a trickle of humanitarian aid to reach the devastated parts of Syria because years of war have carved this country into zones of control that impede deliveries, okay? Death toll in Turkey and Syria from this week's catastrophic earthquake surpasses 22,000 deaths today. As a result, relief organizations struggle to overcome an area of obstacles to deliver aid to survivors in both countries. Okay, makes sense. Anyway, second aid countries in 2 days, load of medicine, food, and clothes reaches an obligation at a enclave in northwestern Syria, as leaders of Turkey and Syria visited the earthquake zones to meet survivors. Bashar al-Assad, something like that, Syria's authorization president, appeared in Erbil, one of the city's most severely damaged by the earthquake. His visit came as a reminder by his lasting power after more than a decade of civil war that has left the country in ruins. Began in 11 years ago. He pressed over the sledge of April, the country's second largest city, in his effort to quash the nationwide rippers to keep himself in power. Okay? Thousands were killed and much of the cities were obliterated. But today, Mrs. Assad perceived himself as a statesman, there to provide support to the thousands affected by the week's earthquake. Okay? In photos released by his office, he appeared smiling, accompanied by his wife. But it agrees in the injured and in another video, he appeared wearing a face mask and hairnet and he towards a soup kitchen set up by victims. In Turkey, President Tayyip, President Erdogan, something like that, visited hard-hit pilot High Man, something like that, and admitted that the relief response was not as swift as the government had wished. Okay? Know very well that words are meaningless to describe our pain Mr. Donegan said death tolls in both countries continue to mount, with more than 19,300 in Turkey and nearly 3,400 in Syria. This has now been Turkey's deadliest earthquake since 1939 and the deadliest worldwide in decades. Wow. The effort to provide aid to millions to people across in both countries has been strained by bitter cold. Okay? Power outages and storages of fuels, trucks, and other essential supplies by the many concentrated pours by the two states of the war inside Syria. The earthquake zone in Syria includes areas controlled by the Syrian government and the others held by opposition forces backed by Turkey. Those are social organizations in the area political obstacles, okay? Stemming from the ongoing civil war, okay? Makes sense in any way. Anyway, have created fatal delays in delivering help to Syrians, okay? The flow and the aid had also been hampered because of more crossing used by humanization noise, something like that. Known as the Babel Highway, something like that. Is the only route approved by the United Nations aid to reach the Operation Hill region in northwestern Syria. On Thursday, they reserved for the first 7 delivery of aid crossed into the Operation Hill region. 6 trucks carrying shelter material and non-food items. The International Organization for Migration said that there's an initial shipment to meet needs at least 5,000 people, okay? From 14 more trucks, okay? Laid for food, shelter, and materials. And the same area Friday, there was a small concussion to the war-ravaged enclave, homes of millions of Syrians who have been displaced by more than a decade of fighting. Hundreds of thousands have already watched homes or family members vanish beneath the rubble in the miners of days. As many as 5.3 million people in Syria may have lost their homes because of the earthquake. According to the United Nations Refugee Agency, okay? For Syria, this is a crisis within a crisis, said Samantha Diabamia. The agency's representative in Syria cited chronic trauma, okay? The pandemic are now the earthquake and blizzards. And a number of our own staff are sleeping outside their homes because they're worried about the struggle damage to their homes. He said, Damascus, have announced this word, sorry. That this is a microcosm of what is happening throughout the affected areas. In many of hardest hit areas, like in Turkey, chaos atmosphere prevented in the grounds. Okay? Turkey is abolished a 3-month state of emergency and 10 provides apathetic, okay? In the cities of Antalya, okay? The Turkey's hemp hit and by prevented the ancient all-hit town of entirely collapsed. Traffic has been bumper to bumper for days now. In Antalya, the air is evacuated from the smoke of hundreds of bonfires lit by survivors who have been sleeping out in the open in their cars. Wow. Thousands more are shivering in the white tents in the south of the soccer stadium. Wow. Well, the finding survivor remains. Wow. Rescue workers resume their search on Friday, peering between the pancake roofs and hushing monuments on the streets on their strain to listen to their alien hints of survivor lives in the rumble, okay? If anyone can hear our voice, make sure some noise the group shot in ocean. They work with their for a way through the sprawling landscapes of dirt debris, something like that. United Nations chief said on Friday that he was on his way to visit parts of Turkey and Syria, and most decided by the quake. Okay, the officials Martin Gribbs visited cities of Abydos and Damascus in Syria, along with Dustop in Turkey, along with the weekend, according to UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. More was on the way, but much more is needed. Mr. Guterres told the reporters on Thursday. Okay, now gotta get back in the Discord, the YouTube live chat. Anyway, on my Discord. Anyway, more help was on the okay. He said that the jury's upscale delivery aid to Syria was assessed. Okay, the United Nations Emergency Fund released $25 million for aid on Friday. Okay, we can just see the messages real quick. It's fine. Okay. Okay. And Lucas, if you're watching this, yeah, I'll talk more about Arlington, D.C. Okay, never mind. Okay. Moving on. Next, anyway, United Nations Emergency Fund releases $25 million for aid on Friday. In addition to $25 million authorized earlier this week, the United Nations Presidency called the opening more border crossing points between Turkey and Syria on Friday to baseline the flow of relief. Okay? We're running out of stocks and we need to assess to bring new stocks in. Okay? Caroline Fisher, the World Foods Program's regional director of the Middle East, told reporters by video link from Corio said. Okay? The border crossings open now, but we need to grow, get new border crossings open. Excuse me. Okay, anyway, Ms. Fletcher said aid agencies need access for the second border crossing points aside from what that was used by the first two convoys. Okay, because damage to the roads was authorizing deliveries of humanitarian relief. Syria's government and said the U.S. retaliations against the country over the civil war has aggravated the humanitarian disaster caused by the earthquake. These retaliations did not target humanitarian aid. On Thursday, the State Department stepped down on the potential to lift sanctions on Syria, okay? Saying that the humanitarian aid efforts were not paid by the policy, okay? But the United States Treasury Department issued a 6-month invasion from stations for all trade actions related to providing disaster relief to Syria, okay? And the humanitarian crisis bill, the possibility of further activity hearings over the region. Dozens of returners has been recorded from Turkey this week, including a few of Friday morning. Experts are saying that large average stocks poses risk to the virtual emergency of partly collapse structures in the earthquake 20 zone. Something like that. Anyway, that's all for that topic. Now let's move on to the next one, which is basically about the Nintendo Switch. And it's probably basically from last week. And good news about this. Anyway, Nintendo Switch is now the third best-selling console of all time, with over 122 million units sold worldwide since 2017. Now, it happens this week, okay? Now, Nintendo Switch originally released on March 3rd, 2017, just after the flop that was the Nintendo Wii U for its lifespan, Nintendo Wii U has only been able to push out about 13.3656 million units to date. Lucky for Nintendo, these numbers are pale as comparison to sales over Nintendo Switch. It's recently reported that the Nintendo Switch has now achieved lifetime sales of 122.55 million worldwide since 2017. This means that Nintendo Switch has beat the lifetime sales of PlayStation 4 with 117.2 million units and the Game Boy Color 118.69 million units, okay? As such, the Nintendo Switch is now said to be currently the third best selling console of all time, beyond the Nintendo DS, 154.02 million units, the PlayStation 2, 155 million units, okay? For Nintendo Switch, Nintendo Wii was said to be Nintendo's most successful home console, as has achieved 101.63 million sales up to this point. According to Nintendo's top-selling Nintendo Switch set titles page, which is updated as of December 31st, 2022, Nintendo Switch software also continues as what sell extremely well. Okay. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe continues to sell at the top of it with 252 million units sold. Trail Crossing New Horizons says second place with 41.59 million units sold. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate is the third best selling game of Nintendo Switch with 30.44 million units. It was last reported the last game has sold 29.33 million back in November 2022, but was currently being interested to see what Nintendo is able to come up with next after the Nintendo Switch in the coming years. We'll just have to wait and see. With the cut, we'll find out and come up to be the best player in there. Wow. My next topic has to do with Tetris. And if you're watching this remix, yeah, I'm very excited for Tetris. I played this once in high school. Then second time was probably this year in FWL. But anyway, it's a upcoming biological film directed by John S. Bard and written by Noah Pink. Anyway, it was in July of 2020. It was reported that the Bard was being made and making a Tetris. Okay. Which is designed that the legal battles took place in the Cold War ownership of the game, with John S. Bard directing on John Aldrich cast to portray the game publisher Hank Rogers, okay? Erickson confirmed this report in the August interview, explaining that this film will mirror the tone similar to Social Network. It was exciting, but anyway. In November, Apple TV Plus acquired the film, okay? Film began in Grayskull, United Kingdom in December 2020, including Grayskull Perskull Airport and the Household Coast. In February 2021, film took place in Everton in locations of including the University of Everton's Zoology Building, which is used in the headquarters at Soviet firm Urek. I've announced the city's name. Sorry. Production then returned for Grayskull for a few days for wrapping up in each in early March 2021. Footage shows were taking place in 2022. Instead, it was release will be planned for later in the year, which is this film is scheduled to premiere SKX SW Film Festival, which will take place in March 10th through the 19th of this year. So that's all for that one. Now let's move on to the next one, which is very exciting for Remix's topic. Anyway, it has to do with Cartridge Explosion. Now, if you watch this remix, it's for you. Cartridge Explosion is getting major facelift in 2023. Starting off with Cartridge Explosion Junior. Anyway, I'll be leaving in a few minutes so I can Get ready for Real One Radio Friday edition. First Friday show of 2020. Okay. Anyway, that's very awesome. Very cool enough. Anyway. Cultural Explosion Junior is the first destination of quality and education with main focus on teamwork and the value of friendship, okay? Instead of going away or making it super awesome with team this year, new year, new possibilities. Cultural Explosion is also getting a major facelift, okay? Makes sense, anyway. With value a new look and refreshing logo of Real One, which is good enough. So why not Cultural Explosion? Wow. Well, a new facelift with both what makes both Cultural Explosion Junior stronger in the total explosion of awesomeness. Anyway, what got more in the store for you, and we thank you for choosing us, the permanent sources of cultural news and everything in between. So that's it for that topic. If you watch the remix, very excited for you. Anyway, my next topic has to do with E3. Now, very bad news for E3 fans out there. PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo reportedly skipping E3 this year. Anyway, the ESA, American Software Association for short, has announced in March that E3 wouldn't be returning its in-person show in Los Angeles following the cancellation of 2022 edition. Then in September, the ESA revealed that the E3 2023 would take place on Tuesday, June 13th through Friday, June 16th. Because I won't be doing much because FWL shows that much. But anyway, now IGN reports that it was learned that PlayStation, Xbox, and Sony will be skipping E3 of 2023. Major flow that will be supposed to be E3's big comeback. Wow. The publication always reports that these companies won't be having persons in Los Angeles Convention Center. Show floor either which is where game companies typically have a large and flashy booths, which are people will preview games and were to more than what was in store. Despite this, Xbox said to have its own summer showcase in Los Angeles, like it's in the previous years. And Xbox is usually times where this consoles conclude, okay, games press and fans be being in Los Angeles for E3. IGN reports that Xbox overall plans for its summer gaming showcase are confirmed. As the showcase are having a tightened company's conventional after recent Microsoft-wide layoffs. That his Halo Infinite's developer D343 Industries hard. Wow. PlayStation haven't been a part of E3 since its first drop from the show in 2019. Wow. Reportedly over agreements for the ESA. Nintendo was eventually the big support for E3, typically live streaming the Nintendo Direct alongside with large presents on the actual show floor. Video Game Chronicles reported that Nintendo was skipping its first in-person E3 show in 4 years. Because the company felt like it doesn't have enough major releases to showcase justify it type of E3 presence, okay? Video Game Chronicles also notes that it also shows sources have claims discussions in regards to E3 and Xbox are still ongoing. Wow. That is might have a business and media present similar to last year's Gamescom. Okay. It's not a traditional booth. Red Pop, the Star Wars Celebration organizer, that organized E3 for 2023, preside IGN's with the resulting statement says this. Okay. E3 is such a significant event for the game industry, and being enjoyed with an important cultural touchstone, if not a responsibility. Red Pop, something like that. Takes lightly. Since Repop took a contract with E3 6 months ago, we worked directly with ESA members based on the feedback to create a new type of E3 that supports their goals and needs. this process is taking time due to the tremendous amount of stakeholders operating input, okay? So we appreciate that we could have been more transparent to questions from which we were still finalizing the answers. But we continue to work tirelessly to create a show that brings together the global gaming, okay? Industry. We believe we're created a new format for the event that serves the needs of both the industry and its fans, and it's committed to build and growing it in the coming years. And we spent much of 2022 refining how E3 2023 will take shape. Finally, feedback we so consolidated. We did not send a single contract to an exhibitor, something like that, until the start of this month, something like that. We have received a tremendous amount of interest and vegetable commitments from many of its biggest companies in the industry. And when to announce the embedders, we are confident and will be lined up that will make the trip to Los Angeles will worth it for the industry and commitments alike. It saddens me. So that's all for that topic. I got 2 more topics to read and then we'll be done. Anyway, Chippendale Rescue Rangers meet and greet coming to Disney's Hollywood Studios. Now, I've not read about this in FDO history. But anyway, meet and greets are for Chippendale Rescue Rangers coming to Disney's Hollywood Studios. Very exciting about that. Chippendale Rescue and the Rescue Rangers outfits will return to Hollywood Studios starting on February 15th. But we haven't done this in years. You can meet the dynamic duo once again in the Adventure House post next to Indiana Jones and Stunt Spectacular, okay? Now, the last time you saw Chip and Dale in their Rescue Rangers outfits was back in 2021. And I haven't seen them in years. Anyway, we are here in Warren with the comic credits and set to join them Valentine's Day. Now, unseen, never see that in the Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers outfits. But anyway, are you excited to see the Rescue Rangers just return for a little while? No official end date for this been announced at this time. I think a more permanent location in Walt Disney World. Wow. That's all for that topic. Let's move on to the last topic of the day. And that is Metallica fans out there. Metallica historians share a hint about Load Deluxe box set. Anyway, over the course of 2 Vinyl Club series, Metallica have released 8 exclusive records to subscribers. Each record is presented with music that has either never been released before or has never had an official press release. Well, not only that, but the jackets comes stuffed with a surprise range of posters and stickers to evidence of things. And every release features liners and notes and penned in the unmistakable voice of Lars Ulrich, okay? Well, almost every release features Ulrich's voice. On the latest unlikely vinyl club release, Rebels from the Black album box set, Ulrich limits his roles and gives the spotlight to Dan. I can't pronounce it. It starts at the end, okay? A Metallica historian archivist who fans may know as Spire Dan, okay? Number this ends note. When nobody reads, I know turning over the one and only, the man in the trenches who eats, sleeps, and suffers through Metallica's rarities and oddities and nonsense. Spire Dan. And So What describes Spider-Man has played a role in providing the deluxe boxes since the bands began putting together with respect to Kill 'Em All and Ride the Lightning, okay? The key role revolves around the reality of choosing what tracks should be included in each album's deluxe box set. Okay? Starting to put together that compartments of version of the record. It makes sense, and then the Spider-Dan, would be tapped in the liner notes and the records and the tracks that he did, but immediately then include for the Black Album's box set. 29 hours. 29 hours. That's how much content is packed in the best beast. That is a box set for the Black Album. Wow. Spider-Dan writes in the opening and the liner notes. 29 hours. Let's that sink in. That's over a day's worth of material. All cut in from 90 to 93. You might think I'm able to cram every last interesting bit that era in the box, right? Ha! Of course not. He goes and describes the 4 tracks with leftovers on a unique strings and vocals mix of Nothing Else Matters. A killer instrument rock mix of My Friend of Mystery, the only performance of No Remorse from the entire tour, a smoking version of Short Straw from before the Guns tour. Wow. See here from the Ultimate Metallica is on Instagram, said this. Have you taken Metallica's latest and final last release of Wild Vinus Club offering from the Spin yet? Well, it's called Leftovers from the Black Album's box set, which will tell you exactly what to expect. Metallica historian and carvist Dan anything anyway. It inspired Dan writes in the album liner notes. Here you go, 4 tracks that didn't make the box set. Wow. A unique string vocal mix of Nothing. Killer instrumental box mix of Mystery. And a only performance of No Remorse from the entire tour. A smoking version of Straw from the before the Guns tour. Read more about the Vinyl Club and this record at ultimatemetallica.com. That was basically it. Anyway. But before he wrapped up the thoughts, he handed the next project, the much accepted, loud, and reloaded box set. He puts it, now that we all hopefully max out on Black Album material, it's time to start looking forward. If you'll excuse me, I have 43 takes on Jack and Ronnie to listen to. Wow. Seems to be the first brand dominated leap on to the low and low deluxe box reissues that fans have heard since Metallica first announced they were working on them on February 3rd, 2022. We're working our way through the catalog to bring you the comprehensive deluxe box sets we have come through to love. They wrote in an email to fans last year. And now it's time to get started on Load and Reloaded. Since then, Metallica focused on the year of touring the globe, and that now, as we know, finish touching on the 12th studio album, 72 Seasons, which is set for release on April 14th. Metallica's third release on the latest Vinyl Club offering, Rabbit Bridge School Benefit 1997, made us wonder if they were made in the middle of pouring through archive material from the Load and Reload era. But Spider-Dan's passing comment about Lowe's house Jack built and Ronnie confirms that even though Metallica is gearing up for the new album and 2-year global tour, the next box set or sets, whatever, is still on the way. If you want more proof than a few words of some liner notes, just check out this topic on Metallica's forum about wish lists and Lowe's reissues. Spider-Dan is very responsive for fans and remains active in the conversation. That's all for that topic. All for the topics for today. Now let's move on to what I've watched Disney Plus, and that is going to be huge for you. Okay. Baby Boo House season 1. The rest of season 1 I finish up. Episodes, let me just see what I got from season 1. Season 1 episode 22 to 26. And then the Proud Family Loud and Power. Season 2 episode 1 to 3. That's all I have. Want to watch Disney Plus. Now let's move on to Game 7, shall we? So we got for us. Anyway, we got not 1, not 2, but 3. Oh yes, 5 Game 7s today. I was originally gonna do it's 5:17 right now. I was originally gonna do like Pat do games today, so I decided no, we're not gonna do Pat do games today. So I'm just gonna play Hey Man, Push My Luck, and probably a little bit of Deal No Deal, and possibly a game of something like, for example, let's just say finished touches of man, Wheel of Fortune and on back like John Games and these 2 other Game 7s. Let's do it right now. Nature's a category. I, no I. E, 1 E. A, no A. 2 O, yeah. Oh, it's forest something. Oh man. Forest 4, that's it. Turn up a little bit so you can all hear the game. Category is history. I, E, A, O, U. There's no one there above. T. Street, something. N. No N. C. Crash. I don't know what the first word is. Anyway, L. Oh, I know this is Wall Street. Anyway, Wall Street Crash. Anyway. Category Special Days. I, E, A, O, U. I don't know. Sorry. Special Days. Oh, Good Friday. Should have said that. Oh, well. Let's do bit of let's say Push Your Luck, shall we? See what we got for us. I'm just gonna mute this out a little bit. Due to copyright reasons. Okay, there we go. Well, it's not even raining anymore. Thank God. Oh, it is raining anyway. There we go. Cue the game. Let's see what happens. Let's mute the music and it would copyright reasons. But anyway, start the game and see what it looks like. It's time to push your luck. Let's play the game. See how this looks like. Yeah. Okay, 8. I'll use my free spin for this one because it's getting ridiculous. I'm not gonna pick lower and higher. I don't know. This is a low number. High number, okay. Let's say lower. It better be a low number. We'll see what happens. 4, good. Higher. Higher than 4, shall we? So we got for us. I'm the last one standing. 2, oh my God. Yeah, I'm almost at a 6. Yeah. Should have been 5th place, but oh well. Try anyway. 9, lower. Oh man. One of them says higher. Silly big spin Jim. You can't say that. But anyway, I'm gonna keep it as is, you know. Oh yeah. Now I'm in 7th place. Now I'm in big trouble. You know. Okay. 9. Lower than 9. So almost had a 1 though. Doubt it. 1, okay. Big spin is so silly now. Of course it'll be higher. Good. Just good. Anyway. 12. Lower than a 12. God, I just want to be this in conversation like this. I just don't want it to be by these 5 players, I guess. 11, good. Okay, lower than 11, shall we? So we got for us. Don't want to get banged by this. 10. Okay. It has to be a low number than 10. Let's see. I don't want anything to happen to... Ooh, what's this? 5, good. I'll just beg for right now, just because, you know. Oh, because I'm in 3rd place, just because, I'm in 64, and just trying not to beat somebody, you know, I have to get in mind, you know. It's just probably a good idea not to beat somebody, you know. 10, good. Low number, just because, wow. Everybody got it. Except for, I guess Ruckus Marina got it. One of those computer players, by the way. Wow. But she ain't get it. Anyway, 1. Anyway. 4, higher than 4. Just don't know what to do next. 7. Good. Damn, my free spin with me. I'm gonna say lower in that case. I don't know. No. Okay, now we have a winner. 3, 4. Okay, that's good. Let's play again. Yeah, this is I'm in 4th place. That's good. Yeah. It's time to push your luck. Let's just try again. I don't want any more. Yeah, no competition there. Okay, there we go. 1. Higher. It has to be higher than 1. 5. Higher than 5. Wow. 4. Should have used my free spin for this one. In 2nd place right now. Two. Higher. So happens. 12. Lower. 8. Good. 3 spin won't count. There we go. Lower than a tad. See a lot of lows, but let's see what happens. 6. Good. Spank. Moving in 2nd place. Okay. $11. Good. Lower than 11. See what happens. 1. Course be lower than higher than 1. Okay. Show us. 13. Good. Course be higher than lower than 13. Okay. Okay, lower than 12. 3, okay. Guess I'll say higher. We'll see what happens. 7, okay. Okay, lower. I don't know about this. Sorry. 4. Good. Higher. I don't know. 5. Good. Okay. I'm just gonna go ahead and bang. Sorry. This is my no conversation right now, I guess. Let's play again. This is okay. You know, if I did it wrong, then I guess it's no bad luck, guys. Anyway, I'm just gonna do yeah. Higher. I'm not gonna pick my free spin for this one. Sorry. 9. Good. Lower than 9. Anyway. 2. I mean, higher than a 2. 3. Higher than 3, okay? I was gonna use my free spin, but oh well. 6, good. Looks like I'm the only one left. Free spin for this one, because I don't know. 7, good. Bank. Just right now, at least. Okay. 10, lower than a 10. Don't know what to do next. 1, good. Course is gonna be higher. Show us. See. I'm not with anything because I'm big lead, you know. 12, of course, is gonna be lower, you know, because you know 13 is the highest, you know. Good. 8, excuse me. You know, I'm just gonna have time for this and say lower, because there are a bunch more lows than not, you know. That's just me. Anyway. 2, good. Of course be higher than 2. Good. 5. Okay. Banking for right now at least. 69 points into the lead right now. Oh my. Ooh. Okay. Somebody's in second place right now. I'm totally trying to beat Chill Jill right now at least. Ooh. Lower. 7. Okay, thinking, lower again, because I have no idea what to do with it. 1! Yeah, that's much better. Course is going to be higher than 1. I have no word to describe with this. 6. You know what? Because I think 2 people are losing, I think I'm going to bank for right now. 92. Good. Round number 4 time. It's go time. Baby. Anyway. 8. Lower than 8. Show us. I have no idea what to say here. 1. Course be higher than 1. Show us. Anyway. I think I'm going to win. I'm still waiting. 3. Good. Higher than 3. Show us. 11. Good. Lower 11. I have no idea what to say here. If it gets higher, whatever. There we go. 10. Good. Okay. Lower than 10. Show us. I'm thinking I have to be win, guys. 9 points. Good. You know, I'm going to go ahead and bank right now. 144 points. Yes. That was good. That was good, you know. Okay. You know, let's play some deal, no deal right now, and occasionally, I'm in my TV, so that way I can play some deal, no deal. So there you go. I'm not gonna just mute my ads a little bit. Okay, so there you go. There you go. Anyway, turn it down a little bit so we don't hear this. But today's the 10th. I'm going to choose the 10. 1, open the case. $100 million. Jesus. 800,000. Should choose the forward backwards thing.
Nice one.
100,000. Okay, makes sense. 2, open the case.
Nice one.
400,000. Wow. 7 on the case. 500,000. 3, open the case.
Excellent.
$10. Wow.
Deal or no deal?
No deal.
Oh, very brave. Time for the next round.
Wow. Aaron Burr. Expected.
Nice one.
$300. Wow. Let's go backwards now.
Nice one.
$1. Wow.
Excellent.
$750. Okay.
Excellent.
Wow.
Deal or no deal? Oh, very brave. Time for the next round. Nice one.
$50. Wow. 22, open the case.
Excellent.
$500. Wow. 21 over the case.
Nice one.
Wow. 2 more and be done.
Excellent. Deal or no deal? No deal. That's the spirit. Time for the next round. Nice one.
$10,000. Wow.
Excellent.
Wow.
Deal
You know what?
no deal?
That's good. It's good. For it's $10. Good. For number 10. Not bad at all. Anyway. Right now we're going to play some Parasite Group stuff. I'm gonna turn up some volume a little bit so I can hear it. So there you go on that. Anyway. Oh wait. Anyway, it's time for that, and right now let's just see what happens. Anyway, open the case, open this. See how this works. It's an ace, $1,000 lower than the ace. Woo! Lower. $4,000 lower. The 6. Change the card. Okay. Higher. Seriously? Okay. Whatever. I thought I was gonna win the $160,000 grand. Oh well. Whatever. Anyway. 11. Bluebird. 13. One more, it's $25,000. 15. Pot of gold. 12. 14. Wow. 57. It's not something, it's a pot of gold. Wow. 8. $25,000, baby. Much better than the strikes, but Weekend Celebration episode 151. Not bad at all. Anyway. Oh, no, I don't want to quit. OBMU. Sorry. OBS, sorry. We got, Danger Call right now. Oh, not bad. Move on to the next game, which is home stretch time, and we're gonna pick my luckiest number, 2. Oh my god! Move on to the next thing, and that is 1. It's a yellow. Sucky 7. It's not sucky. It's blue. 8. It's a another blue. Skip these yellows. I'm going. 2 had red. Okay. 3. Okay. Net combination. 9. Okay. Now net combination. 4. One more. It's $100,000. 10. Okay. One more. It's $10,000. 5. Okay. Okay. We need more than just add on to it. Get on to it. Gotta get more serious here. Either 10,000, 25,000, or $100,000. Let's just see what happens. We're not gonna pick any more numbers than just that. 6. Oh well. Not bad. What is it on? Review it. Oh, it's on 11. I should have picked 11. Not bad. Oh man. It was more easy. Anyway, Bonds Banana Challenge time, and then we'll do Open MU and this other game, and then we'll wrap things up. Got 2 MUs. Anyway, move on. Wow. Wow! 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 Oh, it makes sense now. Come on. Give us a $500 grade. If not, then it's game over. Oh, one more, it's game over. What do you think about this, Bonzi? Sorry.
Wow. $500,000. I can't believe that you actually defeated my challenge. Well, I suppose I will congratulate you on winning over $500,000 in cash and prizes.
I accidentally pressed the button, but 6,005 bananas, that will not count, but well, guess I won anyway, I guess. I accidentally put the Bonzi, but, you know, yeah, whatever. Anyway, it's time for OBMU 7s, and unfortunately, I gotta do something, but, you know, that's just me. But yeah, it's time for another game, such as, yeah, I goofing up on that game. Everything's already yes, and right now, there. And then we'll do it anyway. The K. Clover in that category anyway. There we go, got it. Anyway, category for green puzzle is the math. Okay, I know what this is. 3. Got it. It's alphabet. Okay. Natural. Know what this is. You may have to do something about it. Horse! That's it. I thought it was a bird. Okay. Not the odds, but okay. That's good. I was doing indentation, but then yes, over and over again. But I was like a meerkat, but as a bird, but whatever. Level 2, yellow plus, and the category is... I know what this is! Don't tell me. Cross. Got it. Green puzzle, LGM colors. Anyway, category is man-made. I think I know what this is now. Phone booth. Got it. So what are your thoughts on Nintendo Direct for, I think it was amazing remix. Yeah. For, Elder React style, okay. Special event, okay, I know what it says. Soul Pod. Sorry I wasn't on the line right now, but oh well. Wasn't on Discord at the moment, but oh well. I was like, hello, remix like, hello, I didn't see you there, but anyway. I know what this is, leisure on fish, anyway. The hook. I did a show by myself. What a coincidence, I guess. Okay. I didn't answer on the Discord server, but, you know, that's just me. I don't know what to do next. Anyway, science, my least favorite category in the... Oh, man. What is this? What is this? Telephone, that's what it was, okay. we go. That was not my answer. Table. Got it. Yellow puzzle. Category is tool. Pocket knife. Got it. Can we get whatchamacallit in here, please? Whatchamacallit! Yes, I know what this is. First in line. Got it. Whew-wee. Take away then shows. Thank you then shoes. And yeah. Let's just go ahead and get this completed and get this over with. Was gonna do Tetris in this episode, but I decided not to today. So, you know, if I would do this one game segment called Big John's Wheel of Fortune, I decided not to do it this week. But anyway, notes today, and we'll wrap things up. And there we go. Today, we're gonna do food reviews, episode number 585, and LGBT episode 1175. And 1136. Then we got 1137 and 184. We Wednesdays episode 82 and 90. Something like that. Bedtime Stories episode what I can't fix this one. Bedtime Stories. Anyway. Lunchtime 634. And so many LGBT ads and Crazy Bunch and Bedtime Stories and lunchtime before Super Bowl comes. PS Tuesdays and Bedtime Stories and lunchtime. Same here, blah blah, and things like that. PS4 Switch Saturdays and Bedtime Stories lunchtime. Weekend Celebration, Bedtime Stories lunchtime. Ripley's Bedtime Stories lunchtime. We'll be back for a 339th episode of FWL. If you watch this video, it's for you. You may come back, but that's just me. That was FWL episode number 338. Hope you enjoy it. Stay tuned. Next one's going to be a brand new episode of FWL, which is going to be part 2 of our hashtag LGBM16 Remix Bomb 34. Till next time, through Joseph episode, baby. Good more episodes, guys. So, Tuesday out. See ya.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for Friday's LukeJ62895. Today, Luke Jiffers and Bill Mooney will be talking about their topics, playing video games, and many more fun. And now it's now time to present to you all Friday's LukeJ62895 with their hosts, Luke Jiffers and Billy Mooney.
Hang on one moment. Okay. Just gonna scroll down here before I won't forget. And okay, okay. And here we go. Okay, here we go. Thank you, Jesus Comments Fan 2004. David 3000. Excuse me. Hello, people. Sujara speaking. Welcome to FWO episode number 379. Today we'll be doing not one, not two, but 6 dev topics today. Of course, we're gonna hold on. Let me quit my notification out real quick because I'm out of context while doing this stream real quick because I was just in the middle of getting ready for my Friday show and watching Hurry and everything. And then we got some topics to read. Excuse me, I'll be right back. Just give me 1 second, folks. I'm gonna get my properties real quick and get my webcam out of the way. Because let me get my webcam out of the way. Hang on. There we go. Man, it's just... Hang on, I want to delete that. Anyway, we're going to do it without the webcam. Sorry. It's just no use. Anyway. I'm going to use what... that will do. Anyway. Logitech and... Oh, it's a big screen. Okay. Yeah, we'll do it without it. Yeah. Sorry for the technical difficulties on my end. But. I'm sorry. I can't resist. My webcam is not that easy when I do FWL like this. But in all seriousness, let's do dev topics along with some other topics we need to read. And of course, some game segments and... Of course, Notes and Josh topics. And I have to read some Discord chat line while we're at it, so... Yeah. Let's get the games begin. Stepping out for a moment, rewind what is all new today. And we have new music as well, plus Luke's Joe's topics and Deb topics, and I have something to share as well. Yeah, thanks, Remix. Well, my webcam is having difficulties. Well, I'm trying to fix this, so I had to forget my webcam. Because my webcam is working just fine my video, taping my LukeJ62895 quote videos, but it's not working just fine on my video timing. It's just, why? Anyway, forget this. Screw it. Anyway. Yep, I'm on the YouTube live chat room as we speak. Yep, he's on the live. Yeah, go check it out, my Discord server. You won't miss a beat about it. Yeah. Anyway, another way to start FWO episode number 339, folks, but the show must go on. Anyway, the dev topics I got right now are as follows. James Tiffany McCarver, okay? It was an American professional baseball player and television sports commentator. He played in National Major League Baseball as a catcher from 1959 to 1998. St. Louis Cardinals, Philadelphia Phillies, okay? And Montreal Expos, and Boston Red Sox. Watch David, it's for you. McCarver was a two-time All-Star and a member of the two World Series winning teams, okay? And hang on. Okay, he's in the chat right now, okay? I think it's OBS for causing this. After the stream, you can delete it and add back in. No, it's fine. My webcam just, needs to get fixed, you know? Once, well, I got it deleted, so it's fine where it is, you know? That's fine. So, I just, need to fix that issue, so, but I'll try to fix it anyway once the stream is over, so, there you go. It's the webcam's fault, so I'm thinking the best idea is just, probably fix it by the before FWL series, but it's just the problem with my webcam. So, it's just not easy when Billy's not here. Sorry. Since I have internet cable, streaming will be the issue. Since internet is more stable than Wi-Fi. Well, I have a Wi-Fi. That's the big problem, you know. And it's cable's fault, not the Wi-Fi. You know, that's just me. Sorry. And earlier this week, my TV is having problems right now. So it may be the issue, not my webcam. You know, that's just me, unfortunately. So maybe the issue, not the TV, not the cable. So there you go. Stay tuned. But as I announced something regarding the Take Big Live and a Take a Big Live special stream on Twitch. Very exciting, but I'm looking forward to all this happens and get ready to do more LukeJ episodes regarding Take Big Live episodes. So be looking out for it. Well, but internet is more stable than Wi-Fi for streaming. Well, that's because I use Ethernet for my Mac Mini, you know, and that's why I plug it in that way. So if I want to use Wi-Fi that way, then why not just use Ethernet? That's why. So it's just a bug issue. Oh boy, I just don't know what to say. Anyway. Causing it, but anyway. in all seriousness, he finished second in what voted in the 1967 National League NL for short Most Valuable Player Award. Later in his career while playing for the Philadelphia Phillies, the McCarver became the regular catcher of the Hall of Fame pitcher Steve Carlin. He was one of the few Major League Baseball players to have appeared from 4 different decades. Wow, okay. Yeah, on with the depth topics. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. After his playing career, he became a three-time Emmy Award-winning television color commentator, most notably for Fox Sports. McCarver called a then record for 23 World Series and 20 All-Star games. In 2012, McCarver was named the representative of the Ford C. Flick Award for Broadcasting. And in 2016, he was inducted into the Sports Broadcasting Hall of Fame. In 2017, he was inducted into the St. Louis Cardinals Hall of Fame. Early playing career. He was born in Memphis, Tennessee on October 16, 1941, where he attended Crimson Barbers High School. He was assigned to the St. Louis Cardinals in 1959 after playing the major leagues in the Colorado Indians and the Washington Red Wings. Okay, makes more sense. Anyway, Carver reached the MLB level for the first time at the age of only 17. Wow. Carver spent the 1960 season with the Memphis Checks, okay? The 1961 season was the Carlson Charlies, okay? And the 1962 season with the Atlanta Crackers, okay? Receiving brief promotions the major leagues in the 1960 and 1961 seasons. In 1963, however, he was promoted to the major leagues for good. St. Louis Cardinals, having announced it, sorry. McCarver hit the tie-breaking home run in the 10th inning that won Game 5 of the 1964 World Series for the Cardinals. In the 1966, McCarver was named to the All-Star team, scoring the run when in the 10th inning of that 1966 All-Star game. Become the first catcher to lead the National League in triples with 13. In 1967, he finished second in the teammate around Campagna, announced it, for the National League Most Valuable Player Award. McCarver was a member of the 2 World Series championships during his time in St. Louis. Okay? He was a favorite catcher in the nominees manager of Bob Gibson. Father in a relationship with young pitcher Steve Carlson that would keep him in the major leagues later in his career. In 1968, he was a Cardinals catcher as they won the NL pennant. Pennant was defeated by the Detroit Tigers in the second game World Series. His later career began after the 1969 season. Cardinals traded McCarver, Court Flood, Joe Harmer, and Ron Brown to the Philadelphia Phillies for Dick Allen, something like that, I don't know. Cookie Wojcicki, how that's his last name. Her last name, something like that. And Jerry Johnson. And on June 14th, 1972, the Phillies trade McCarver to the Metro Expos for John Bateman. The Expos used McCarver in the outfield. The Cardinals required McCarver the Expos for George McCoy. After the 1982 season, the Boston Red Sox purchased McCarver for the Cardinals towards the end of the 1974 season. Wow. The Red Sox released McCarver in June 1975. He signed the Phillies a week later. During his first stunt with the Phillies, McCarver caught Rick Wise no-hitter on June 23rd, 1971. At the end of the season, the Phillies traded Wise to the Cardinals with Steve Carlin. The deal reunited McCarver with Carlin during the 1972 season. Phillies trained McCarver with the Montreal Expos, where on October 2nd, he caught the second of Bill Stallman's 2 career hitters. McCarver finished his career as McCarver's personal catcher of the Phillies in the late 70s. McCarver retired at the 1979 season to begin a broadcasting career, okay? McCarver briefly returned to duty in September 1980. Okay? Thus becoming one of the only 29 players in baseball history to date to appear in Major League games in 4 different decades: 1950s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. He caught 121 shutouts during his career, ranking him 9th all-time among Major League catchers. After retiring from play, McCarver worked in sports broadcasting as a color commentator for several decades. He won 3 Emmy Awards for sports and event analyst. His local broadcast began when he began his broadcast career for WPHL-TV, Channel 17, in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where he called the Phillies games with Richie Osborne and Harry Collins. McCarver called games for local sports networks carrying the Phillies from 1980 until 1982, and the New York Mets from 1983 until 1998, New York Yankees from 1999 until 2001, and the San Francisco Giants in 2002. The national broadcast began when he began his working career as a backup for Game of the Week and commentator from NBC in 1980. His work at NBC followed some stints from ABC, where he teamed with Don Drysdale, okay, on backups of Monday Night Baseball games in 1984, and Al Michaels and Jim Palmer from 1985 to 1989, and again from 1994 to the year I was born, 1995, under the Baseball Network umbrella. And CBS, where he teamed with Jack Buck. From 1990 until 1991, Steen, Madonna. From 1992 until 1993. Called his first World Series in 1985 on ABC, his last-minute replacement with Howard Cosell. He was been removed from the broadcast out altogether after experts in his confidential book I Never Played the Game, when he was critical of Cosell's co-workers at ABC Sports. Appeared on TV Guide magazine. Perhaps McCarver's most notable assignment for ABC part of the 1985 World Series was a field report for the 1984 National League Championship Series. Okay? Also while at NBC, he served as a correspondent and play-by-play announcer for freestyle ski in 1988 World Series, Winter Olympics, and Calgary, okay? Carver also calls the prime time coverage in 1992 Winter Olympics with Paula Saw on CBS. In 1996, McCarver was paired with Joe Buck on the Fox Network's MLB telecast, a role as be held from 1996 until 2013. In 2003, McCarver set a record by broadcasting his 13th World Series on national television, surpassing Kurt Gowdy. Okay, he called the 24 World Series on ABC, CBS, and Fox. McCarver announced in March 2013 that he was relieved Fox after the 2013 season. His final Fox broadcast was October 30th, 2013, as the Boston Red Sox defeated the St. Louis Cardinals in the Game 6 to win the 2013 World Series. Return to local broadcasting. In December 2015, he was hired as the part-time analyst for Cardinals on Fox Sports Midwest. He teamed with Dan McLaughlin called 30 games, in the 2014 season. His first game called for the Cardinals was on April 28th, 2014, when they held the Milwaukee Brewers. In the conclusion of the season, Carver stated he did not yet decide whether to come back to the Cardinals booth in 2015. However, Carver returned to the Cardinals booth in 40 games in 2015 and continued to call select numbers each year until through 2019. In July 2020, it was announced that Carver will not be working any telecast during the team's short 2020 season. College's doctor's recommendations due to his health concerns led to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. In April 2022, Carver officially announced his retirement from broadcasting. Okay. Carver also hosted a national syndication sports interview program called The Tim Carver Show from 2000 until 2017. His criticism looked like this. During the 1992 National League Championship Series, he criticized Deion Sanders, who also helped become an NFL star for playing two sports, football and baseball, on the same day. For this criticism, on October 14th, 1992, after Game 7 had concluded, Sanders dumped a bucket of water on the Carver 3 times while he was covering the National League pennant winning Atlanta Braves clubhouse celebration for CBS. After being endorsed in the water, Carver shot at Sanders. You are a real man, Dillon. I'll say that. Also during the 1992 postseason, when McCarver worked for CBS, Norman Chad criticized McCarver in the Sports Illustrations, something like that, by saying he was someone's move. When you ask him the time, he would tell you how to watch works. A reference to McCarver's habit of overanalyzing. On October 2008, just before the 2008 NL at CES, McCarver made public his feelings about Manny Ramirez, like that, calling him despicable, and criticized Ramirez for his perceived sloppy, lazy play in Boston, and how he had suddenly turned around in Los Angeles. Ramirez declined comment. Wow. In 2010, he compared the New York Yankees treatment for former manager Joe Trod, the treatment made how the Nazi Germany, Sunlight Russia, to journals, okay, who fell out of favor with his leaders and receiving negative comments. Sorry about that. Anyway, about his portion of the topic, McCarver apologized. Now, I'm not reading awards and honors, but you get the idea. His music career is short-lived. In 2009, of October 9th, McCarver released a cover album of jazz standards entitled Tim McCarver Singing Songs, the Greatest American Songbook. McCarver married his high school sweetheart Anne on December 29th, 1964. They have 2 daughters. He died from heart failure in Memphis, Tennessee on February 16th, 2023, which is yesterday. He was 81 years old. My next step topic has to do with Quail Welsh, recommended by my friends, my brothers, Chris and Nick Kruger, if they're watching this in the FWL series. Anyway, she was American. She was born Joe Quail Welsh, Tijaya. She was an American actress and model. Welsh first won the attention of her role in Fantastic Voyage in 1956. Okay. after which she won a contract for 20th Century Fox. They let her contract the British studio Hammer Films Productions, okay? For whom she made 1 million years BC, not in the same year. Although Welch has had 3 lines of dialogue in the film, images her in the doe-skin bikini become best-selling posters and turned it into an international, again, I'm going to say the S word in the series, symbol, okay? She later starred in Bezazzle in 1967, Better Having Else in 1968, 100 Riffles in 1969, Mara Breckenridge in 1970, and Handy Carter in 1971. She made several television Met Rally specials. For her portrayal of strong female characters who helped her in the breaking the mold, the traditional S-word symbols, Welch developed a unique film persona that made her an icon in the 1960s and 1970s. Her rise to stardom in the 1960s was partly credited with Eddie Hollywood's vigorous podium of the Blonde Bombshell. She won a Golden Globe Award for Best Motion Picture Actress in Musical Comedy in 1984 in her performance in The Three Musketeers. She was also nominated for the Golden Globe Award for Best Actress in Television Film for her performance in the film Bright to Die in 1987. In 1995, Welch was chosen by Empire, okay, magazine. It's one of the 100 S-word, I'm not going to say, anyway, stars in film history. Now, Playboy, okay, ranked Welch number 3 in the bare 100 S-word. Again, I'm not going to say that, but, oh, no, I digress. Stars in the 20th century list. She was born Joe Rockwell T. Gaia on September 5th, 1940 in Chicago, Illinois, okay? She was the first child of Amia Carlos Gaia Oquazio, I have pronounced her last name, sorry, and Josie Y. Sorry, his last name is sorry, I don't know. It was on Sarah Hall, something like that. Her father, Armando Tijaya, was an astronomical engineer from La Paz, Bolivia, son of Georgian Tijaya and Rafael Oquazio. In 2010, while she was being interviewed on the talk show, the now cancelled show, Taylor Smiley, Welch said, "My father came to the country called Bolivia. He was of Spanish descent, okay? Her cousin, Brazilian politician, Lydia Georgia Didaja, became the first female president of Bavaria, and the second female non-royal head of state in Americas. Good. Welch was named after her financial grandmother. Her mother, Josiane Hall, was the daughter of artist Amory Stanford Hall, and was wife Cara Louise Adams. She was English entry, how pronounce it. Welch is the younger brother named James Jim Tijaja, how pronounce it. Anyway, and the younger sister Glaze, how pronounce it. Tijaja, how pronounce it. Anyway, the family moved from Illinois to San Diego, California when Welch was 2 years old. Okay, Welch attended the Pacific Beach Presbyterian Church every Sunday with her mother. As a young girl, Welch has decided to become a performer and an entertainer. She began studying ballet at the age of 7, and after 10 years of studying, she left the art at 17, where her instructor told her she did not want the right body type of professional ballet companies. At the age of 14, she won beauty titles as Miss Photography and Miss Conner. While attending La Jolla High School, she won the title of Miss La Jolla, and the title of Miss San Diego. Wow. The fairs and the fair, and the San Diego County Fair. This long line of the beauty contest evenly led to the state of the title of Mayor of California. Her parents divorced when she was finished her school years. While graduated from honors in high school in 1958, seeking out an acting career, she entered San Diego State College on the Theater Arts Scholarship. The following year, she married her high school sweetheart, James Welch, in 1959. She immersed her last name and kept it throughout her life. She won several parts in the local theater productions. In 1959, she played a title role in the Lamia Patches, a Euro outdoor play in Hemet, California, which is based on the novel Lamia by Helen Hunt Jackson. In 1960, Welch got a job as the weather presenter at KFMB, the local San Diego television station. Because her family life and television duties were so demanded, she decided to give up on her drama classes. Excuse me. After her separation with James Welch, she moved with her 2 children to Dallas, Texas. Where she made a precious living at the mall for Naaman Marcus and as a cocktail waitress. I misspelled anything wrong. But anyway, her career began in 1963 when for early works and breakthrough until 1966. Can you believe that? Anyway, Welch ultimately intended to move to New York City for Dallas. But moved back to Los Angeles in 1963 and started applying the roles for film studios. During this period, she met a one-time child actor and Hollywood agent Patrick Curtis. It became her personal and business manager. They developed a plan to turn Welch into an S-word symbol. To avoid typecasting as a Latina, she avoided her to use her husband's last name. Exactly. Yep. She was cast in small roles in 2 films. Her House is Not a Name, Not a Home in 1994, and musical Rouseabout in the same year, an Elvis Presley film. She also landed small roles. The television series called Bewitched, McHale's Navy, and then Majorian, and appeared on the weekly variety series, The Hollywood Palace, and the Billboard Girl as a presenter. She also won many actresses auditioned the roles of Marianne Summers in the television series Gilligan's Island. Welch's first feature role was in the beach film The Swinging Summer in 1955. That same year, she won a Deb Star, while her foe in the Life magazine layout called The End of the Great Girl Drought created a buzz around town, which she was noticed by her wife and producer, Sol David, who recommended by her to 20th Century Fox. While with the help of Curtis, she landed a contract. She agreed to a 7-year non-exclusive contract, 5 pictures over the next 5 years, and 2 floaters. Studio executives talked to her about changing her name to Debbie. They thought Raquel would be hard to pronounce, but she refused that request. She wanted her real name. She stuck with Raquel Welch. She wanted to cast in the leading role in the sci-fi film Fantastic Voyage in 1966. Okay? When she portrayed a member of the medical terms that is modified and injected into the body of a injured scientist, and the mission to save his life. The film was a hit and made her a star. Fox loaned Welch to Hammer Studios in Britain, where she starred in 1 Million Years BC in the same year, 1956. A remake of Hal Welch's film 1 Million BC in 1940. Holy costume was a two-piece deerskin bikini. Okay? She just was described as wearing mankind's first bikini, and the fur bikini was described as a definitive look in the 60s. The New York Times called her in its review of the film, which was released in the UK in 1966 and the US in 1967. A marvelous briefing moment with womankind. Anyway, Walker said, although she had only had 3 lines in the film, her motion figures in the fur bikini made her a star, and the dream girl of millions of young moviegoers. Okay, public still of her, as bikini become a best-selling poster and turned her into an innocent pin-up girl. Okay. The film raised Welch's stature in the leading S word, I'm not going to say in the stream, simple, of the era. In 2011, Time Magazine listed Welch BC bikini in the top 10 bikinis of pop culture, okay? In 1966, same year as it falls, Welch stars Matteo Mastroianni in the Italian film Shoot Love, Horror, Let Me Louder, I Don't Understand, for Joseph E. Levay. That same year, she appeared in the film, which I'm not going to say the S word in it, SQ. But anyway, Corette. Okay, whatever that was. As Elena in the segment Fata Elena. She was also the only American in the cast of the anthology film The Oldest Profession in 1957. Her segment was directed by Michael, okay, the P word. I'm not going to say her last name. I'm not going to pronounce it. Sorry. In Italy, she also appeared in the Heist film for MGM. The biggest bundle of them all in 1968. She also co-starred Edward G. Robinson, who said Welch must say she had a quiet body. Wow. She have also been a proponent of the Good Public Campaign. I hope she lives up to be good because her body will also take you so far. Okay. Her, in the 1967 until 1979, and this had to be the part where I have to talk about this, okay? Her first starring vehicle, the British Melody Blessy style spy film, from 1967, was filmed in Spain for 20th Century Fox. Second unit director Peter Max said that Welch said this was at the time excuse me. Anyway, quite an experience. You sound like one of those American drum majorettes. Excuse me. But she tried very hard and went to see the Russia each day. Gradually improving. Who's this dumb broad? People used to say, but I said you wait. I bet she make it. I like her very much because she's just such a journey person. She had a beautiful body, which always helps. Welch also said her role was a blown up Barbie doll. Wow. Reviewing her performance, the Los Angeles Times film critic said this. Each new Rachel Welch picture brings future proof that when Maria Montiel died, but they didn't break the mold. Like Maria, Rachel Wakewell, something I pronounce her name, sorry, can't act from here to there. But both ladies seem to have been born to pre-photograph. This statues of them of spy pictures. At this stage, Welch owned Fox 4 films. At one of the year, she and Curtis also established a own production company, Kurt Westy. Have announced it. It kind of reminds me of Destiny with style, but anyway, Curtis well, makes more sense. Fox wanted Welch to play Jennifer in the adoption of Violent Dolls, but she refused. Wanted to play the role of Nellie Aurelia. Okay? Still was not interested. Casting Patty Duke, okay? Sharon Tate played Jennifer North. Wow. In England, she appeared as Luss. In Troy in the Pierre Cook Dolly Moore comedy, Bezazzle in 1967, and swinging 60s brutality in the Foz Legend. It was popular as a Western. Bezazzle in 1988, same year and was shot in Del Rio, Texas, in the Armado Village. She co-starred with James Stewart and D. Martin, and I think she's going to stack up alright. Stewart said of Welch. No one's going to shout, wow, it's Anne Bancroft all over again, said Welch of her performance. But at least I'm not I'm not going to say this way, a pot running off the half naked all the time. Wow. In 1968, Welch appeared with Frank Sinatra in the detective film Lady Kermit, something like that, out there. A sequel to the film Tony Rome in 1967. She played a Scarlet Kit Forrest, a romantic interest of Tony Rome. Welch later said witty that she caught the film from time to time, realized that only later that Kit Forrest was an alcoholic. I'm watching this movie and I'm thinking, what the H word, that she's gone. At one point, I got the empathy. Oh, she's an alcoholic. I didn't know that. How could I miss that? She probably so smitten with Sinatra that she forgot to act. I think I was so enamored with Frank Sinatra, someone that I don't know. You know, he's ironic. Welch starred in the Freedom Fire Leader and 100 Rifles, okay? In 1969, Western, directed by Tom Grise, okay? Anyway. This buzz internet cable. Oh, I see. Oh, I already have, an internet cable. Never mind. Oh, yeah, you're talking about this anyway. Oh, oh, yeah. Yeah. Sorry, yeah. Yeah, I refuse. I already have an internet cable. Never mind. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, you were gonna tell me about this, but I'm a crap. But anyway, never mind. I already have one of those. But anyway, moving on. Next, where is that? Oh yes, it also starred filming Amor Spain. Excuse me. It also starred Jim Brown, Burt Reynolds, and Fernando Lamas. Okay. Film provoked publicly and controversy at the time because it included a love scene between Welch and Brown. Wow. Because they breached Hollywood's taboo against on-screen and internationally anti-monstrosity. Wow. The film was remembered the spectacular shower scene in which Welch described the shoulders of soldiers on the... Excuse me. Anyway, in the train by taking a shot of the water tower along the tracks. The director Grice tried to hard to convince Welch to do the scene naked. Wow, but she refused. It was one of the many instances Welch said going. I'm not gonna say the other word. Sorry, Nude. Anyway, on screen and push back for years against producers who wanted her to act post Nude. How do you pronounce this word? Sorry. In the same year, 1969, Welch also started to throw up and has a supporting role in the dark comedy, The Magic Kristen. Okay, makes sense in any way. Welch's most controversial role came in Mara Breckenridge in 1970. Okay, she took roles in the film's transsexual arena scene in the attempt to be taken seriously as an actress. The production was characterized by a bonding between Welch and Mae West, who walked out of the film for 3 days. The film was based on Gore Vidal's controversial bestseller The Man's Who Was Become a Woman Throughout Surgery. The film's producer, Robert Pryor, stated that if a man was going to become a woman, he would want to become the most beautiful woman in the planet. He would become like a Welch, okay? Her looks and fame led Playboy to dub her the most desired woman in the 70s. Welch presented the Academy Awards ceremony several times during the 70s due to her popularity. She accepted to become the Best Supporting Actress Oscar on behalf of the fellow actress Goldie Hawn, when Hawn could not be there to accept it. Wow. On April 26, 1970, CBS released her television special, Wake Well. On the day of the premiere, the show received the number 51% of the share of the national ARB ratings. Wow. And an overnight New York Nestling rating of 58% share. Also that year, Welch starred in The Beloved, which she produced and filmed in Cyprus. In 1971, she also had the lead role in Hanny Carter, a Western film produced by Tigan and Kurtwell, okay, which was shot in Spain, okay. Welch was also one of the few actresses and one of the earliest who had a lead role in Western film, okay. Hanny Carter was a scientific influence on later revenge films, okay, with director Quentin Tarantino cited as a preparation of his 2003 film Kill Bill Volume 1. The following year, in 1972, Welch appeared in the film Kansas City Bomber, in which she played a single mother and roller derby star solving the ballads, her personal life, and her professional benedictions. She also had a cameo in Bluebird. Welch's performance in Kansas City Bomber garnered attention, with Life magazine moving her into high spanks and wheels. Okay. However, production was halted for 6 weeks when Welch broke her wrist when performing some of their own stunts. During the hiatus, she traveled to Budapest to film her cameo in Bluebird. Wow. Despite not being considered a commercial success, Kansas City Bomber was praised to be the exploitation of gender relations in the early 70s. In 1973, Welch added in 2 films, The Last of Stella and The Three Musketeers. She wasn't one of the I don't know. And the following year, she appeared in Four Musketeers. In 1975, Welch appeared at Wild Party, and also performed a duet with Cher, singing I'm a Woman, and on the episode of The Cher Show. In 1977, Welch also acted in the French film Animal, co-starring with Jean-Paul Belmondo. Okay. She also starred in the British adventure film The Prince and the Pauper, which I read during bedtime stories earlier. But anyway, based on the book by Mark Twain. But anyway, just a Chick-fil-A dish, by the way. But anyway, Welsh made a guest appearance on the Muppet Show around 1978, where she sang "I'm a Woman" with Miss Piggy. The following year, Welsh guest starred as Captain Nevada, an alien who bounty hunter or something like that, in an episode of Mork and Mindy titled "Mork versus the Neutralians," something like that. Now, her 5 years look like this, from 1980 to 2023. Significant role projects in later years. Television. In 1982, Welsh starred in the Western television film The Legend of Rockstar Woman. Bill as her first television movie dramatic debut. Okay? Welsh played a 19th century Native American woman in Montana. In the summer of 1982, Welsh was among the candidates who served the role of Alexis Condon, how to pronounce it, on the ABC primetime drama Dynasty, along with Elizabeth Taylor and Sylvia Loren, before producer Sarah and Joan Collins. In 1987, Welsh starred in the television drama Right to Die, and her glamorous role that she portrayed a college professor and mother of two stricken with low Gren's disease, and has to die with dignity. Welsh starred in television films such as Shanna in the Small Town in 1988, Trouble in Paradise in 1989, and Torch Song in 1993. In the year I was born, 1995, she was a guest star in Lewis and Clark, The New Adventures of Superman, in the season 2 episode Top Copy, okay? Welsh also played a television reporter and assassinated with friends to expose Clark's identity as Superman. In 1996, Welsh joined the cast of the nighttime soap opera Central Park West, after CBS had already slated it for cancellation. As career Darren Star made a final attempt to save the show by boosting its ratings later this first season. She was guest star in the American comedy series Sabrina the Teenage Witch in 1997, playing Sabrina's flamboyant Aunt Vesia for the realm called the Predominant Paradigm. How about it? Anyway, Welsh acted in the 8th season finale of the comedy series Seinfeld, titled The Summer of Good George in 1997, playing an extraordinary and highly temperamental version of herself. In the episode rated by Zach Tuitt as one of the top 10 episodes of Seinfeld, series character Kramer is forced to fire Welsh for the lead role in the fictional Tony Award-winning musical, while the character Emily, something like that, is getting the fight cat with her after a chance to encounter on the street. Entertainment Weekly wrote, by delivering a pitch-perfect performance, the fire-breathing Parma Donna, Welsh also poked for fun of her explanation. Fairly earned or not, for being difficult to work with. In 2002, Welsh co-worked with star with PBS series American Family, a story about Mexican-American family in East Los Angeles, with Edward like James Olmos, something like that. Hello as Aunt Dora. Get it? Aunt Dora? Anyway, the drama queen of the family. Anyway, marked the first time in a 4-year career that Welsh has acknowledged her earned her as a Latina, okay? In 2008, Welsh appeared Welcome the Captain on CBS, playing a story actress. According to one critic, she was spoofing herself. In 2015, she portrayed Miss Sally Mae Anderson. In the television drama The Ultimate Legacy. More recently, Welsh appeared in the sitcom titled Date My Dad, which she reunited with Robert Wagner. Okay? On screen, 4 decades after starring together, the biggest bundle of them all. His later years in the film began when, started when Welsh was doing the star in 1982 adoption of John Steinbeck's Kennedy role. They were abruptly fired by the producers a few weeks into the production. The studios claimed that she was not living her contract by refusing early morning rehearsals, but was replaced by Deborah Winger. Welsh sued MGM for breach of contract. Studios executives claimed in testimony for reasons Welsh was following through the trial was that she was an actress over 40 generous actresses. The age range cannot get this role anymore. Anyway, Welsh evidence's trial was proven the controversy to falsely blame her for the film's budget problems and delays. The jury said that Welsh she wanted $10.8 million budget against MGM in 1986. Despite the win, Welsh wished the role episode did not have her happen. I just want to clear my production and get back into my work. I work in the movies, she said, but she was blackmailed by the industry, and the incident had affected her film career on the big screen from that moment on. In 1994, Welsh did a cameo appearance in Naked Gun 33 plus 1/3, the final install, in the scene where the late Leslie Nielsen's character crashes the Academy Awards. In 2001, she had a cameo in the comedy film Legally Blonde with Leslie Witherspoon, playing a wealthy ex-wife in court. Also that year, Welsh appeared in Tortilla Soup, a family comedy drama inspired by Ang Lee's Eat, Drink, Man, Woman. Played Hortensia, a dramatic mother, to marry the master chef who thinks he's losing his sense of smell and taste. Welsh started in Forget About It 2006, a romantic comedy which Burt Reynolds, Robert Loggia, and Charles Durning completed for her affection. She played a single billionaire grandmother in the romantic comedy Hobby Aladdin Lover in 2017. And our stage, in December of 1972, Welsh made a nightclub debut in the Las Vegas Hilton. Her act preceded Elvis Presley's, Over the next decade, she took her nightclub act to other ventures, venues. She started television specials featuring her singing and dancing. She released a dance single, This Girl's Back in Town, which peaked in number 29 in the Billboard's Next Club charts in 1988. Along with the music video, that is. In 1981 December, Welsh starred on Broadway in Woman of the Year for 2 weeks, filling for Lauren Bacall, something like that, but the title of Bacall was on vacation. Critics were so excited about Welsh performance. She was invited back to perform in the role again for 6 months in 1982. In 1997, Welsh starred at Broadway on Victor and Victoria, following Julie Andrews and Lisa Madale. Julie Garland's darling, that is, Lisa Madale. Anyway, in the title role. Fear critic Jamie Portland wrote that her glamour made Welsh scary believable. The variable Victoria and totally unbelievable. And the swaggerable, toxic Victor. Wow. But she is at least arms her high marks of bravado. for attempt to breathe life into the Miss Begon musical version of Victor and Victoria, something like that. I don't know. Achievements Awards. In 1979, Welsh won a Golden Globe Award for Best Motion Picture Actress in a Musical Comedy for Three Musketeers. She also was nominated for Golden Globe Award for performance in the television drama Ripe to Die in 1987. In 1996, Welsh also received a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame at 7,021. Hollywood Boulevard in 2001, she was awarded the Imogen Foundation Lifetime Achievement Award for positive protection of American Latin image for our career. In 2012, the Film Society of Lincoln Center presented a special perspective of films of Welsh Noir read here. Her beauty and business career began when the Rachel Welsh Toy Beauty and Fitness Program book and videos were first released in 1984. Wow. Okay, that makes more sense. Anyway, the book written by Welsh was photographs by Andre Winefield. It includes a Hatha Yoga fitness program. Her views were healthy, living okay, it makes more sense. Anyway. Okay. Excuse me. Anyway, includes a Harvard Yoga fitness program. Her views on healthy living and retardation, as well as a beauty and personal lifestyle. The multi-program collection of fitness and yoga videos produced and directed by Andre Winfield. As businesswoman, Welsh received with her signature line of wigs. Okay? She also began a jewelry and skincare line. Although neither of those winners compared to the successor wig collection, Hair You Wear, in January 2007, Welsh was selected the newest face of MAC Cosmetics. Okay? Beauty Icon series. Her line features several limited edition makeup shades in glossy black and tiger print packaging. The tiger print motif of the collection celebrities Welsh of fine and feminist images. Strong and wild yet sturdy and historic. A personal beauty. Again, sorry, I cannot pronounce this word. Sorry. McGime, something like that. Which kept her looking good in her own age. Including installment from alcohol and tobacco, daily yoga, and mustering with bad bomb, something like that. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Her personal life, okay? Makes sense in any way. Marriages and relationships, okay? Welsh, married her high school sweetheart, James Welsh, on May 8th, 1959. With whom she had two children. Donald Welsh, born November 6th, 1959, and Martina Welch, born December 26th, 1961. James and Rockwell Welch separated in 1952 and divorced in 1964. She retained Welch's last name as her total death. When she married producer Patrick Curtis in 1967, divorced him in 1972. During the shooting of the film 100 Riffles in Spain in 1968, Welch had an affair with Spanish actor Sancho Gracia, who had a small role in the film. Welch's husband, upon finding out about the affair, chased Garcia at gunpoint through the hotel while they're staying in a Gauge I pronounce it. Ugh. Anyway, Welch also affared another Spanish actor, Aldo Starbull during the shooting. In 1980, she married producer Andre Weinfeld. Divorcing him in 1990, Will wed Richard Palmer, owner of Mulberry Street Pizzeria, in 1999. Then they separated him in 2003, later divorced. Welsh said she was not remarried. Yeah, exactly. Public image. While her image in the 1960s was towards S-word, I'm not going to say, temperance, Welsh's private life was quite different. Welsh once famously said, "What I do on the screen is not be acquired with what I do in my private life. Privately, I understand and dislike a hoopla." Exactly. She also admitted, I was not brought up be a S-word symbol, nor is it in my nature to be once. Okay? The fact is, I become one of probably the loveliest, most glamorous, and fortunate misunderstanding. Welsh posted it from Playboy 1989, where she never did a fully NUDE shoot. Hugh Hefner later wrote, "Rachel Welch, one of the last of the classic S-word, I'm not going to say, symbols, came from the era when you could be considered to be a S-word, I'm not going to say that, but anyway, woman in the world, walk without taking your clothes off." Wow, she declined the complete N-word, I'm not going to say that, it's just disgusting. I yield gratefully. The pictures prove her point. The Welsh refused to take off her clothes off on screen and pose naked throughout her career, spanning 5 decades, saying it was the way she was brought up. Her daughter Tatney also appeared on the cover of Playboy on the November 1995 issue, and an N-word, I'm not going to say that in the street. It's just so disgusting. But anyway, Portugal inside it. It is so nasty. Anyway, political views. In 2014, during the appearance of O'Reilly Factor, Welsh described herself as being the conservative side, straddling my mother's Midwestern values. During the Vietnam War, Welsh showed her support to the troops of United Service Organizations, USO for short, shows, often appearing with Bob Hope. She died on February 15th, 2023. Excuse me, anyway. At her home in Los Angeles, following a brief illness. She was 82 years old. I have misspoke years wrong. But anyway, her legacy began with this. Welsh appeared to transform America's female idol in their current state. Her beautiful looks and admirers make her the definite 1960s-1970s S-word icon, rather than a blonde bombshell in the late 50s. It's traveled by the late Marion Monroe say, "If you watch this, Mom and Uncle Kevin, this for you guys. Happy birthday, Mr. President." But anyway, Jane Mansfield and others. Welsh became a star in the mid-60s and was a psychotic, brawny, and summary, I'm not going to say this word, sorry. Countless publicly exposed helped to popularize her image. Dressed up in the 1960s, 1970s fashion trends. Welsh and other actresses also made her big hair popular. Wow. Now, in popular culture, Welsh is memorized in the 1970s song Rachel Welsh by Shel Silverstein. In the 1971 song Won the Way by country music legend Walter Lynn, one of the most mentioned the Unknown Stuntman, the theme song The Fall God, starring Lee Majors, who was also recorded the song. She also mentioned the Al Jarreau song Love Is Real, the Grammy-winning 1980s album This Time, where Jarreau sings with Quell and Redford on the tops. In the 1994 film, Sarek sang Redemption, the poster that Andy the frenzy up and out the head in this prison cell, while the time of the escape was a famous pin-up image of Welch in 1 million years BC, before the mountains escape was being realized. The one refers to Welch's fuzzy britches. Now, there's a lot to deal with here in this one, and she has 2 books. Waquel, the Waquel Welch, the Told Billy Fitness Program, and Waquel Beyond the Coverage. My next depth topic has to do with Stella Stevens, okay? Best known as the Estrella Eggleston, okay? She was an American actress. She began her acting career in 1959 and starred in the most popular films as Girls, Girls, Girls in 1952, The Nutty Professor in 1963, The Courtship of Eddie Sparber in 1960 in the same year, The Silencers in 1966, Where Angels Go, Trouble Falls in 1968, The Battle of Cable Horse in 1970, The Frozen Adventure in 1972. Stephen also appears in a number of television series, miniseries, and movies, including Alfred Hitchcock Presents, both in 1960 and 1988, Bonanza in 1960, The Love Boat, both in 1977 and 1983, Heart to Heart in 1989, Newhart in 1983, Mercy Road in 1985, Madam P.I. in 1986, Highlander series in the year I was born, and 20 Gold Years in 2006. In 1960, she won a Golden Globe Award for New Star of the Year actress. She also had worked as a film producer, director, and writer. She also in Playboy picture roles and was Playmate for the month of January of 1960. She was born Estelle Eggleston on October 1st, 1948 in Yazoo City, Mississippi. She's the only child of Thomas L. Eggleston, an insurance salesman, and his wife, Estelle, he called Eggleston, something like that. I don't know. A nurse, sometimes called nicknamed Dolby. Okay? One of her great-grandfathers, Henry Clay Tyler, an early settler from Boston. If you watch this, David, Boston. Anyway, and the jeweler who gave her Yazoo City courthouse called me its clock. Wow. When Stephen was 4, her parents moved to Memphis, Tennessee. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier in the last topic on Waco 12. Anyway, where they live at Kernan Road near Highland Street. She attended, 2 last topics. Anyway, moving on. She attended St. Catholic School on Highland Street and Stars Heart School on Jefferson Avenue. Finished her final year of high school in 1955 and the Memphis Evening School at Memphis Tech School, High School, something like that. I don't know. We'll see. At the age of 16, she married an electrician, Noble Herman Stevens, on December 3rd, 1954, in Holly Springs, Mississippi, but moved to Memphis. When their only child, Herman Andrew Stevens, would become actor-producer Andrew Stevens, was born June 10th, 1955. The couple divorced in 1957 while studying at the Memphis State College. Stella became interested in acting and modeling. According to her autobiography, her schooling in Memphis included a couple of years in Memphis State University, where she was noticed in the school play Bus Stop. The Memphis Plus Cinema Review of Black performers in Memphis sparked her career. Her film career began, because it's a Playboy thing, in 1960 in January. Anyway, her film career began when she made her film debut in Stay One For Me, anyway, in 1959. Anyway, a modest musical produced by and starring Bing Crosby, according to the appearing in the modern role as a chorus girl. Anyway, Stevens' contract with 20th Century Fox just dropped after 6 months. After winning the role of A Passion Blonde, climax in the musical Lil Abner, 1959, same year anyway, she signed a contract with Paramount Pictures. From 1959 to 1963, in 1960, she won a Golden Globe Award as New Star of the Year actress for performance in Stay One for Me, sharing the decision of Philip Commerce, Tuesday Wield, Angie Dickinson, and Janet Margot. In January 1960, she was Playboy magazine's Playmate of the Month and was also featured on Playboy commercials in 1965 and 1968, respectively. She's also included Playboy's 100, I'm not going to say the S word again, but anyway, Stars of the 20th Century, appeared at number 27. During the 1960s, she also won the most photographed woman in the world. In 1961, she starred opposite Bobby Darin and John Jarvis at Tommy Cabinet something else. Anyway, 28 Blues. In 1962, she starred opposite Elvis Presley in Girls, Girls, Girls. The following year, she appeared in 2 successful comedy films, Jerry Lewis' Night Professor in 1963, and student love interest Cicella Puri and Vincent Medley's Courtship Ace Barber in 1963, same year. Anyway, playing the would-be Miss Matam Beauty Queen. In 1964, she signed a contract with Columbia Pictures from 1964 to 1968. Following appearance in Simon in 1965 and Secret of Success, My Success in the same year. Stevens starred as a S-word, I'm going to say anyway, but clumsy government agent opposite D. Martin. Matt Helm, Spice Booth, Silencers, which I said before, in 1966. Her final film for Columbia was Angels Go, Trouble Falls, in the same movie that Rachel Welch was in, anyway, in 1968, where she played her sister George. In 1970, Stevens starred opposite Jason Roberts in Stamp Pig and Pass, The Spells at Cable Hodge, stuff like that, which she received positive reviews. In his review in the New York Times, Roger Greenspan wrote, "But it's Estella Stevens, at last in a role good enough for her, whose most wonderfully stunning enlightens this action." In 1972, she could co-star with Jim Brown in Black Swan Slayer. Okay, later that year, co-starring Ira Allen's hugely successful disaster film, The Brilliant Adventure, starring Gene Hackman, the late Ernest Borgnine, Riley McDonald, and Sherry Winters, the late Sherry Winters, that is, who later portrayed Crystal in Frankie Bass's Frosty's Winter Wonderland and Rudolph Frosty's Christmas July, that is. Stevens played a role of Linda Wago, okay? The freshly outspoken ex-personal wife of Borgnine's character. In 1986, she appeared in Monster in the Closet. Anyway, although she continued to appear in feature-length films for the next 4 decades, Stevens shifted her focus on her career in television series, miniseries, and movies. Okay? Her television career began when she was at the top of television series in the 1960s, including Alfred Hitchcock Presents in the same year, 1960. General Electric Fear, 1960 and 1961, and Ben Casey, 1964. One of her earliest television appearances was a critically acclaimed 1960 episode of Bonanza called Silent Thunder, playing a deaf mute. In the early 1970s, she began working regularly on television series, such miniseries and movies. She appeared on episodes of such popular series such as Bannock in 1973, Police Story in 1975. So as a pilot films for Wonder Woman in 1975, same year anyway, The Boss Bobo in 1977, and Heart to Heart in 1979. In the same year, She appeared along with her son Andrew Stevens in the Oregon Trial 1937 episode Hannah's Girl. In the 80s, she continued to work regularly in the series such as Newhart 1983, The Love Boat in 83, Fantasy Island 1983, same year anyway. These are 3 same years. Anyway, Highlight to Heaven in 1984, Night Court in the same year, Mercy Road in 1985, Magnum PI 1986, Father Darling Mysteries in 1987. Stevens appeared in 34 episodes in primetime soap opera Flamingo Row from 1981 to 1982 as Luke May Sanders, the Rover Magnum of the Bravo. From 1989 to 1990, she has also roles as Sandra Barbara and as Phyllis Blake. Her string of appearances in popular television series continued in the 90s. As a columnist, in 1993, Brooks Law in 94, highlighting the series I Was Born in 95, Silk Stockings in 1996, and Joe Hospital of 96 and 99. She also appeared in career acclaimed miniseries in The Cold Blood in 1996. Her television career continued in the 2000s when she appeared in the episode 20 Gold Years in 2006. Initial work began with this in the 60s. Okay, Stevens was a member of the 5-voice vocal instrument called Skip Jacks. That group is known for performing the theme songs for the television programs such as The Flintstones and The Patty Duke Show. Stevens also appeared in several stage productions, even the touring production, the all-female version of Neil Simon's The All-Cover episode opposite St. Davis. Stevens played the Oscar Madison character. She produced and directed 2 films, The Ranch in 1989 and The American Heroine in 1979. In 1999, she co-wrote a novel, Razzle Dazzle, about a Memphis-born singer named Johnny Galt. Her personal life. In 1976, Stevens purchased a ranch in Memphis Valley near Colin, Washington, on the eastern edge of the Cascade Mountains. She also opened an art gallery and bakery in the nearby small town Twips, Washington. In 1983, Stevens began a long-term relationship with rock guitarist Bob Koek. A little over a year later, he moved to Stevens' Beverly Hills home, something like that. In March 2016, Koek and Stevens sold a long-time Beverly Hills home, and she moved to a long-term Avis care factory in Los Angeles. Koek was often visiting her there until his death in May 28, 2020. She passed away on February, as tragically today, for a long bout of Alzheimer's disease. She was 84 years old. My next dev topic has to do with Tim Almer. Now, that's going to mention about rock and roll and heavy metal. Now, Tiffany L. Almer was an American heavy metal singer. He was best known as a vocalist for professional metal band Paria. He first worked with Chuck Stormier and Control Denied. He was born on September 4th, 1963 in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. He was a vocalist since 1985 with the band 313. Okay? Then he joined the band Triple X and released an album with them. He joined Psycho Scream with his bandmate Jim Dovia. Introduced him to music with Chuck Squire and his band Death. Squire was heard Ivor's voice on Psycho Scream. You can contact him from the bandmate Jim Dovia. After a 3-song audition, he joined Squire's new band Control Denied and is a vocalist. It was known as strong vocals in that band. His word begins with this. Imus band Triple X won the Pittsburgh Music Awards, the Best Musical Metal Awards Metal Band in 1990. It's the first mega original band to be awarded national sponsorship. With from Amscher, Bosch, Budweiser, Amscher, Bosch. Till was also voted Vocalist of the Year in the year's polls, many of the Pittsburgh tri-state area's rock and entertainment publications. He died Valentine's Day. He was 59 years old. Not sure the death of causes. Anyway, my next topic has to do with Tom Luddy. He was born on June 4th, 1943 in New York City. He was an American film producer and the co-founder of the Toyota Film Festival. He was a long-time associated with the production company American Zoetrope. He has been member of the jury of 11 Moscow International Film Festival, the 38th Berlin International Film Festival, and 1993 Cannes Film Festival. He was in so many films. He's not so many films in the least. He was associate producer in 1980 in Weyerhaeuser Eat His Shoe, and producer on 2 films in 1980 and Butterfly. Marshmallow Live in 4 chapters in 1985. Uncredited and one of the associate producer in King Lear in 1987. And Tough Guys Don't Dance, its executive producer in 1987. Marshmallow in 1988 is executive producer. That's gonna be a lot. That's gonna be like a lot to read. So, unfortunately, I'm not gonna read some of them. And he was in one more film I had to read, Secret Guard in 1993, as a producer. One of them, which he was in, by the way, which I have to read up right now, by the way, is a fantasy drama film. And before I read Passing Away, it was released on August 13th, 1993. It was directed by Angus Rosalia Holland. Okay, now it stars the following. Okay, it was a Warner Brothers Pictures film. Okay, it was starred the following: Kate Montgomery as Mary Lennox, and Hyam Pauls as Colin Craven. Now these people seen here were, I don't know what to do. There's a lot to deal with in this movie, but Secret Garden, and not really count as this. No, not this 1994 movie. This is from the ABC Weekend Special in 1997 to 1997. So there you go. But we're talking about the 1993 movie scene here. But anyway, he died in Bakery, California after battling long illness on February 13th, 2023. He was 79 years old. And my last death topic. This is going to be the last one I'm going to read. And boy, it was terrifying. You will not regret it. It has to do with Austin Majors. Okay? He was an American actor. He was born November 23rd, 1995. The year I was born. In California. He was then known for playing Tio Starquist in the series NYPD Blue and voicing Young Jim in the film Treasure Planet. And was part of the role for and Jim Hawkins. Anyway, and he died in Los Angeles on February 21st. February 11th, 2023. Excuse me. He was 27 years old. Now, we're going to do a moment of silence in French in regards to these 6 people right now. Thank you. Rest in peace to 6 people. Now, I'm gonna go over my next topic, okay? And I have no words to describe Austin Majors at the moment. What are you gonna say about the remix? Where are you? Hang on, quit the. Okay. Yeah, it has to do with Barney, okay? Barney the dinosaur, okay? And let me just say this, okay? Barney franchise getting relaunched from Mattel with new animated series set for next year, okay? Mattel's doing a full overhaul with recently launching Barney the Dinosaur with new animated preschool TV series set to debut worldwide in 2024, okay? Along with the comparison revalidation of the Span film, YouTube content and music, and a full range of kids' products including toys, books, clothing, and more, apparel and accessories for adult fans like me, featuring classic Barney, like I'm a huge fan of, by the way, also part of the mix. New animated TV series will center around the Mimics, Purple Dinosaur, my childhood favorite, and Friends. It introduces new audiences, the route while Barney through the music field, the adventures, feature center of love, community encouragement. The series was produced by Curtis Entertainment and Vibes, and it was produced by Fred Soley and Christopher Keehan from Mattel Television, and Colin Baum and Pam Westman from Nevada. Recently relaunched Mattel properties include its Monster High property for 1980s Master of the Universe franchise, both with new content, and I made a presentation for something like Culture Explosion. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Barney's message of love and kindness has stood the test of time. Josh Sherman, Chief Franchise Officer and Global Head of Consumer Products Mattel, said, we'll tap into the nostalgia generation who grew up with Barney like me. Now parents themselves and introduce an iconic Purple Dinosaur, the new generation of kids and families around the world across content and products and experiences. Okay? In creating the new series, it was important to us that we properly reflect the world that kids today live in. So that the series can deliver meaningfully lessons about navigating it, said Fred Story, SVP and General Manager of Mattel Television. With our modern take of Barney, we hope to inspire the next generation to listen, care, and dream big. Wow. We think that parents, many of whom will fondly remember the original Barney from their own childhoods, we love the show as well. Now, the next topic saddens me is the next one. I'm not going to say, it's probably from TMZ. Okay? Because that one mistake cost Career One lots of dollars because of my screw-ups. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, now, this is going to get interesting. Now, Barney, No Love from the Purple Dinosaur, new look slammed by internet. Now, I was like, wow, this had to be not interesting. Okay? Barney's back with a brand new look, but not everyone is feeling the digital makeover. Dragon reboot character all across the internet. Mattel Television made a major announcement Monday, revealing the throwback show Barney and Friends making a comeback. The company has also showed up the brand new Barney from the reimagined franchise. However, the new improved Barney said to officially debut in 2024, clearly isn't sitting well the mandatory folks of social media like I am. One user wrote, "That ain't Barney, bruh. That they did my man's dirty." Oh man. Another said, "Why does Barney look like he's sky high crack on cocaine? Jesus." That face is on saying this H word. I'm not gonna say in the string. But anyway, Demi Lovato got her star in Barney in the early 2000s and her mom, Diana Garcia had also something to say about the new look. Oh man, I hate change. And it just laughing in tears. Anyway, born and Friends debuted in 1992 and aired all the way until November 2010. Now Mattel says that Barney reboot has expanded to film, YouTube, and music. In addition to television series, a wide range of kids' products, which includes toys, books, and clothing. So while Barney can make saying I love you, you love me, the internet doesn't seem to feel the same, unfortunately. So, to me, it's just my childhood. I love it coming back. It's just I need to watch it again. It's just comparing those two. I'm gonna love it again. It's just all I have to say. That's just me. My next topic has to do with this. If you watch this remix, for you, buddy. Anyway, after 28 years, and oh my god, it's gonna get weird. Microsoft Internet Explorer officially retires from all devices. My god. Anyway, Microsoft said that the browser was retired after an hour of support, yet previously accessible on Windows 10. Now, there is no more Internet Explorer. Jesus. Microsoft said it's permanently disabled Internet Explorer 11 on user editions of Windows 10 after stating that last year that will phase out the outdated browser. Wow. Microsoft said that the browser was retired and out of support, yet it was previously unaccessible on Windows 10. Microsoft switched its new Edge browser, which, first of all, I'm not a huge fan of Edge, and secondly, I'm a Mac user, by the way. Therefore, Windows 11 never came pre-installed with Internet Explorer. Wow. Following end-of-life upgrade with previous versions of Windows, which will disable Internet Explorer 11. Finally, for systems include Windows 10 Home, Pro, Enterprise, Edu, and IoT, was confirmed by Microsoft in December of last year. Internet Explorer compatibility for Windows 11 versions was already shut down by Microsoft on June 15th, 2022. Wow, sad me, I know. Although it did kept operational for older versions of Windows used by companies, the December notice serves as last caution as businesses upgrade to Microsoft Edge. The company's most recent browser at risk of having their own operation interrupted completely. Says on Twitter on both of these pages, one is in Spanish, whatever language that is, the other one's not. So, and Pride Hunt says this. It might be the day of Microsoft is officially divorcing Internet Explorer today. Microsoft Legion updated the Windows 10 users that will make Internet Explorer default and have an error and shoot it by a gun. Jesus. Edge CPU hungry on Windows. Edge is on Mac. Oh wow, okay. And it's a default user on Xbox Series S and X. Okay, this one. End of era. Internet Explorer has officially reached its end of life. Opening and support respect you to win Microsoft Edge. Says by Derek Von Orange Son Parody. Anyway, that's a parody for any of those. Anyway, on Twitter. But anyway, a few versions of Windows 10, such as Windows 10 China Government Edition, and Microsoft's long-term sourcing channel for Windows 10 are the ones that will continue to support the browser. As well with today's upgrade, Internet Explorer will open if you try to access it. Essentially, remove the IE 11 development software for different Windows 10 PCs. Administrators and IT managers do not need to take any action today if a person disabled IE 11 and updated Microsoft Edge before Valentine's Day this year. The removal of IE 11 visual references, including IE 11 icons, this Windows 10 Start menu, and taskbar is scheduled to be released in June of this year. Okay? Despite Internet Explorer 8-year demise, it continued to exist with Microsoft Edge, which have a reload in IE mode option in the text bar to help you get used to using a more recent browser, okay? You may browse web pages and programmees to use outdated scripts and code in Internet Explorer mode in a more stable way. So that's all for that topic. Now let's move on to the next one, which is saddens me. Now, it saddens me to say that Ryan Seacrest is stepping away from Ryan Live with Kelly and Ryan in April. Now, sadly, Ryan's spot will be filled by actor Mark Connellis, Kelly Ripa's husband. Now, it just saddens me. I do have one topic for today's episode. Why not I pee myself? What? Jesus. Oh, boy. Oh, God. Anyway, New York, big news coming to the set of Live with Kelly and Ryan this morning. It happened yesterday. During the East Coast airing of the show today, Ryan Seacrest announced he is stepping away from the show in April to concentrate full-time on American Idol and other projects. Ryan has co-hosted the show for 6 seasons. Now, he also announced that Ryan's spot will be filled by actor Mark Connellis. Kelly Ripa's husband, Mark, is a fan favorite who has often filled the co-host in the show over the years. Ryan won't be a stranger to the show. He will occasionally come back to guest host. You can see the announcement of Ryan Live with Kelly and Ryan. Check here for local listings. My next topic has to do with YouTube, okay? YouTube CEO steps down, showing long-time ties to Google. Now, this is a thank God moment for all of us at YouTube. Thank God for that. But anyway, Susan Wojcicki, I haven't announced her last name, a long-time Google executive who played a key role in company's creation, is stepping down as YouTube's CEO after spending the past 9 years running the video site that have reshaped entertainment, culture, and politics. In the email to YouTube employees that shared policy Thursday, the 54-year-old Susan said that she's leaving to start a new chapter focused on my family, health, and personal projects I'm passionate about. She didn't elaborate her plans. Neil Maham, who has been working closely with her for years, will replace her as YouTube CEO. Well, that's bad news for us, thankfully, but, you know. No, I have a topic for real. It's on the Discord. But anyway, I'll read that after these two last topics. But yeah. Anyway, although she became one of the most respected female, she's not a respected female, but she's a bad person on YouTube. Unfortunately. Anyway, executives in the male-dominated tech industry, she will also remember as Google's first manhood. No, it's difficult. It's stupid. Anyway, shortly after Google's co-founder Larry Page and Sherry Bond incorporated their own search engine into a business in 1998, she rented the garbage garage or Menlo Park, California home to them for $1,700 a week. Wow, hold on, let me decline that. Anyway, Paige and Brian, both 25 at the time, continued to refine their search engine at her garage for 5 months before moving to Google into a more formal office and later preserved their former landlord to come work at the company. Wow. It would be one of the best decisions of my life, she said, well, in the announcement of her departure. In 2006, Google bought her home to serve as moment to lose in the company now valued at $1.2 trillion. During her career at Google, Brian became her brother-in-law when she married her sister Anne in 2007. She and Anne, but Brian and Wojcicki divorced in 2015. Wow. I'm surprised. Her departure would come at a time when YouTube is facing one of the most challenging periods since Google's bought, when that was then a quirky video site facing widespread complaints about copyright infringement in 2006, but announced price of $1.5 billion. An all-stock deal was a value of $1.76 billion by the time the transition closed. Although Google was initially described as paying so much for a video service with future appeared to be doubt. It turned out to be a bargain. Besides becoming a cultural phenomenon, after its billions of viewers, YouTube is becoming a financial success with ad revenue totaling $29 billion last year. Wow. That was up to annual ad revenue of $8 billion in 2017 when Google's corporate parent, Alphabet Incorporated, becoming to disclose YouTube's final revenue. But YouTube's ad revenue during the final 6 months of last year dropped 5% from the previous year. First extended downturn that the video web service has shown since Alphabet peeled back at financial certain. Analysts worry the slump will continue this year. One of the reasons Alphabet's stock price has fallen 11% since at least the most recent quarterly report 2 weeks ago. She also was leaving just days before the U.S. Supreme Court is scheduled for hear oral arguments. The case threatened free-warming style has long been one on YouTube's biggest averages. Wow. The case stems the 2015 death of an American woman killed in Paris during an attack by a prominent state in the incident. That's absurd that victims' families to file a lawsuit, alleging YouTube's Guardian's aid that terrorist group government if the court decides whether or not the tech companies that can be held liable the materials posted on the site. Experts said that the effects that could not be only destroy YouTube would shake up the entire internet. That's because under the U.S. law, internet companies are generally expect on the liberty for the material users post in the networks. Section 230 from the 1996 Commission's Denial Act itself part of the Bar Telecom Law. Provides a larger legal, safe harbor for internet companies, a possession that YouTube co-founders Chad Harley and Steve Chen seized upon as a opportunity to launch a video site to broadcast yourself, which is great and unique. Anyway, this story's been updated to correct the spelling of the first time of the new YouTube CEO. It's Neil Mahan, not Neil Mahan. That's how you spell it. But anyway, and that's our topic that's the CEO step down thing. Now let's move on to the last topic. And we'll get to remix this topic and we'll do our thing. Anyway, that has to side for sad news. And that is Bruce Willis. Not his death and everything, but has to do with Bruce Willis having been diagnosed with frontal dementia, family says. Okay? After Bruce Willis has been diagnosed with frontal dementia, core disease, his family said that the statement posted on Thursday to the website Association for Mental Dementia, okay? Willis was originally diagnosed with dementia last year. His family said at the time he was stepping away from his acting career as a result. As a family, we want to take this opportunity to thank you for all the outpouring of love, compassion for Bruce over the past 10 months. Your journey of spirit has been overwhelming. We are tremendously grateful for it, the family said Thursday, before giving an update on Willis' condition. Since we announced Bruce's diagnosis and condition in spring 2022, Bruce's condition has progressed, and we will now have a more solid diagnosis for mental dementia known as FTD for short. Continued the statement. It says this on Rumor Wills on Twitter. My family wanted to start by expressing the deepest gratitude for the incredible outpouring of love, support, wonderful stories we all have received for sharing Bruce's electrical diagnosis. In spirit of that, we wanted to give you an update to our beloved husband, father, and friend. Since we're now having a deeper understanding of what he has experiencing. Since we announced Bruce's diagnosis have finished in spring 2022, Bruce's condition is processing. We now have a more semantic diagnosis, frontotemporal marginal dementia, known as FTD for short. Unfortunately, challenges with cognition are just one symptom of a disease Bruce faces. While it's painful, it's a relief that finally has a clear diagnosis. To read more about this statement and learn more about the disease, please go to the link in our bio. And love, gratitude, ladies of Willis, more. Now, challenges with discrimination are one of the symptoms Willis has faced at FTD, which is a more common form of dementia. It's under people under 60 years old, with more FTD cases occurring during the ages of 45 to 64. According to the FTD, the disease is likely more common than steroids suggested. It's a lesser known that can take years to receive the formal diagnosis, okay? It was sad to me, I know. FTD was I can't pronounce that. Sorry, degenerative brain disorder, paralyzed by deterioration with frontal and/or intellectual parietal lobes. Okay, according to the AFTD, some of this may include uncharacteristic personality changes, apathy, and unexpected struggles with decision making, speaking language combination among the most common presenting symptoms. Okay. When there is currently neither the cure nor treatments available for the condition, the Willis family writes that they hope to change this. As Bruce's conditions advance, we hope that any media attention can be focused on shining a light on this disease that needs far more awareness and research out of the Willis that always believe in this, using his voice to raise awareness to help others, both and in and out in the public eye. Bruce has always found joy in life, and how it's helped everyone he knows to do the same. The statement concluded. Your concluded compassion, understanding, and respect will enable to help Bruce live as a full as a life as possible. The letter was signed by wife Willis's 5 daughters, Rumor, Scott, Toda, Mabel, and Alien, his wife Emma Hyman Willis, and his ex-wife Demi Moore. That was sad to me. Now, that's all my topics for today. Before we get to our other topics, I'm gonna read you. I'm gonna go ahead and get Remix's topic and see what he's up to in this thing. Remix, what you got for us? Oh, couldn't read the chat, you know. Hold on for 1 sec. That's good. Okay. Oh yeah, this thing. Okay, makes sense. Very exciting. Okay. And it was one of his topics and wanted me to read. But anyway. Wow. Okay. Oh. Never mind. Okay. Okay. Apple TV released the first trailer of its, shall we say, busting movie Tetris, based on the original story of the most popular puzzle video game, okay? The movie first premiered itself by Southwest SW for short, Film Festival in March. Apple then released its worldwide streaming service on March 31st. Wow. Starring Blackbird actor Tyron Aronson, I don't even pronounce his last name, who plays American film video game salesman Hank Rogers. Tetris tells the story of Rogers and his mission to serve as distributing rights to the game. Rogers travels to the Soviet Union during the end of the Cold War to meet the inventor, Lexi. Okay, that one I cannot pronounce. Not gonna, I'm from Mars. Okay, I pronounced his last name. Sorry. Soviet software engineer. However, according to communist law, the game belonged to the people of the Soviet Union. So Rogers must nominate directly the Soviet nominee to get the rights. When he set out to bring the game to the world, he enters dangerous web of lies and corruption beyond the iron curtain, as well in the film description. Okay, Tetris was created in 1984, and since it had sold over 520 million copies, part of the Tetris company. That is awesome, exciting. That's all I have for now. Yeah, I read. Yeah, going to do rewind radio. That's all for now. Okay, that's all. Okay. Makes sense. And, yep. Makes sense anyway. Yep. You have, that's all your topics, okay? Makes sense. Anyway. Yep. Makes sense, but anyway, we're just get ready for real one way, okay? Okay. You do what you gotta do, and there will be no Watch Disney Plus segment, and we're gonna do some game segment, shall we? So we got for us. And then we're trying to get things ready to go. Okay, just hold on to your blows and butts and everything. Just because, and just getting things situated, and let's see here. Hangman first, and yeah. Let's see here. Single player. Anyway. Not yet. Didn't have any messages yet. That's all he has on the dev topic. Not on the dev topic, but messages thing. But anyway. Let's get back in the show. But anyway. I E A. What is it? 7 dwarves. Oh boy. Sorry, Luke, we want radio is now in progress. 2 hours of new music. Okay, there we go. Let's try this again. Freeze the rain. Oh wow, let's try this again. Stars and stage and screens cover. But yeah, Tetris coming to Apple TV Plus and its radar. For profanity, real virus, many more. It's good. There we go. It'll be out March 31st, 2023. Day that Selena got murdered. Wow. Visual Crayon Colors is the category. I-E-A-O-U. No. Wow. Music and song. Wow. Batman Skulls is the category. How's Visa, baby? Anyway. Oh well. Let's do another game called Push Your Luck. Uh-oh. There we go. It's time to push your luck. Anyway. Lower than 10. 9. Has to be lower than 9. Show us. 7. Free spin. 6. Good. Bank. 2nd place right now. 13. Good. Of course be lower than 13. Higher than 3. Wow. didn't do right in this game. Anyway. Horse be higher than 1. Show us. Four. Higher than 4. Show us. Seven. Bank. Higher than 4. Here we go. 8. Lower. 1. Of course be higher than 1. Show us. 12. Lower than 12. 5. Good. Higher. 'Wow, I'm busted. 3. Higher. I did very good. Let's just try this again. Five. Higher. 7. Good. Free spin. 'Good. Higher than 4. Good. Bank. There we go. Higher than 5, show us. Wow, the perfect fit to do a wipeout. Course be higher than 1, show us. Higher than 3. Lower than 12. See what happens. 9. Bank. Eight. I'm going to say lower than 8. No idea what this is. Good. 4. Higher. Seven. Good. Just go ahead and bank. In first place right now. 3. Higher than 3. 4. Good. I'm going to say a lot higher than 4. Oh no. 9. Okay, good. Just go ahead and bank. See what I got for us. Yeah, I forgot the free spin. I think Pedro and I were tied. You know, lower than 11. 2, good. It'll be higher than 2. Swappins. 10, good. Lower. What? Wipe out. I think somebody won. Placing it with the furry, I guess. Anyway, I'm in 5th place now. I'm gonna do it the third time at charm, and this will be it. I'll just say here. Okay, let's say higher. I'm not being dumb with this game, but this is getting more stupid than this. 5, good, higher. Good, this game. 6, good. Free spin. 2, good. Higher. 12, good. Think lower than 12. I'm not gonna bank right now. This will be easy. Wipe out again. Yeah, it might be easy. Higher, I don't know. $11, good. Lower. Anybody but 36 would be good. 3, good. Higher than 3. Wipe out. Lower. Yeah. In the chat room below, so happens 9. As far as Cartoon Explosion updates are concerned, lower anyway. I'm working super hard on the next new look and photo of Cartoon Explosion and launch this spring. Good, okay, 7. I'm gonna go ahead and just say, Cartoon Explosion Junior, brand new look and feel launching somewhere in spring. We're on Junior 2.0. Will be need a new testing, but it gets closer to be finished. Wow, okay. Okay, wow. Bank. Okay. Mm-hmm. Of course, be higher than 1. Show us. $12. Good. Lower. $3. Good. $7. Good. Wow. Wipe out on this one. $11. Good. $7. Takes work to play this game, but anyway. If we have a free spin with me. Lower than 11. $4. Good. Higher than 4. Good. Good. Mm-hmm. 8. Lower. Good thing to have Wipeout. If I was in it, by the way. Lower than 11. Wow, will never wipe out for me in no verse. Anyway. Four, higher than 4. Wow, another wipeout again. Round 6. Higher than 2. Lower than 12. Never Wipeout. Higher. Yeah. 10. Good. Lower. See if it's lower or if it's higher. 2. Good. Higher. 12. Good. I'm going to say a lot lower. Yeah. 7. Good. Then I'll probably have to bank. Wow. Those guys aren't good. Okay, low and 11. Show us. 9. Okay. Lower. Wipe out again. It's gonna be a toughie. Looks like I'm in second place again. Of course, be higher than 5. 11. Okay. Lower. I don't know. What? Wipeout. Okay, that's good. Good for computer player, but not for me. Six. Has to be bank for right now, at least. Good, because I'm not going to care around, because I'm not going to be able to do such things like that. Good. Because I'm almost at 1. There we go, 1. Of course, it'll be higher than 1. Show us. 9, good. That will be a lot lower than 9. 5, good. Higher than 5. It makes sense to everybody. 8. Good. Bank. I think I'm so close in this game. But I think we'll have to try again once more. Yeah. Yeah, it could remix messages. Okay, I don't know what to do next. But he's getting close to say goodbye to us. Next. Okay, lower than 10. 4, good. I'm at to say higher than 4. I might use my free spin this one. 9, good. Lower. 12, what? Oh, man. Some computers will be nearly tricky. Yes. Anyway, I should say higher. Should go with the free spin, unfortunately. Good. One of them computer players said lower. Didn't say anything, but anyway. I'll go with the free spin, but that's just me. 12. Lower than a 12. Good. Go with higher than 4. Let's see. Go with the odds. 10. Good. Lower than 10. 6. Good. I think the best idea was to go with the free spin and go with that far. Okay. Good. 11. All of it lower. Good. Because I'm not going to call it quits and say this isn't that far. Okay. Good. 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 1. Lower. Higher than 4. Good. Show us. Not 9, 8, or 7 are good numbers. Good. 9. Good. Lower than 9. Has to be an 8 or 2. 5. I'm going to say higher. If it's a 9, then oh well. God, 8. Yo, all of it lower. And I'm done. This is a good game, by the way. Nice knowing you. Done it. I cleared the wheel. Ran the wheel. Oh, man. Should have done anyway. I'm in first place right now. 6. I'm going to say higher. I have no idea. 11. Good. This is going to get interesting. Lower than 11. 8. Good. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and bank. And this is going to get more interesting. You know? This is more interesting. Yes! Yes! We did it! Oh man, I got them all, baby! 612. Oh man. In your face, computer players. Now it's finally time for the game segments. Let's say, Pat do game stuff. And, man. And it's time for another game. After this is over, after another. We'll see what happens. We're just supposed to do another game. But, oh man, it won't let me load, but, you know. Let's do deal or no deal. How about that, folks? It just won't let me do another game. Such as, oh, okay, there we go. Deal or no deal, there we go. Turn it down a little bit. Okay, since today's 17th day of FWO, let's do 17. Let's do 1, 5, 2, 4, no, whatever. $1 and 1. Okay, good. 5 on the K's. $750,000. Good. It's terrible, I know. 200,000. Okay. 2 open the K's. 300,000. Jesus. What are we gonna have ending? Never-ending cases. 500,000? You know what? I'll take a deal after this.
Nice one.
50,000.
Deal or no deal?
Deal,
No
no deal.
deal. That's the spirit. Time for the next
After this
round.
one
Next
thing, we're done.
Nice one.
25,000. This is the Rob Star. Backwards time. 26, open the case.
Nice one.
10,000. Good. We're gonna go with the left side. Jesus.
Nice one.
A penny. Good.
Excellent. Deal or no deal? Oh, very brave. Time for
23, open the case.
Nice one.
2750. Good. 22, open the case. $1 million! You know what? After 2 more cases, we're done.
Excellent.
I'm just not happy at this point. 20.
Excellent. Deal or no
But I go down anyway.
Oh, very brave. Time for the
19.
next round. Excellent.
$10. That is good. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more cases. And we got 5 more cases here. So let's see what happens.
Nice one.
$200. Good. 16 over the case.
Excellent.
$1,000.
Deal or no deal? No deal. That's the spirit. Time for the next round. Excellent.
$25. Good. 14 over the case.
Nice one.
$75.
Deal or no deal? No deal. That's the spirit. Time for the next
Oh
round.
boy.
Excellent.
Wow.
Deal or no deal? No deal. That's the spirit. Time for the next round. Nice one. Deal or no
We're
deal?
getting close.
No deal. That's the spirit. Time for the next round. Nice one. Deal or no deal? No deal. That's the spirit. Time for the next round. Nice one. Deal or no deal? No deal.
Yeah! $4,000, baby. Sup, Luke? Happy 16th anniversary OTBM. Well, thanks, Josh. Much appreciated. Yep. But anyway, I don't know if Remix is up to in the Ultram Live Discord live chat, but you know that's just me. Yep. But yep. Anyway, but in all seriousness, well, how's it going with you, Josh? We're almost done with the show, and getting close to finish up game segments, and of course, we're getting close to at least. Let me get my computer glasses at least. Get prepared for do 2 more game segments, and we're no problem. But of course, get prepared for just want to say notes and everything like that, and then updates and everything. Just and your topics and everything. But anyway, enough talk. Let's go ahead and get to the point of the Paris Production Group stuff, shall we? See what we got for us. Come on. Love that. Know how this works. Anyway. Open this up and then it's a $3,000 higher. Sneeze. $2,000 lower. Change the card. It's a queen. $4,000 lower. It's number 6. Change the card. Oh God, I don't need to change the number of cards. It was 7. Jesus. Boy. Lower. It's not bad. You know, I can't change cards and everything, so. Lower. You know, King's not bad. Lower. It's just one of those stiffy cards. It's a 4. Higher. It's not bad. $10,000. In official money, that is. And we got Super Scratcher and 11. Probably go 13. Super Bluebird. Strike 1. 12. One more, and it's 25,000. 14. I never. Oh man. Number 9. Okay, one more $100,000. 10. Okay. Clover. Okay. 8. Cherry. 7. Yeah! That's sucky! Oh, baby! Oh, man! Let's review this thing. Strike is in the next real review thing. 6. It didn't help me. It didn't got me. Thank God. It's over. Anyway. Let's get to the another game, which is Danger Car. I'm going to turn this up a little bit so you can all hear it. Come on. Move it. Oh, it's not bad. But anyway, let's go ahead and get the home stretch time and number 3. Wow. 75,001. It is the red. Okay, I'm gonna call this up. I mean, I don't know. 7. It's a red. Yo, bro, excuse me. 2. 8 were. Okay. 3 and 9. Misspoke. Okay. One more, and it's 25,000. 4. Come on. Give it. Oh, that's cheating! That's cheating! I'm sorry! Hang on. 10. Hang on. Oh, man. 5. Yeah, I don't know. What's the review card in this that was cheated on? 11! Sorry, I won't do it again. If you want this, Alex, yeah, I don't know what to say next, but I have won this now while I was playing on the home set. That was one of my flaws. Sorry. And let's play a Bouncy Banana Challenge right now. I am not playing around. This is my third Bonzi. You give me 675 bananas. One more Bonzi and I'm out of the game with no prizes whatsoever. Let's do this. Yeah, I'm out of this. Sorry. But anyway, let's play another game. Such as Annotation from the NES and then Tetris. I know how to play Tetris. Anyway. I know what this alphabet letter is. E. Sesame Street's budget today by the letter E and the number blank. This so happens, folks. 2 out of the 3. I know this is 1. Sesame Street's budget today by the letter E and the number 1. Also known as the song from Metallica is named 1. clothing. What is this clothing? Oh, I know what this is. This. Or suit. Whatever. I don't know. Yeah, bears all gone. Whatever. Pants. Whatever. Anyone in the live chat? I do not know what this is. Sorry, I don't want to ask me this. Oh, I know this is glasses. Okay, good. Rewind, laugh out loud, the number in one in math. Exactly, Mix. Natural. I know what this is, but... Oh, I know what this is. Seed. But it's not a seed. It's a rock. It's not a rock either! Why you always do this to me? I got a rock from stupid Charlie Brown sequence. I know what this is! Fire! Excuse me. Anyway, next. It's Lee! Oh! That was stupid! In this natural category. Level 2, well, anyway. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. What is this? What is this? The castle. House, okay. There we go. A happy house. Got it! Oh, that... You! Factory? Seriously? Ah. I know what this says. Cross. Sausage. Okay. Blue puzzle is totally one of my stepdad's favorite things to do of all time. I think it's a shovel. This is easy. Like Blue's Clues, Shovel, and Pail. Anyway, next. Next. Green Elsham Colors puzzle. Anyway, category is office. One of, well, yeah, I won't say it. Shut up. I think I know what this is. It's a nail piece. What is it? Nail? It's not even a nail. Shut up. What? Yeah, whatever. I don't know what that piece of office piece is. Sorry. I don't know how you spell that, but anyway. Know what this is. Maybe I'll just spell it for you. What is this piece of chair? Yeah. Okay. It's nail! Now I can figure this out. Stapler. Got it. From Stables. Yeah. Beginning. That was easy. Take a look at this.
That was easy.
Exactly. And we have a chair already, yeah. I think I know what my least favorite category is. Science. Yeah. That's school subject of mine, but I know what this is. This might be a cassette. Okay, this is a video cassette? Okay, whatever. You're talking video cassette. Oh. Oh, I see what you're doing. Got it. Free for pink. Yeah, I know, remix. What you got it? I know this earring. Hold on, that's not how you spell this anyway. Oh man. Take away the shoes. Take the shoes. And oh my god. Oh man. We were supposed to do RBI baseball because we did it 2 episodes ago, or 3 episodes ago, excuse me. We decided to play another round of Tetris. You know, that's just me. Even though it's one of my favorite type of games ever. So anyway. Wow, it's a double. Okay. Wow, did very good. No, it's not LUT. Let's do level 0 for this one. Uh-oh. Wow. Wow. Let's try number level 5. Wow. Got a lot of points here. Let's do it one more time. And then we'll be done. One more time. That went well. Wow. Well, let's not try it again, but we're wrapping up the show now. And, call it quits for the day. But first of all, let's just say, first of all, okay, see, you're not... First of all... Yeah, I have a degree in Microsoft Sam, YT. Let me concentrate. I did practice in this game, so it was good. It's good to make me feel like playing the game, you know? So it just feels like agreeable right there, you know what I mean? So, Josh, no offense, I have to agree with... I'm honestly good at this game, you know? You know? You know, that's just me. Anyway, now, before I do notes here, starting Sunday the 19th through around the 25th, I have to get all the things situated for my uploading time limits. We'll begin a marathon, okay? Yeah, I'm a Tetris expert, Sister Baby makes fun. Yeah, I agree, yeah. We'll begin a marathon, for Elsham Such Club, so there you go. And then we're gonna begin this, okay? So yeah. Anyway, first of all, we got Elsham React episodes 264. Then we got on Penny Game podcast episodes, one which is episode number 25. Then we got 26 on Elsham React episodes 265, Penny Game podcast 26. This is all gonna be reruns, followed by 443 of Elsham React remastered, DoorDash Yours episode 16 outtake, and then the Dare movie we release on the first thing of the 20th. So be looking out for that, along with Weekend Celebration episode 146, 47. Also, Sam, you're fine, Josh. Just don't do it again. Takes a lot of skill, patience, and taking time on your warrior. Should probably take the pieces. Yeah, exactly, Josh. I mean, excuse me, remix. Excuse me. Anyway, then we got LGBX 436. Then we got 325 remastered. Also, it's called Vlogs episode 25. And then Ripley's. And so forth. There's going to be a lot of projects regarding to these marathons. 455. 312 Pain Game Podcast 42. These 2 episodes that are supposed to happen this week. 313, 405, 317, We Wednesdays and Warburg Wednesdays. LGBats, and there's been a bunch of LGBats episodes up until February 23rd, and then we'll do Ripley's on that following Thursday, because I'm going to have to upload FWO in between, make FWO between at 3 p.m., so be on lookout for that. Then on Saturday, it'll be 2 more shows. I'll still have to fix things because Sunday, 26th, it's going to, or Saturday, in between those weekends, will be a huge event. Be on lookout for it. So, be on lookout for it. But anyway, now, on to the notes, okay? Bedtime Stories, episode 292. Saturday Superstar Arcade, episodes 9 to 17. Then we got Bedtime Stories and Lunchtime and Single Tuesdays and Warburg Wednesdays. Bedtime Stories and Lunchtime. And Ripley's and Wednesdays and Bedtime Stories and Lunchtime. PS Tuesdays and Switch Saturdays, Bedtime Stories and Lunchtime. Weekend Celebration episode 153 will go on from February 22nd to 23rd. And then before we say goodbye and where everything will say, we'll be back for a brand new episode of FWO 3A. Starting next week will be our big anniversary of Elsa's Club. And what is it, you may ask? Elsa's Club will be 16 next week. So be on for it. I'll do a thank you message. I'll do an unboxing video about my SSD drive. That'll be coming on next week. About my 2 terabyte SSD drive. SanDisk. Be on for it. Plus, I also agree with, Luke, in this one. Yeah, I agree, yeah. Yeah, thank you. Anyway, and then we'll have huge plans on that day. February 24th, 2023. So be lookout for it. It's going to be a big day for me. So, now let's go over Josh and we'll wrap up the show. Anyway, while Luke is doing notes, I only got one topic since Microsoft Sam is taking over me. He has new videos to upload. You guys will find out when he uploads it. Plus, I honestly have to agree with Luke in this one. Plus, Joshua, next time someone tries to get good at this Tetris, don't be rough on him. Yeah, I agree, yeah. And that will be our topics for today for Josh. And that was episode for FWO 379. Tune in next week for a final part of Elstrom 16 Remix Part 34. This will be our fall to celebrate its 16-year anniversary of my company. And of course, it's going to be a huge event. Till next time, Sue Jefferson, goodbye, episode, baby. We can more episodes, guys, be soon. So is it out. See ya.